Alright, welcome everyone to day 2 of Ascent Auckland. We are just waiting on a quick announcement and briefing from the judges, but then we will be straight into the action with round 7. And while we wait, you guys should be seeing right now the standings for the top 32. So here we are seeing a lot of water allies coming in, and also a lot of wind allies. Um, Amazingly enough, there were 6 water Lorraine ally beatdown decks that entered into this tournament, and all 6 are in the top 32. So definitely a deck that is a force to be reckoned with. And I mean, people were teching for water this tournament, bringing their Viridian trinkets, and they are still dominating. Wind Allies obviously still the consistent and powerful deck it's always been. We're seeing a decent number of them up there. A decent number of Fire Merlins as well. Some hybrid builds, some just pure Merlin. Just smattering in there. Solid conversion rate from them. One of the kind of, I suppose, sleeper champions that we have been sort of not really seeing much of this tournament, but that's about to change, is Fire Arcane Rye. We can see a smattering of 4 of these guys. There's also a Wind Arcane Rye deck that's creeped in there into 25th place there, piloted by Keelan. We will be watching Fire Arcane Rye versus Wind Allies next round. So that's Riley in 5th place versus Truce in 6th place. So we will see clearly these Fire Rise have been ticking against a very heavy ally beatdown meta, and they are creeping through the metagame and staying up there in the ranks. So we'll see if Fire Rai, with quite a strong chance of top 8ing in this tournament, only 3 rounds of Swiss today, they will be a force to be reckoned with, and I would not be surprised to see one in the top 8. Definitely going to, I would say, almost certainly see Water Allies piloted by Haben and Isaac from True Champion Gaming in 1st and 2nd place. They will be playing up against each other. Who knows what will happen there? Maybe they'll just take one for the team, call it a draw, and see you in the top 8. We have Michael, who we saw last round on stream. Not last round, but yesterday. He is up there in 3rd place. Only 1 loss, which I believe he lost to Caven. Mitchell, again, solid Wind Lorraine deck. Truce and Jason also. So we're going to see a lot of these decks in that first 8 seed. Very strong chance of top 8ing. We're seeing a lot of draws towards the middle of the pack. That is because I believe a lot of mistake there. Uyong should be on 4-1-1 as well. But in any case, a lot of people IDing in order to get into day 2 and secure that spot. Also not a bad choice in terms of your top 8 chance. Now with a lot of people on 4-1-1, you could potentially drop a game today out of the 3. So all these 4-1-1 players hoping to go 2-1 in these next rounds. Again with the 5-1s, they'll be wanting to go 2-1. The 6-0 players with the, I suppose, privilege of being quite safe, probably to drop a couple rounds. I'll soon be joined again by Alan from Weebs of the Shore. He's just got to sort out a couple things. He is still playing. Oh, but in the meantime, I've been talking a bit too much. The match has already begun, so let's go. Minor issue here. Hold on one moment. I will just fix that camera. It is flipped. It's not in the correct orientation. There we go. Perfect. Ah,
Alrighty.
okay. I've just messed this up completely, but that's all right.
All good.
Uh,
Fix it.
I just told them to sit in the wrong seats, but that's all right. I can just fix the graphics real quick.
No worries. Are we live right now?
Yeah, we are live. We are watching Riley, the first place Arcane Rye player, versus Lejean, who is, I suppose, also incidentally the first place Wind Lorraine player.
Yeah, it's the same link as yesterday, right?
Yes, it's a new stream,
New stream. Okay.
but I linked it in the Calling Auckland channel on the Discord, and also in the general
Gotcha.
channel. All right, there we go. Much nicer. Maybe it's fine. So Riley really just hoping to save himself here. It looks like what has happened is he's attempted to play an incendiary fractal targeting one of Truce's allies, and then that has been displaced. So good counter there from Truce. Riley's very teched against the allies' decks. He's got a lot of protection. I should be familiar with his list because I play with him almost every week at my locals. But yes, he does have the 4 peaceful reunions. Oh, 3 in the main, 1 in the side, I believe. Nope, just 3 in the main. And then the 4 resolute stands. No, 3 resolute stands again, sorry. 2 in the main, 1 in the side.
Yep. Awesome. So, all right. Glad to now finally gotten started. We had a few technical issues this morning, but still being able to start on time. I think all the players are just excited to play now and get ready to continue the top 32 for today. So, round 7 of Ascent Auckland. We have two pretty interesting lists. I believe I heard a little bit about this today, and also one thing to note is that all these players are going to have some sort of idea of what their opponent may be playing, since we made all the top 32 deck lists public last night.
That's true, yeah. I believe Riley has just told me he was studying his opponent's list yesterday.
Right, and this is going to be really interesting.
Sorry, I just realized the live totals were switched as well, so there we go.
Oh,
back to normal.
all good. Early morning start, and we had just a few things that we had to get fixed here. Interesting choices from Riley. He's also playing the Incendiary Fractal. It's already at level 3, which is huge for Rye, and this is exactly where you want to be. Lorraine is sitting at level 1, so you have to respect the amount of burst damage that Rye can provide at level 3. And when you're sitting at level 1, it's a lot easier to get taken out. Fire Rye also has access to those fireballs, and based on the list that we see Riley playing here, he has the erratic. He's playing erratic bolts. He's playing Arcane Blast. Rye also lost a card on the recent ban list, the Reckless Conversion, which is one of their, resource
big
resetting.
comeback cards.
Yeah, one of their big comeback cards essentially. But we'll see. I was able to come here during the meta breakdown that you were providing a little bit earlier, but we got some.
Yeah, well, I can see a lot of Rise were in that top 32. I think there were four fire and 1 wind.
Yeah.
So they've ticked for the meta enough that they can still be in those top tables.
Yep. In this case, though, we're seeing that Wind Allies is still doing its bread and butter strategy, going wide as possible, and flooding the field. And unless the Rye player is playing any sort of board wipes, which it does look like Riley is playing 3 Anger the Skies, this may be quite a tough board to clear.
Yeah, well, it looks like he's going for something because Arcane Disposition's been played.
Peaceful Reunion coming down. So this was a hot card of debate.
A contentious card.
Yeah. People were saying it's bad. People were saying it's good. But in this case,
good.
Yeah, somebody. In this case, it is working as as
As
intended
intended,
for
yeah.
Riley here. I mean, it's practically a turn skip for the Windle Rain player since it purely has to rely on the attacks. Um,
And one turn for a wind fire right is insanely good.
yep, definitely going to see how um, choose chooses to play this turn. The Peaceful Rune unit is going to definitely be tough to get past. He does have a few options to either set up his board a little bit more, put him on the habit, but you know,
I mean, if he's not I mean, he could be opening himself up to a Anger the Skies if he does try and just develop his
you
board
know,
too much.
yeah,
Riley is
he
quite.
is holding a Zephyr in hand. So I mean,
Oh,
at the very least, he may be able to save at least one
well, then he'd be
ally
able
here.
to save two allies. Oh no, with just one.
Just the one.
Just the one. I was thinking with Ace and Protector, you could potentially do some shenanigans with that.
Yep. Crystal Empowerment coming down from Riley here. I mean,
Oh, that's a power move right
yeah.
there.
Unsure what the total level he is at right now. He is playing Stormseer.
I believe he's got 5 Arcane and Banish,
Five
from what
Arcane.
I've
Wow.
seen.
So he's
So
sitting at a total level of 8 at this
he
moment.
should be 8, yeah. And this is just his whole strategy and just makes his deck so consistent is that you you don't play any floating memory. You always just want to banish your arcane cards when you level up. So you go 1 from level 1, 2 from level 2, and then Dungeon Guide gives you the final. And then you get to that magic number 8.
Yep. And floating memory has seen its decline in popularity due to cards being printed like Scavenging Raccoon.
Especially Raccoon.
Yeah, and
I remember
Merlin Memory Thief getting
yeah.
more popularity, right?
I
So
remember Riley coming to the first hobby after Fractured Crown released, and he's like, I took out all of my floating memory. No one's going to be raccooning me.
yeah, no meals for the raccoon at this event, at least in this match. So we saw how raccoon affected the meta like uh, throughout the entire event yesterday. The first 6 rounds of Swiss and another peaceful reunion coming down for Riley here. I mean, this is definitely
This
brutal for Truce here.
must be
He's not going to
frustrating.
be able to do very much. But as long as his board remains unanswered, that's only buying him a not that much time here, honestly.
Yeah,
Um,
feels like Riley is just digging for that kill turn.
yep. Yep. Even though Truce only has 1 damage counter on his Lorraine, it's still that lower life total from a level 1 champion is not going to be enough to survive an onslaught of spells from Rai.
Yeah, could be a consideration to go to level 2 just to get that 4 extra health. Maybe it would give you that little bit of breathing room. With Riley potentially still just digging for that kill, making it harder for the Rai deck to get that damage, lethal damage. Yeah, looks like he is going to level 2. 4 health could be crucial here.
Yep. Not too much like the Dream Fairy, not really going to be coming into play at all here. So that's getting banished.
No.
And then Truce opting his level to 2. There's not much that he can do. He also wants to make sure that he gets his life total up so he doesn't get bursted quite as easily sitting at level 1. A Fireball and Arcane Blast will be the end of the game here. If we have the level totals correct. I believe there's currently 1 Enlightenment counter on the on Riley's Rai here. So, the Tome of Sacred Lightning coming down.
All right, choosing to just materialize it rather than get the Tome of Knowledge first, which is the usual play.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, this card is quite complex. I mean, it provides a lot of interesting strategy for the Rai deck. He's one thing he's opting to not play the other arcane regalia that I can't seem to recall the name right now. The one that puts all the cards back unless you draw. It's early in the morning, first round for us here, so give us a bit while we get back into the groove of things. But let's see what Riley chooses to do here. Dug through quite a few cards at this point. He's sitting at 2 enlightenment counters, scrying this guy's, drawing a card into memory, fixing the top of his deck. Yep. activating the Tome of Sacred Lightning.
So he would have glimpsed a
Zephyr.
large amount of cards at this point.
Yep. Zephyr coming down.
Right, he's gonna Zephyr the Tome.
Yep. Truce buying himself some time here. Looks like there's going to be a brief question for the judge to answer here at this point.
So that is a question. If you Zephyr a Tome of Sacred Lightning in response to it being activated, it does seem like you do miss out on the banish your memory draw card effect. So that is quite a annoying interaction.
Let's see. I think the judge is still in the middle of his ruling. Oh,
looks like they've settled that, and now Riley's like, I need a bit more level, so he should be at level 10 right now, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And here comes an Arcane Blast. Yeah, he was level 10 because that cost 1 from the Fractal.
Yeah, his level's looking quite high right now, but he still needs to find a way to kind of keep digging through and finding the other answers in his deck. At this point, if he had the game available to him, I think he would have already taken it.
Well, a Fireball or another Arcane Blast won't do it because he needs to do another 12 damage.
Yep. He has... Oh, I'm sorry. He does have a... Truce has a few Interceptors on board. Or a Interceptor on board.
Yeah, so Dungeon Guide... No Dungeon Guide lethal this turn.
Mm-hmm. We're looking at... Let's see what else Truce does. We don't get quite a glimpse. We didn't get any glimpses of his hand at this moment. Both players kind of doing a good job of hiding the information from us. Disintegrate.
On the Phalanx Captain, it looks like.
Oof. And then that's going to be met with a Displace. One thing about the Wind deck, it has a lot of tricks to keep allies alive, especially for targeted spells, targeted actions, I mean. And then
Truce forgetting that his, I think both players forgetting that Ascent Protector has Intercept there. So Riley sneaking in a little bit of damage there.
Yeah, that 1 point could be crucial. I mean, at this point, 13 is the next...
13? Yeah. Only 11 life left. That is exactly what Riley needs for lethal with an Arcane Blast.
Yeah. Unsure. I mean, at this point, I believe this is what we're looking at is lethal on board already for Truce. So really he's got the buff from Banner Knight, got the buff from Phalanx Captain. All of those allies are human. And Truce is staring down, 5 allies that are potentially going to be swinging in this turn. Let's see what they have available for them here.
So does Riley have a trick of his own, or is he just staring down the pain?
Yeah, he will be able to get, if he has a spell or action in hand, a mage spell in hand, he will get that Enlightenment counter. On Truce's turn, Fireball coming down. That will get the counter as well.
Choosing to Fireball the Captain, okay, so
he has
a Fireball go.
1 Enlightenment counter left. This is a little bit short, I believe. Okay, Riley choosing to draw. He may have. Is he playing? He's got to be playing the Spell Shield, right?
Yeah, but it looks like he didn't have the answer to that last turn.
Yeah.
But yeah, lethal damage has gone through. I think they are just double checking how the effect on Tome works, but I believe that is in fact how it works. Could be wrong. But that interaction definitely was crucial to the match.
Looks like there's going to be...
I guess they're not scooping it up just yet.
Yeah, there's going to be an appeal to the head judge here.
It is, yeah, potentially... A good reminder that if there is a judge call that you aren't quite sure about, it is important to appeal the decision as it happens. I believe Riley is trying to appeal the decision on Tome of Sacred Lightning. However, there has been a lot of. Oh no, maybe they are just doing a new activation and the previous activation is fine. Okay, Riley does manage to dig towards a resolute stand here. Alright, so this. Okay, so it sounds like
Yeah.
Riley. I thought they were scooping it up, but Riley figured out that he could use Tome of Sacred Lightning and find that resolute stand off the top of his deck that he no doubt saw with Scry the Skies.
Gotcha. Okay, so I guess they had picked up the cards, but were able to reset the game state here. A little bit confused on what had kind of happened, but um, looks like the players were able to figure it out. And
Yep,
Resolute Stand, I think, should be saving Riley's life here and buying him another turn.
Yeah, so this Lurking Silence coming in for 5, so 23, only 2 life left for Riley. Interestingly enough, I feel like this could have been a bit risky, just depending on like what Truce could have in here. He could wake up the Ascent Protector, maybe, or the Lurking Assailant, and get that lethal damage through again. Hurricane Sweep for 5, I believe. No, not 5. No, he's just clearing, making sure that that dungeon guy doesn't get in another sneaky damage. Oh, a Chalice of Blood coming down from Riley.
Oh wow, yeah.
So I
One
think
thing that we did miss, I missed at least, that he was playing in his material deck.
yes, I was wondering why he wouldn't have dug for the Resolute Stand before the Ascent Protector hit him, because he took 5 damage for seemingly no reason. But it was because he wanted to be at over 20 damage to use Chalice
I'm
of Blood.
definitely playing it very close here, and then the banish off the book was very important. I think.
Careful Study immediately getting 6 enlightenment counters to draw 2 cards.
Yeah. Wow, quite an incredible draw off that Tome of Sacred. That really, really mattered. I mean,
Yeah.
Arcane
now
Sight.
double Arcane Sight.
Yeah.
Insane.
And
Does he have?
we saw the Careful Study also being activated as well for free. I think he already went through those Enlightenment counters, but we're seeing, can Truce pull through this turn? He is staring down the hopes to not.
Ooh. Scry the Skies for, I believe, 10 cards. It should be. I think he's level 10 at this point.
Yeah, not much in the ways of. Actually, wait. This is very interesting. Truce is playing Innervate Agility, but I don't think he has enough cards to activate it. But that could have been
That would
something
have been rough.
Yeah, that is something that could save him this turn if he had the ability to activate it. But he only has the 1 card in hand.
Riley just stacking his deck. 1 card into memory. Does he have a way to draw one of those top cards? Oh yes, of course. Tome of Sacred Lightning. Banishing an arcane spell, so gaining another level, I believe up to 11. Careful Study coming out, drawing another card. Careful Study again, going up to 7 counters and then removing 2 to draw 2 more cards. Surely he's found what he needs at this point. There's the Arcane Blast for 11 damage. And this should be exact lethal. And we're on to game 2. Wow, what a comeback there from Riley. Almost seemed like he was going to scoop it up at one point, but
wow,
he's,
yeah, that crucial draw just off the Tome of Sacred Lightning was, critical here. I'm glad that they were able to recognize that before the game had moved on to the next. I think at the time it was reasonable for both players to just set their cards back down and continue playing out the turn.
Yeah, for sure.
So gotta be careful when you're trying to maintain the board state and make sure that all effects resolve completely and properly. So Zephyr putting the tome back into play at the end of the turn, very important there.
Yeah, of course.
It is possible that the effect was resolved incorrectly. That the Zephyr, when they placed the tome back down, that it was still rested, and
Potentially,
that's
yeah,
why
and
he
he
didn't choose to
might
use
have
the effect.
forgotten.
But
Yeah.
the judge was able to clarify that and allowed for the.
Yeah, if they'd forgotten to, put the tome back
Mhm.
into play from banish, then yeah, that would explain why they were confused by that.
So moving into game two,
Yeah, both players with some decent sideboarding to do.
let's see.
I believe. What does
So
Truce have?
Truce on his side, he has actually quite a few things that he can choose to include here. Tithe Proclamation. Um, Actually, maybe not too much. There's
Maybe bring in as another Zephyr or a
yeah.
Displace, because Riley clearly has a lot of removal in his deck, and you want to be
Mm-hmm.
able to save your allies.
Yep. Definitely on Riley's side, we see that he's including the fourth copy of Anger of the Skies in his sideboard. I think that's definitely going to be coming in. All the baubles being played, and so one of those being included in as well. Um, I think maybe another copy of the Disintegrate to just as free removal at that point. But at that
Yeah, once
time,
you get
he'd
to level 3, it is just
yeah.
free. Get rid of your captain or Banner Knight or something
Yep.
important.
But we do know that maybe Truce does have a lot of spot blinks
Yeah.
essentially that will just blanket the effect of the disintegrate.
You also
But
don't want to draw too many Disintegrates when you're level 1 or 2, because that is
yeah,
not what you want to be doing.
yeah, things that it was very interesting with Riley's list. It's a list opting to not play any floating memory, so you don't really have to worry about your graveyard. So things like Nullifying Lantern affect you a lot less, especially when you're playing a fire deck.
Yeah.
It does matter a little bit, I think, when you're resolving Creative Shock, but that's negligible in this case. Both players, yep, presenting the
Yeah.
decks, giving it a cut, and I think we're about to start game two.
Yeah, it feels like Riley's just
Yep.
utilizing all the card draw he can. So Creative Shock, just digging for the cards
Truce
he needs.
opting to go first here in this matchup. Uh, I always have my thoughts on whether I think in this case, if you want to choose to go first or second, it's important to know that since Riley is playing going second, he's very
Oh,
powerful
okay.
start here.
All right, so Gildas out. He's gonna have to. He's gonna probably have to get out like a Grand Crusader ring or something to maintain that balance next turn. But he is a very strong play in
Yep.
turn 1.
Realizing that Riley's probably not playing too many allies to fight back into this Gildas, hoping that maybe we dodge a removal spell this turn. There's not much on. Riley is not playing the Focus Flames or anything, so Gildas will be able to survive. Has that 3 health, so a lot of the 2 points of damage are not going to be available here.
Oh,
That increasing danger.
Actually, kind of helping Truce here, like maintain the balance off of Gildas. It's
Yep, a
gonna make
little
it
bit.
easier.
Yeah. I wonder if it maybe threw off any of Truce's potential math that he was. Gildas math is always interesting,
Oh
right?
yes.
So
Maybe.
it really is dependent on what cards Truce has available in their hand at the moment. So Great Crusader's Ring being what he opts to get, I think that just makes sense. If it helps just fix the numbers here, but we take a look at his hand. There's Windrider Vanguard. We see the swirls. We see, I think so. The options of fixing the balance here wasn't too much of an issue.
No, I guess not.
Windrider Vanguard coming down. And I believe there's multiple squirrels in hand.
Yep. So balanced Gildas coming in for 4 damage. Oh, looks like they've forgotten to fix the life totals to reset it back.
Both players taking care of that now.
There we go.
Yeah, Riley,
At 4.
yeah. Riley also taking care of Truce's life total there as well. So 7 points of damage already being dealt to Riley. We'll see. I think
definitely the start you want from Truce here.
Hmm.
Putting the pressure on
Looks like the
fast.
judge is saying something to Truce. It's a bit of a conversation being had here.
All right,
All right,
no issues, I
no
suppose.
issues. Yeah. So level 1 right, leveling up. Let's see if Truce is able to ban an arcane card if he started with one. So that's a disposition gone, and all important for Truce to get another arcane card into the banish. Looks like there's some thoughts here on what to do pre-recollection.
Yeah, definitely worth. If you have a creative shock, it's very nice being able to level up, get that class bonus, and then just
Yep, Crater Shock
ping
coming
something.
down. Let's see. Should have a fire card too. He's playing so many fire cards that it's unlikely that he'd whiff here, but
Yeah,
yep,
increasing
danger
danger.
being
You
pitched.
don't want that in your hand anymore. I think that's beyond that point.
Let's see where the 2
Oh, it goes
damage.
for face.
Oh, interesting. Opting to not remove the Swift Recruit or dealing 2 damage to one of the 3 health allies, but there's not
Giving Truce
much.
some floating memory is definitely a consideration here.
Yep.
You don't really want him to be able to level up for free, essentially.
Yep.
But yeah, he's going to have to deal with this board eventually because those allies are still dealing damage.
I think Riley passing the turn back to Truce here, but maybe there's some more um, actions to be activated at fast speed. We'll see what he has cooking and available. I think taking a look at the answers that Riley has present in his main list, there's only the Creative Shock and Fireballs available to him. He's not playing Sparkle Lights from what it looks like here, and opted to play a very I must level as fast as possible to level 3 type list.
Yeah. But he's not really going to have much of a chance because as fast as possible might not be fast enough.
Yeah, at this point, Truce's hand is looking quite scary. There's like many ways to fix the balance the way that he wants, and once those Wind Rider Vanguards come down, it's just more damage being able to be pushed in this turn, right? So Wind Rider Vanguard coming down. I believe I see quite a few squirrels. Yep. Squirrels coming in there, helping to get the balance for the turn.
Yeah,
So another
balanced.
4 damage coming in from Gildas. Quite a key unique ally for the Wind Lorraine deck. Resolute Stand being paid at full cost. I think the goal is that as long as Riley lives to level 2 and has a dungeon guide, gets to level 3, and then all those powerful arcane spells being available to you, then that maybe all she wrote from here.
All things going well. Hopefully he can actually get to level 3 next turn if he has a dungeon guide.
Yep.
So
Grand Crusader's Ring.
that's going to be
another
crucial.
Oh man, another Wind Rider Vanguard coming down. It's a level 2.
I mean, at this point, if Riley has Anger of the Skies in hand, he's going to be laughing.
Another 2 arcane cards being banished.
Spell Shield, Arcane, and Arcane Sight gone.
Creator Shock activated pre-recollection here, I believe. See, drawing 2, discarding 1. Let's see what gets discarded here.
Just a Voltic Sphere. I mean, that's a good one to have in your graveyard, as you can banish it to reduce the cost of an arcane spell.
Yep. Draw per turn. At the important 3 enlightenment counters already, so drawing another card off. Just using those right away. We'll see if Riley has that dungeon guide here. If not, this is a quite a difficult turn to play against if you don't have any defensive options available to you. So 3 cards being set down. I think that means a potential dungeon guide being played. Oh no, 4. Peaceful Reunion.
Peaceful. Yep, that's going to hold off the wall of allies. Coming, hoping to get in there for that last point. But
Yep. There is no limited board space on Grand Archive, so I mean, Truce can just continue to build out his board from here. However,
I mean, at this point, do you even need to?
Yeah. At this point, it's really more all on Truce to just hopefully draw any Banner Knights, any Phalanx Captains to apply more of that pressure. But looks like they're not going to be able to. Weaponsmith coming down, maybe getting some extra durability counters on the Sword of Seeking. Kind of realizing probably that Riley's list is not playing many board wipes like Purge and Flames or the
Not as many
yeah
anyway. He hasn't seen any so far, but
yeah
not he. Oh, but surely he has looked at the deck lists because they
yeah
are public.
yeah
Perhaps
that is
he,
true. That is true.
perhaps he remembers. Perhaps he didn't quite. He's not counting on those Anger the Skies coming out just yet.
Yep. Let's see if Riley may just choose to level up to level 3, just getting rid of those cards he set down earlier. Oh, but Dungeon Guide
No,
being used instead. Um, Interesting choice.
which is it's nice.
Ooh,
Oh,
oh,
Anger the Skies
Anger of the Skies being
gets
hit, but I don't
banished.
think he would have set that down if he had an extra.
Yeah, that's true.
If he didn't have an extra copy already. So
I guess that's more of a scary thing for Truce then. He's like,
yeah.
oh no, Anger's gone. I guess you don't need two Angers.
Oh, another peaceful reunion coming down. Um, it is actually not a spell, so it doesn't give Riley here a enlightenment counter, but
Well, it's a cleric.
yeah,
It's a
is it?
cleric action, so that's why you don't get the night counter.
Yeah, yeah. We'll see. We'll see.
Well,
The Lord of Seeking coming out. I mean, there's not much. The Peaceful Reunion
well,
kind of
Tithe,
blanketing.
Tithe Proclamation's out
Yeah.
now as well, so that's going to be a bit annoying for Riley.
Yep. It's gonna stop some of his spells on his turn, but he is still able to draw on Truce's turn. Using those alignment counters, using just some good play. But it's gonna turn
Just
off
got to
his.
space it out a little bit more.
Yeah, it's gonna make things a little bit difficult for Riley to navigate here.
As we saw last game, Riley had to draw an immense amount of cards in order to find the kill turn.
Yep.
So
Grand
the
Crusader's
delay
Ring
there will be good.
coming down.
So second draw for the
Yep.
turn.
I think all Riley is really hoping for, honestly, is to just be able to wipe the board here.
Oh, there's the
Drop
draw
a
for
turn.
turn. No
Nope.
actions in recollection.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Oh,
we see
there is-
it.
there
Yeah,
is the
they're
anger.
finally able to get a peek at his hand. Quite a few
think-
arcane
I
spells
think
in
there's
hand.
a third peaceful in there as well.
Yeah. I think that arcane blast is. Or
Disintegrate.
there's a disintegrate. I think I spot an arcane sight, and I want to say
Is that
that's
a
an arcane
Voltic?
blast.
I think it's a Voltic sphere, maybe,
Yeah.
or an erratic bolt. So yeah, not too much damage in hand at the moment. He's
Mhm.
still digging, but
Mhm.
if this Anger the Skies works, then
Yeah.
and Truce is not going to have
Oh,
a
yep.
fun time.
Voltaic Sphere being banished to help pay for the cost of an arcane spell. For another Voltaic Sphere. Voltaic
So
Sphere,
that would be
Voltaic Sphere.
5 damage to target ally.
Yeah. I believe he is waiting for the
I think he was.
trying to see if Truce will commit more resources to keep his allies alive
Yeah,
before
that
using
probably
the
was a
arcane
bait, yeah.
the Anger of the Skies. So
Truce did not take the bait, however, he does have a Zephyr in hand. But no reason, I suppose, to keep that Gildas around if he can't balance it.
yeah. Either way, it is a losing position for Truce once that Anger of the Skies hits the board and wipes out everything. Another Peaceful Reunion
Alright.
being played instead. Just another way to blanket the turn for Truce. This is not really what he wants to see. Rye only has 9 damage counters on him at this point. Riley is looking pretty happy. Like we saw the hand, it was pretty powerful. That
Pretty
Tithe
stacked.
Proclamation is setting him back a little bit from being able to draw, but looks like we're able to play this like sort of slow game right now, and we're seeing the power of Peaceful Reunion in a deck that only cares about attacking with allies and your champion. So
It is interesting that Riley is choosing to just dump all of his Peaceful Reunions. I think he's played all of them at this point instead of just playing Anger the Skies and wiping the board right now. I don't know if he's just waiting, seeing if Truce just loads more allies onto the board.
Yep.
Maybe he can get some more value.
I think it's all about trying to get full value out of the Anger of the Skies and whittling down the Wind players' resources since they're not committing any cards from memory to be banished and using it to level up. Essentially, the hand from Truce is looking still pretty healthy. You got to time it right and make him commit as much as possible here. And Dungeon Guide being brought back to memory. I mean, that's
Riley's kind of like, oh yeah, sweet,
yeah,
I get another resource.
that's kind of an interesting choice here, but it is a little bit frustrating when your turn is essentially getting skipped at this point. But Dream Fairy sending back the Dungeon Guide, giving Truce back another resource. Oh, and the Terrafring coming down. That's gonna make another. I mean, if Truce is unable to clear this board, it is gonna make attacking pretty awkward for Truce
Looks like
here.
Riley drew an Incendiary Fractal for turn.
Yeah,
Still not finding that massive damage action that he's hoping for.
yeah. Truce checking how many peaceful reunions have been used, and he does remember how many that Riley must be playing at this point. Um,
Well, the pistols have been used, and now it's time for the Resolute Stands and the Anger of the Skies. It's their turn now.
I think the Anger of the Skies is hitting the board this turn. I think Truce is happy, or Riley is happy with how many cards Truce has committed, and this is going to be very brutal for the board of Wind Lorraine.
Actually, quite brutal how Truce last turn returned Riley's Dungeon Guide to hand, saving it from Riley's own Anger of the Skies.
Yeah, but it's not going to be doing too much here. I think there's Truce is just deciding maybe I should just save one of my allies.
He can Zephyr. I suppose you would just save the Windrider Vanguard at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But one lone Windrider Vanguard isn't going to be enough to deal that 14 damage remaining.
Yeah, all those allies.
Choosing not to save anything at this point.
At that point, you're just committing, a Zephyr to maybe save
a larger thing.
Yeah, just one of the weenies essentially. None of those allies were particularly extremely powerful. When you have a bunch of them on board, they do get really annoying to deal with. That's for sure. So, see when he opts to grab this turn, there's not too much. The Poison Coated Oil will help push for damage since Truce is playing a few of those stealth allies.
This game has gone quite a few turns now with all those peaceful reunions. Truce is actually running out of material deck at this point, or useful cards in there.
And if our timer is correct, the clock is ticking down quite fast here, working in Riley's favor since he did take game one.
Yes.
And this is turned out to be quite the grind game here. Gildas coming in for I think 4 damage. I think Truce does have balance active.
I believe they do have a little bit more time just being on the feature match table.
Oh, right. I think we took a little bit of time getting set up.
Yeah, so it should be all good. I believe they have an extra, potentially around 10 minutes.
Right, yeah. One thing to note, both players had to go through deck checks and make sure that everything was in tip-top shape before playing on the feature match today. But not to worry, I think Crystal Empowerment coming down. But Riley has, I believe, plenty of levels to have right now. I think.
Yeah, I've lost track, but I think it's probably around 6 Arcane in the grave at this point.
Yeah, 6, and then that sounds about right because we got 2 from, or 1 from the level 1, 2 from the level 2 level up, and then 2 from the Dungeon Guide, and then plus a Voltaic Sphere that's had been banished. So
level 9.
Yeah,
quite
about
strong.
Level, yeah.
Well, Disintegrate being met by Zephyr, or just
getting rid of the.
Trying to get rid of the Tithe Proclamation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it technically has gotten rid of it.
Yeah.
Because Zephyr means it doesn't come back until the end of turn.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's time for Riley to.
Yep. Still has done its job. Got it off the field for a turn. I think that's all Riley may really even need here. Well, so one thing to know, I guess Riley has committed so many of those turn skip cards and like those defensive cards that he had access to before, but we're still looking at, got to find those kill spells essentially.
Yeah.
The fireballs, the arcane blast, they still need to come out. Disposition coming down here. Let's see if Riley was able to find potential for lethal. That's a sure sign something's coming.
Arcane Blast.
Arcane Blast. Also Truce is at level 1, so one more is gonna seal the game here. Oh, and a fireball. Yep.
Yeah, for 10 damage there.
Off the
13
top.
or something like that. Yep.
Wow.
Basically exactly how Riley drew it up.
Yeah, beautifully played from Riley, and we almost had that hiccup at the game 1 where unsure if that Tome of Sacred Lightning was supposed to be coming in rested or unrested, but the crucial draw of finding that resolute
That
stand,
crucial final draw.
yeah, that was brutal. Yeah, Truce was like that was an insane game.
Not much you could do there. Just
Yeah,
an endless parade of peaceful reunions.
yeah, you know, Peaceful Reunion kind of fallen out of favor since yeah, when you're playing against the Wind Moraine deck, it looks like such a fantastic card, but we were talking about playing against Fire Merlins who also are just stacking up level counters and then going to Fireball you as well. So
Yeah,
it's like um, a lot of um,
it's definitely at its best in this type of matchup, which
yeah,
incidentally is quite a lot of the metagame.
yeah, a really great showcase of the Ride deck. Um, yeah, Peaceful Reunion has come out to be a little running around a little bit rampant today. So we'll see how
Yeah, well,
Riley does in the upcoming rounds and if he's able to make it to the top 8 cut today. But
yeah, well, Riley in a good spot to make it with being 6-1 now.
six
He
and one,
can he can drop he can certainly drop a game and still make it. So
yeah. Yep.
if he continues his luck, maybe he can win one more.
Yep.
If we take a quick, we don't have updated standings, but after day one, see, especially with Riley getting up there into the top tables.
Yep. We have actually two Arcane Ride players in the top 8 cut right now, or in the top 8 standings
Yeah,
right
top
now.
eight of the
So
standings.
definitely excited to see how the rest of these players do stay.
Both Fire Eyes playing against Wind Lorraine, I believe, as well.
Yeah,
So
and I may have missed this earlier, but did you get a chance to talk about the conversion rate of water into day 2? That's
uh,
pretty exciting.
yes, well, yeah, six. I did mention it, but yeah,
Right.
6 out of 6 Water Lorraine decks made it to
Yeah,
top 32.
yeah. That's
It's actually an impressive and crazy
yeah.
record.
One I think Fire Agroxander also snuck into the top 32 today,
Yeah,
so we'll see how they do as well.
we'll
A
see
lot of
how they do.
interesting decks being brought out. We can see both Capen and Isaac are rocking those water Lorraine decks that we've been looking at, and uh, they were chatting with me a bit earlier, and they're just wanting to show everybody that water is powerful and that it's here to compete, and they're going to show all these wind and fire decks what's water all
Yeah,
about.
yeah. Too many Grand Archive players marrying themselves to fire, just going fire strong. Nothing else
Yeah,
is
yeah.
strong. So,
Uh,
but every element here, I mean, top. Looking at the top 8 bracket, even it's pretty much dead even.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have some, see most of these players play today, and uh, at any chance that we're not actually here at the caster station, where you know I've been eyeing some of the matches, and there's some really really great players here today. They're all on top of their game, so let's see. Really excited to see how the rest of the day plays out.
All right. Well, we'll take a quick break here. The next round should be in the next 20 minutes. Don't go away.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Alright, welcome back players to round 8 of Ascent Auckland, and we have hopefully a grindy and interesting interactive matchup for you. We have Water Lorraine allies versus Wind Lorraine allies. Two similar decks, but both hoping to grind each other out, gain advantage on the board, and both players vying for a place in the top 8. Both players at 5 wins, a loss, and a draw. Hopefully they can pull. One of them is going to pull the win out. Potentially tournament-ending loss during this match. It's going to be very tight getting into top 8 with 5 wins, 2 losses, and a draw. So Ivan going first, he opts to choose to play just a Kohazi Trapper. Not a bad first play, can really negate a lot of aggression and tempo from Uyang's side. So what will Uyang choose to play here? It looks like his hand has a lot of good cards in it. You've got the Banner Knight, you've got the Phalanx Captain, both cards that really can be trump cards in a grindy board state where you're trying to overpower your opponent. It looks like he's probably going to be able to deploy maybe a Windrider Vanguard. He's putting down 4 here. So he's going to play two cost things, potentially. It looks like he might be hoping to hold up that favourable wins he has in hand. Okay, so Banner Knight comes down, and just a pass. No real point in attacking. Oh no, he's not passing. Thought he had gestured to pass. No, he is playing Weaponsmith also. It looks like he is going to attack, just both at face. Kohazi Trapper not being activated right now is not worth losing that preparation counter just to gain 1 life. So now back to Ivan's turn, and we can see there he is playing Water Ally Beatdown, but he is still playing, as we've seen from day 1, the Lorraine at level 3 in order to gain extra damage from his Scepter. But just opting to go with Grand Crusader's Ring here. Looks like he's probably hoping to be able to deploy 2 3-cost allies here, which should be quite effective, but won't be able to clear all of the stuff on board from Uyang's side, potentially. Kohazi Trapper not really getting in on the action just yet. I imagine that card's going to stay awake for the majority of this game until that preparation counter is used. So I spoke too soon because Kohazi Trapper getting in the fray to try and clear that Weaponsmith or Banner Knight, which I believe it was a Weaponsmith. Alright, and then Snow Fairy coming down, locking down the Banner Knight and finishing off the Weaponsmith. So Uyang trying to save his board, but too many tricks from the water side. And that is quite a devastating tempo gain from Ivan here. And that Snow Fairy is going to be quite hard to get rid of here. That Banner Knight's going to be locked down for a long time. Uyang just deciding what to materialize here. I mean, if his hand's not looking too great, if he needs a few more resources, he might go for a Bauble or a Grand Crusader's Ring. I don't think it's quite time to level up just yet. Yeah, so we're going with the Bauble. Just got to find those extra resources. If he has enough cards in hand right now, I believe he has 7. Yeah, there we go. So we can see a Squirrel, so we can see a Dream Fairy, the Captain, another Wind Rider, Vanguard, Deflecting Edge, one of the draws for turn. Pretty solid draw here. He's going to probably want to hold that up potentially, so he should be able to deploy one of his 3-cost cards. Yeah, it seems like that's his current thought at the moment. Will he be Dream Fairying this? Yeah, if he Dream Fairies the Snow Fairy, that's quite a clean answer and lets his Banner Knight wake up. Young definitely very seriously contemplating playing that Dream Fairy. It looks like he's going for it. I imagine he would target the Snow Fairy in this situation. Yeah, he really needs that Banner Knight to be awake. Bit of indecision here. Oh, Young really doubting his place here. It is important to get your lines as clean as possible because one misstep in this matchup can certainly result. Oh, okay, so he's deciding to clear the lurking instead, which is a fair enough play. You can Dream Fairy the Snow Fairy. There's no rush to do that this turn. And it does remove quite a lot of damage from Ivan's board.
Alright, players in the constructive side event, sorry, we are having a couple of Omnidex issues, so we are getting them resolved. It's probably going to be about another 10
So with Ivan here, he just needs to start deploying more stuff onto the board. I feel like he could be contemplating materializing his level 1 Lorraine. Or just another bauble. Okay, so he just wants more cards. Reason to potentially go up to level 1 is that you get your swords out, you can get a bit more damage through. Just gives you a little bit more potential to clear the board. But if you have enough allies in hand, especially with that many cards in hand, I believe he'd probably have 7 or 8 at the moment. He should be able to deploy 2 allies right now and potentially clear this entire board. I mean, Banner Knight will stay in play, but it's being locked down by that Dream Fairy. To be honest, I almost missed that Hazi Trapper was still there because he's kind of arranged his board a little bit haphazardly here. Right, deploying another Lurking Assailant here. Ivan with more than enough power on board to clear Ouyang's, depending on what Ouyang has in hand. Of course, Wind being very tricky. Can have something to say about that.
Alrighty.
Oh, Alan's back.
All
Welcome,
right.
Alan.
We had a few technical difficulties that I was able to assist with, but I'm back. Have I missed anything interesting so far?
Yes, well, as you see, it's a Wind versus Water Allies matchup, and both players, as usual, are trying to control each other's boards. It's very much back and forth still at this point.
Let's see. Hazi Trapper on the field, Snow Fairy. What's the Snow Fairy locking down? Is it the Banner Knight?
It's the Banner Knight, yeah. So
okay.
Banner Knight got played at turn 1 and then immediately Snow Fairied.
Awesome. Yeah, interesting. Okay. So
Ouyang tries to save his board, but the Frostbind just completely negates that plan. I mean, literally negates it.
Mm-hmm. Grand Crusader's Ring coming out for Ouyang's materialization phase here. Dream Fairy in hand. I mean, that's something that could answer the Snow Fairy.
Yes, that was a line he was considering last turn. But I mean, he decided he needed to clear some of the larger allies on the board before getting rid of it. But I mean, Ivan's just redeploying straight away. It's quite rough at the moment. Double Phalanx Captain in hand, and double Swift Recruit, and a Squirrel.
Interesting that the Banner Knight had come down so early, but I guess at that point, um, all you have to do is reach level 1, maybe get a Crystal Empowerment on the field. Both players still sitting at their uh, level 0 spirits here. Say
Yep.
spirit,
It's just
spirit
been
v
a
spirit matchup.
bunch
right
of
now.
baubles, and spirits.
Yeah.
Sticking around. No one's attacking spirits at this point of the game.
The Lurking Assailant is what is being chosen to get bounced back by Dream Fairy here. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Young is also marking with the dice what is in his hand and what is.
Oh, thanks for that,
yeah,
That's
yeah,
helpful
pretty
for us.
nice, yeah. There was a bit of a conversation yesterday that some players were mixing up their memory and hand a little too often. You got to be very careful when you're playing. So I think no mistakes are going to be happening today. From hopefully.
Yeah.
But
The judges are definitely onto it today. Keeping
Interesting.
an eye on things.
Terrafring is
Yeah.
what comes out.
Can be
for Ivan here.
pretty good to ensure, especially with Uyang being fairly low on cards at the moment, like considering this is still somewhat early game or mid game.
Yeah. Kind of
You can't-
protecting is choosing to protect his board next turn. I think. Oh, Frostborn Paladin coming down. I don't believe there's any floating memory for it to get its effect, but still, just a nice body in the water deck.
It is really just busted when you get this Water Allies deck and you just get to play this 3/4 draw card.
Yeah, that is a very well set ally once it gets a floating memory under it. But right now it's just a 2/3, so a little bit not as great as
Okay.
the Windrider Vanguard.
So Ivan choosing to clear off the Banner Knight, even though it is still being locked down by the Snow Fairy.
Another Trapper coming down to lock down the any attacks that could come from Uyang's side here.
It's going to make the math very difficult for Uyang to clear any
Yeah.
of these allies.
Trapper has become a kind of slept on ally, but I think more and more people are adopting it now. The Water Allies list has become is popping up. It's negates essentially 3 damage and is pretty nice whenever you're trying to protect your allies and your board here.
Yeah, I feel like when it got spoiled, you kind of get thrown off by the fact it's water and assassin class, but and it has to do with preparation counters, which is also an assassin thing. But it can be played in any class. You don't even have to have a class like Spirit.
Seems there's a bit of a situation right now.
Maybe a bit of a question, maybe on the timings of Terrafring. But yeah, the judges are having just a quick discussion about the match. So it feels like Ivan is definitely on the front foot in this match at the moment, especially with Uyang having only one ally on the board at the moment, and not a particularly big one at this point either.
Oh, maybe it was more of an issue of a card being missing from the material deck. Essentially, I think I saw he grabbed a card, his deck box from the camera, but the judges were maybe allowing for this to be fixed. It was still just sitting in the deck box.
It was in his deck box, yeah. Instead of if it's in the material deck in the main deck in his deck list, then it should be on the table as part of his material deck. But
these players, since they're on the feature match, it is also they should have been getting a deck check before. So this could be something. So the judges are going to verify that if the card was in the main board and not in the side here. So the judges are confirming the material deck contents, and
and especially in the interests of the integrity of the game, we don't want especially for a feature match table, we don't want the game to be come down to your deck had an error, especially when it's this easily remedied.
Also, important thing to note is the judges are handling the players' decks as they do the deck checks. they do not always get returned the exact same way. So, muscle memory, you're grabbing what you think is in the correct spots, but the judges may place it differently. So,
Exactly.
I think the situation has been resolved, and we're just going to continue the game as normal from here. They may need to escalate to the head judge for another clarification. I think it seems like the table judge is escalating to the head judge to get confirmation
Yeah,
that the
so
situation's okay. But
so as this may end up becoming a bit of a lengthy judge call, we might as well do a bit of chatting about some of what's on the line for these players, or are they continuing? Are they continuing? I was about to cut to a graphic, but it looks like they are actually playing.
looks like
All right. It
let's
does
see,
look
let's
like
see.
they
It
are
looks
playing.
like yeah. Look, the attack's coming in from the Dream Fairy.
Okay, just some judge discussion happening in the background, but the game is still continuing.
Okay. All good. All good. We can
Okay.
get to that exciting stuff later. Squirrel's coming down. I believe Ivan is holding the card advantage at this moment in time. Terrafring wasn't used on this turn. Ascent Protector getting back the Squirrel after it got in for its little chip damage, and the Ascent Protector is coming down, attacking the Trapper. Trapper effect being
Trapper saving itself.
you know,
I
I believe
believe there should be one less counter now on that spirit.
to ensure that
The judge, the judges wouldn't be able to catch it because they're obviously away
yeah,
sorting out this deck list issue.
this won't be too much of an issue. I think the Trapper effect was definitely used
there we go.
There we go.
Good one.
And then this dice was removed. So
Yang's onto it. He's the judge celebrity of the stream.
still keeping an eye on things and making sure that the game state is clearly represented here. But I think both players are aware that the effect was used and the cost had to be appropriately paid for. So, Sword of Seeking coming out for the for Ivan here. A lot of players opting to get that instead of like the ornamental greatsword and getting that +1 damage that turn, but
Yeah,
it's not
especially
too important.
in a game that's gonna. I mean, this is gonna be a long game. Let's be honest.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long one for sure. Um, at this point, we're in the mid-game stage, and both players are just barely reaching their level ones at this point. The Scepter Lumina hasn't gone materialized from Ivan. I think
No, not yet. But it's potentially just more important to get that extra board clearing state, and the extra 4 damage to face is really not super relevant in this. In this situation.
Mm-hmm. Unsure if
extra
actually
damage.
Ivan plays it. I did not actually get a chance to take a look at his list, and we do not have his list
True,
handy
we
at the moment.
forgot to get those, but that's all right. I'm pretty sure he has it in his deck.
We'll see. So, attacks coming in from Lorraine, clearing the squirrel, using the counter on the Sword of Seeking, so that should be at 1. I think both players should be aware that that needs to be represented, but Lurking Assailant coming down, a popular ally that's now being included in all the Wind ally decks. It's a very nice ally to have, having that initial stealth to get buffed by the poison coating oil that I've seen people include. Oh, Inspiring
Now we
Call.
see why Ivan chose to level up this turn to make use of that Inspiring Call.
Yep. And this is nice. The whole board is going to get cleared on Young's side. I think in this case, the Water wants to kind of control the board a bit more, and I think same goes for Wind, though. I mean, they just want to try to clear all the allies possible, and whoever has the most allies remaining wins, essentially. But we'll see if there's any responses from Young's side.
Yeah, that is pretty big. Getting rid of that Ascent Protector is a very chonky ally, and now we see damage to face finally, and that signifies that Ivan is certainly in control of this board.
Mm-hmm.
Even getting in there with the Korhazi Trapper. I mean, why not? It's got the buff from Inspiring Call.
Yep, just pushing in for max damage with all the allies that got buffed up this turn. Going to be interesting to see what Uyong chooses to get here. I think he is probably considering maybe getting to level 1.
I wonder if considering that Uyong has. Yeah, I mean, I think Ivan might actually crack Terrafring this turn, especially depending on like, especially now that Uyang's got out level 1 Lorraine, he was clearly, and Ornamental Greatsword, he clearly wanted to attack this turn.
Yeah.
And now it's going to cost him.
Yeah, it's that Terrafring is something you have to expect, but Ivan doesn't, or Uyan doesn't have to need to make too many attacks. It's probably just trying to hope to clear some of the allies, especially while the Lurking Assailant is not doesn't have its stealth available, and also while the Korhazi Trapper is down, so just taking a opportunity to clear the board while it's possible. Yeah, I mean, definitely going to see
the Terrafring just ensuring that,
yeah,
no way Uyang could develop a board any more than that this turn.
Mm-hmm.
Both players do have a similar influence though, so potentially once Uyang does manage to develop some more allies, he could start overwhelming Ivan a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Scepter of Lumina coming down. Just hard paying for the cost. Very, very, very potent card still in this matchup. It's going to help deal like more direct damage. Something Water does have trouble with is just pushing for the final bits of damage. But
yeah, Water doesn't have much attack damage on their allies, as we can see. A lot of one attack guys here.
Yeah. Would be interesting to see if Ivan is playing any sort of Crux package to utilize at level 3 once you're, since you're going to be choosing to level up more often with your Scepter Luna, because you want to do that damage, right? So the interesting thing here is can't get too much of a glimpse at his hand, but interesting to see what he's going to opt to do. Gildas coming down, popular ally for the must include ally for most of the ally based decks right now. Coming in for 4 damage. Actually, no, balance isn't even active, right? He has 1 card in hand and 3 in memory, so it's
he's not gonna. He might be able to balance it next turn.
Yeah.
At the moment, I mean, well, it's gonna probably stick around considering Korhazi Trapper is up and ready.
Yeah, it is definitely one of those high value scary targets that if this thing lives, it's going to do way too much damage to me, and I don't want that to be happening. Both of these players probably only going to be playing at the level 1 life totals, and maybe Ivan is threatening a level 2. We know Uyang does not have level 2 available for him.
No, it's not on the stage. Okay, so trying to finish off the Gildas.
It looks like the Korhazi effect was used. What happened with the...
I think damage, the Dream Fairy and the Swift Recruit hit, and now that 3rd point of damage is coming through, Ivan's choosing to reduce that to 0. Yeah. But Uyang has a 3rd ally to finish off the Gildas.
Pretty even situation.
Yeah.
The Gildas, if it had stuck around, it may have gotten enough value for Ivan, to help push for more of that damage. But, it was a bit of a risk. That it's gonna be had to take.
Yeah, I mean, both players very low-powered allies. Like they're not going to be able to clear more than one.
The Swift Recruits are pretty interesting because they're really at this point just 1/2 interceptors. We know that based on what we saw in Uyang's material deck, that he's not playing the level 2 Lorraine, so there's no need to worry about really just leveling up for a free here from Ivan's side at least. Doing some quick math, seeing what he's going to do per turn. Yep, going to level 2, doing that additional 4 damage, and also getting Lorraine's effect to +2 attack.
On kill draw is probably going to be pretty useful here.
Yep, probably. Usually pretty good. No cards left from Uyang. I think all his cards are in his memory at this point, and Korhazi Trapper coming in, more damage. I think he's just pushing for game.
He's gone for game. Yeah. Oh, he can't play that because he has no. Alright, there we go. He still had a seeking shot to push that final 2 points of damage that he needed.
Yeah.
Ivan just briefly forgetting he could not play the lurking just because of the Dream Theory.
Yep. Well, this is the first time we actually don't have the deck list, so we won't be able to see or remember what the sideboard options are. We'll try to get those for next time, but quite. I think
I imagine
typically the Water Lorraine decks are kind of favored against this Wind Ally list.
Yeah, I imagine it is mainly just a quick rearrangement of the material decks, especially getting rid of the baubles that aren't good in this matchup.
Yeah.
They'll be main decking all 3 baubles, so clear out a couple of those. They might be playing. I mean, Ivan will definitely be playing Nullifying Lantern, which is also useless in this matchup. So hopefully he has a large amount of material deck cards to board back in.
Interesting to see what is going to be added in. I mean, another popular tech option has been smoke bombs, poison coated oil, something that usually just remains in the sideboard until people are just. You don't ever really utilize your entire material deck in most games, but so those baubles end up always becoming just dead weight at some point if you're playing all 3.
Exactly. So it seems like that's what he's boarding out. So we're looking to see. I mean, we've already gone through almost half of the round time here. Wind Lorraine and Water Lorraine matchups are always very grindy.
Yep. Still ample time right now, though. 30 minutes left in the round for these players. I think they're playing at ample space, and also,
and the judge call kind of did eat up a bit of time as well.
Yeah, I'm sure they must have gotten an extension for that as well, but it should be all right. We're taking a look. We do see Lunette and Ivan's deck here. So there's a difference in like some of the lists that we've seen in the Water Allies. They're either including Lunette, playing Gildas, or some people aren't even including Lunette at all.
Yeah.
It is a bit of a high risk, high reward tactic because if you don't open it, you're playing. Lunette is not very great in the later stages of the game, but once you open it, it is a very potent card for sure.
Exactly. So we'll see. I'm not quite sure which way Ouyang decided to go first or second. I feel like he would choose to go second at this point, considering it is a board control game.
It also would help him push for that earlier damage. It doesn't really matter if he... Materialization actually does not matter too much for Ouyang, so he wouldn't mind going second here, but it'll be interesting to see what he chooses. Ivan is playing the Scepter of Lumina, and we saw in that case, it did help reach for that final few points of damage that he needed to close out the game, especially in the case where Ouyang was forced to tap out to use all his Swift Recruits to get rid of Gildas, essentially.
Yeah, not too much in the way of Wind's usual trickery here, so maybe in this game we'll see a bit more of that.
A bit of a clunky hand from what it looks like.
Oh, to attune the Winds, and it's not great.
Baronite hitting the board first, and then a Swift Recruit. Interesting for me to see that Baronite being played early, but still in this case it's just a 1/3 ally. Not playing the level 2 means that at some point it's just a Crystal of Empowerment activation to buff the rest of the team essentially.
Right. And I assume Ouyang's going to have... I mean, he's got plenty of cards to... He wants to go wide in this, especially I think we saw Inspiring Call was in there and Attune the Winds. If he can manage to keep this board stay alive and Attune the Winds, then he's going to have a strong advantage.
Yeah, that's a card that you got to definitely respect. Some of the Wind Ally players are playing Attune with the Winds. Lurking Assailant coming down. I think they're waiting for a response from Ouyang at this point, or he's taking a look at his influence, but there's not much that he can really play with just one card in hand. Maybe thinking about looks like the turn was already passed. Sorry, bit of confusion there.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, I'm just wrong.
Ouyang's he's just like 3 turns ahead. He's like, okay, I'm going to materialize this and then that. That's sweet.
Yeah.
But yeah, it does look like Swift Recruit is cleared. And Ivan maybe a little bit like, not sure if I wanted to give him floating memory, but
yeah, I think we will definitely take the opportunity, probably utilize that Swift Recruit right away. But I'm interested to see,
how Ivan left one Lurking Assailant awake so that he can potentially do some retaliation.
Yeah, that Banner Knight is not too threatening when it's just by itself, though. It definitely needs some backup. This Pokemon's been put to the top of the material deck for Uyong, at least when he puts it up. So very curious to see what he may choose to grab.
He could potentially want to go to level 1 just so he can turn on that Inspiring Call, draw another card into memory. Because as his hand is, it is kind of a bit clunky at the moment. He does have a Dream Fairy, which could be quite a strong play considering the Lurking Assailant was left back. If you just put that into memory, then Ivan essentially wasted his Lurking Assailant.
So we will see the Swift Crude be used as floating memory here. Dream Fairy in the hand. Uh, so I think what's going to happen, he's going to Dream Fairy, bounce back the other Lurking Assailant, get rid of the one that doesn't have stealth at the moment. Um, and that's probably going to be it for his turn. His hand, um, since he opted to get the level 1, he doesn't get any sort of draw from the Bauble or from Grand Crusader's Ring. It's a, taking the opportunity to get the sort of Seeking active, but he will not have the extra cards this turn to really catch up or get ahead in any sort of advantage here.
And this is so powerful here. Inspiring Call giving the team +1 attack, clearing off the second Lurking Assailant. And now Uyong has the board fully to himself. Ivan cannot play the Lurking Assailant in hand. He's going to have to find some other thing to deploy to start to bring this board back. And if he can't, Uyong's got those double Attune the Winds in hand to just make his board massive.
Yep. Grand Crusader's Ring is the choice for Ivan this turn. Another instance where the judge is checking something as well. Stillwater Patrol. Actually, I don't think this is a commonly included ally, but it is pretty well statted for the Water Allies deck. And if you're worried about those, pesky fairies, this is the perfect answer to it. I wonder if this was a sideboard option for Ivan, but I haven't seen it included in many main boards today.
Definitely an older include.
Yeah.
It's something that when Water Allies and set to first got printed in the set, the true sight is very important for Dream Fairies.
Mm-hmm. And True Sight is something that the Water Lorraine deck actually still struggles to have. If you're not including that, like Water itself does not have many answers. Wind has its own shenanigans with its bounce effects, but Water does not have too much. So once your ally goes back to your hand, it's really just fodder at that point.
Right. Judge call was apparently to get some water, so it's important to stay hydrated in your matches.
All good. I think Harzi Trapper coming down. It's been kind of an all-star this event, and then definitely putting in a lot of work. It also has a nice stat line, the 1/3 body with its really nice effect to just negate some damage.
It's just very sticky.
Yeah,
it's making things very hard to clear. Is that an ace in? Yeah, it is an ace in Protector in hand and Squirrel. So there's the combo.
Yeah. See if he forces the effect.
Forces the effect, but little does he know that Uyong has the Protector to get his squirrels back, redeploy it, and finish off the Trapper.
Yep, and he has another Squirrel in hand. I think that we're going to see that Squirrel also come down, clear the Trapper, clear the Stillwater Patrol. If Ivan does not have any solid answers to this, then Uyong still has the ability to go wide with that Attune with the Winds he's still holding on to.
Yeah, well, he wants to have all the allies on board for when that Attune comes down.
Yeah.
I feel like if Uyong manages to get those double Attunes out, then he's just going to run away with this game.
Yep. That one resolving isn't too bad. 2 resolving is that's GG, as I like to say. Oh, we're getting up here for a brief moment to clarify something with the judge.
Just conferring with the judge, yeah. quite nice for the players. They have a judge immediately to the side of them, just to take anything they need.
Yeah.
Any questions? Just ask.
Yeah. Not too sure what that was happening there, but Wind Resonance Bobble for Ivan. He's going to get an extra card here. You know, it's so fun to see that most of these decks are just staying at the level 0 spirit for most of the time. I think there's not too many class bonus things that Ivan really particularly cares about. In the Water Ally deck, you get a chance to develop your staff first and then run with the game from there.
He's going to have to start leveling up soon if he's facing down this board and he can't clear it, then he's going to be taking some damage.
Draw for the Wind Resonance Bobble. There's no. I think I saw a Frostborn Paladin in Ivan's hand. There's no current floating memory in the graveyard for him to use, but we'll see if that changes this turn. If there's anything that Ivan may choose to do, but I think he's going to try to clear the board the best that he can.
He should be able to play a couple of allies here. He does have quite a lot of cards in hand after all that baubles draw.
Let's see what is only one card in hand for Uyun as well, but
so not much you can do probably to stop Ivan from getting rid of as much as he can.
He's making sure that Ivan is making sure that he's going to be clearly represent what card he wants to play and how he's going to pay for it, thinking about if he actually wants to play that card or not. But I think he's be done here, the judge, making sure that it's clear what's going on and that card is not in the memory right now. So making Ivan take that back to hand, making sure that the game stays nice and clear. The lines here are a bit tough. Yeah, he can't play that. The Dream Fairy is now
Dream
gone.
Fairy's gone, unlocked.
Oh, Lurking Assailant coming back down.
So Ivan should be able
deciding to pay for cost here.
Yeah, it's like, is he considering maybe holding back some cards in hand or maybe just seeing how Uyung reacts to this Lurking Assailant before playing anything else? It is important to play get as much information from your opponent before making any moves you make. Oh, that is not something you see every day. Dungeon guiding up to level 1.
Well, the effect is a May, so he may just opt to not use it and just get the body.
Oh, no, he's gone for it.
I'm wrong. Sorry. Ooh, not one of my favorite plays, and this maybe is a telltale sign that Ivan's hand is a bit weaker than he would like it to be. Banishing 2, Frostborn Paladin, Inspiring Call, two really good cards that I think he could have utilized a little bit better. But gonna level up into Lorraine level 1 here. No Scepter Luna active, so you could even get the 4 damage from that, but sort of probably Ornamental Greatsword, I think. Yep. Yeah. And gonna buff up one of those allies, taking the opportunity while he knows Uyun does not have many cards in hand and cannot respond to much right now. He's probably aware of the fact that he needs to find the best way to clear the board because of those Attune with the Winds, and he definitely does not want to be. At that point, the game's going to be unplayable for him. So.
Definitely some sacrifices made that turn, but I think it does seem like it was worth it. Like Uyung's board is back down to just a single Banner Knight.
Yep.
And now it's on Uyung to return the favor, essentially.
Yep. Squirrels in hand, I think another Banner Knight as well. Gotta be careful, leaving those Banner Knights on board, though. Anytime a Crystal of Empowerment can hit the field, that Banner Knight buffs everything, so a little bit scary still. Very curious to see how Uyung will choose to play out this turn here. I think Ivan is definitely respecting the fact that Attune with the Winds is a very scary card.
I think at this point, Uyung clearly has been trying to get value out of his Attune by having 3 allies in play, but he might at this point just be forced into playing one more ally out and then attuning. Mm-hmm. And it will be quite a sizable board still.
Yeah, Lurking Assailant.
Okay,
Yep.
he's not going to be doing that, obviously. So
Trades being made. Yep. But
trades being made, passing back.
Ivan did have to lose a lot of cards there, and no floated memory still. So I mean, I guess it's not too bad losing this Frostborn Paladin. Inspiring Call would have been nice to help clear some of these bigger bodies that do enter on the field. Because he's playing a lot of one attack allies, 1-2 attack allies. Not too many threes he has access to. Haven't seen any Gildises yet from either player at this point. Um, so
I imagine Uyong's in a good position right now. If he does draw a Gildus, he would be quite easily balancing it. So that would definitely swing the board in his favor by a lot. Whereas Ivan, he has only 5 cards in hand at the moment. Right, here comes a Seeking Shot.
being paid.
So 4 damage if it's targeting a human. So
Lurking
pretty
Assailant
much
is one of
everything.
those, but I don't think there's many. From what I saw, I don't think there's many reactions that Uyong has in hands to this, and
I wonder if he did draw maybe a Zephyr or a Displace at this point, because he did hold 3 cards back in hand.
yeah. Looks like some questions being asked of the judge here. Not sure quite what is unclear. Bit confusing.
I think they're determining, yeah. So Ivan immediately took the durability counter off the Sword of Seeking, but it doesn't actually come off until damage is dealt. So it's still, yeah, and then the Zephyr comes out. So Sword of Seeking does not actually hit, so it stays at 2 counters.
Did not see if that Uyong had the Zephyr in hand. I thought it was the.
I think he must have just drawn it, because he hadn't had that for. I don't think I've seen that either.
Yep. Definitely working in his favor. Now he's actually going to be able to keep another ally on board. Uyong doesn't have too many resources. Could commit more to the board just to get rid of the 1 Banner Knight. So Uyong doesn't at least have 3 allies to work with. But very interesting to see what Ivan is going to choose to do here. We know his hand got hurt quite a bit because he had to choose the dungeon guide for up to still level 1. Trapper coming down, and then hopefully preventing enough damage next turn. But I think we know what's going to happen. Another ally is going to hit the board for Uyong here, and then Attune with the Winds is going to be hitting the.
This is the
graveyard
perfect
soon, so.
time to be playing Attune the Winds.
Wonder, looking at, I think we're still in the materialization step right now. He's debating on, checking his memory, debating on what he wants to play, planning out the turn a little bit more. We've already seen the Water Resonance Bauble and the Grand Crusader's Ring to be used, so there's no burst draw here.
No.
But I think we're definitely still going to see an Attune with the Winds and a Squirrel hit the field at least. I think that's the.
Yeah, it could be quite awkward. It might be quite risky going for a 1-cost materialization here, because you could lose a crucial card that you were planning on playing.
Yeah, I think the biggest risk is that he hits the Squirrel and then only ends up with 2 cards in hand to,
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to play. You would only be able to play 1 card.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, but he's grabbing the smoke bombs, taking the risk. I think he just doesn't want to lose the Squirrel. So
Attune, okay, you're not too.
I think he just needs the 1, so it's okay.
Yeah.
Essentially just cycling a card, but I think the other Attune may have been nice to keep, but he wasn't going to be activating both.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Well, took the risk, and he did not get worst case scenario in that material, so that's good. And Attune the Winds, just buff count on every ally, and now these guys are all quite large.
Yep.
So 4 health on both the Banner Knight and the Lurking Assailant now, and that is quite a tough number
Yep.
to deal
And
with.
the smoke bombs to be able to protect a lot of these, whatever target that Ivan may try to take down. 1 buff counter isn't too bad. I think there is possibility to still make it through this current board state, but it is going to be a little difficult.
Ivan, though, only 4 cards influence.
Crystal Empowerment I see still in the deck, and that Banner Knight, is you gotta respect that thing a lot more. Terrafring definitely the correct option here because at least buys you a turn if you
Yeah,
think another.
definitely.
Definitely stops him from getting more allies, and then I think
Yeah.
we will probably just take the turn to just get the Crystal of Empowerment, develop that, and just wait out the Tariff Ring. It's going to be quite hard for Ivan to clear the board. A bit of a boon in his favor because if he was able to set up another attune, I don't think that Ivan would have been able to play through um, the rest of this game, and we would have gone to hopefully
No,
a match
definitely
3.
not. But at least there's still some hope now with only one attune.
Yeah. Time is ticking down the clock. We've had a few judge calls. Leveling up here. Um, Sort of Seeking will definitely get used because at least it won't blanket the smoke bombs because Lorraine won't be able to hit with True Sight.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
good sequencing here. Ivan going in with the dungeon guide, kind of innocuous looking. Young felt safe behind with the smoke bombs, but suddenly level 2 Lorraine comes out of nowhere
Yep.
and attacks for 3, finishing off.
The Banner Knight, yep, and Sort of Seeking
Yeah.
getting used. That counter should be going away because there's not much that well, that counter is staying for whatever reason, but it should have been used for the attack. Um, had to have been. So Tariff Ring in return for Ivan here. Um, Being popped this turn, Phalanx Captain in the hand of Young right now. Um,
Yeah, so Young having to make the decision, do I play out some more board or do I do some attacking?
you know,
Can't do both.
it's definitely a tough turn to probably play through. But 3 damage coming into one of the dungeon guys getting cleared, just removing as many resources as possible for Ivan to work with. That's gonna be it.
Alright, Ivan gets out his own smoke bombs.
Mm-hmm. What else was played this turn?
Young couldn't play anything. He paid 2 resources through the
Oh, to
tariff
attack
rings.
by the Tariff Ring. I was like wondering what his cards were set down for, but I guess that's not too bad. There
Yeah,
wasn't
it's still
any,
fine.
there wasn't many optimal plays that could have been done.
Just clear one of the dungeon guides and get some damage in.
Yeah. Interesting enough, Leon chose to not activate the Tariff Ring this turn. He did have a little bit of burst potential with the Phalanx Captain in hand, with the Banner Knight in hand, and Smoke Bombs coming down to protect the Squirrel. Cycled that card, and now has a Gildus in hand to work with next turn, I think is what I saw. But at this stage of the game, I don't think that Gildus is going to be too high impact. Definitely probably looking to either just buff out the rest of the board with the Captain and the Banner Knight instead.
Yeah, once that captain comes down, it's going to be a pretty massive turn. Both players just really fighting to find the lines to get themselves through this grindy matchup.
Alright. Oh, Star Wars Shieldmate. Not too impactful for Ivan. It will buy him a little bit of time since it's just going to soak up 1 attack guaranteed. But it being a 0-2 means that it's not going to be trading anything efficiently. It's more just going to be helpful to soak up some damage or an attack.
Yeah, basically 2 resources, gain 2 life.
Yeah. It does have floating memory, but at this point, Ivan is already through his levels 1 through 2. I don't. Just based on his list so far, I don't think he's playing the level 3. I don't think we've seen any
Actually,
cards
he
for it.
is playing level 3
Just for the extra.
just for the extra 4 damage off Scepter.
Okay.
I don't think we're going to see level 3 happen unless Ivan's desperate for that extra bit more life.
Gotcha.
But maybe we could see it come out. I mean, Scepter's just not been played at all this game because Ivan's just not had the time to get it out.
So the Eye of Arcus coming down. This is definitely one of those sideboard options that could have also came in. This is also not an older tech choice, but a tech choice that since Smoke Bomb gained popularity, some of these stealth allies gained popularity. Eye of Argus has been a way for players to deal with True Sight a little bit easier. Not the best answer at all times, but it is really good situationally here. So
it is good. It's a funny little problem here. Is he okay? So Smoke Bombs is being activated. Is Young gonna respond with his eye?
Judges making sure that things are happening appropriately here.
Deciding not to respond to the smoke bombs activation. I mean, there's not really any point because consider now that smoke bombs has given Stalwart Shieldmate stealth, you don't even need to attack it anymore.
Another looking assailant coming down. Um, the player are pressed for time here, so even with the extensions, they will be entering a game. They could be entering a game three. I mean, right now it's the advantage is towards Young. The board is in his favor. Ivan desperately holding on to all the life he can get, but yeah, this is definitely a struggle right now.
I think at this point, considering the time in the round, Young is definitely fighting for a draw. He needs to get this game finished. Ivan is currently 1 game up, so if this game doesn't end, he will be the victor of the match. Young would probably be happy enough with a draw this match. Being 5-1 and 2 is not too terrible in this stage of the tournament.
Yep, but you definitely don't want to be trying to get taken a loss here. It really just depends. Ivan is in the favored position, able to take that game 1. Players picking up the pace a little bit now. The trades are happening a little bit faster. We're seeing the Meridian Chicken come down. So it's going to be hard to play a more reactive turn, especially if you're playing those Songs of Frost or any Frostbinds or anything like that.
Essentially, any of those draws from Ivan now are completely dead. There's nowhere near enough cards in hand.
Yep. Let's take a look. 2 Gilduses in hand, Windrider Vanguard. I think the Vanguard is what's coming down? Gildus, okay. Gildus clearing the score for the 1 damage. Balance is not active right now, so that balance math is not working out in Young's favor, but we'll see what he chooses to do here.
Young just thinking he wants to press his advantage here with Terraforming activation. Ivan definitely won't be able to. Yeah, just deciding that maybe Ivan can't actually do anything really effectively anyway, even with Terraforming not active.
We are definitely in the commanding position now. There's not too many resources Ivan has left available to use. That awkward play with the dungeon guide did set him back, but it was the correct call at the moment. Let's see. Paladin effect being used to banish 1 of your floating memory and getting that buff counter and drawing a card. But that 1 card right now is probably not going to be doing too much. But at least it's a 3/4 ally on field.
Yeah, it's probably one of the best things you want at the moment, to be honest.
Yeah, there's not much that Ivan really has able to do. You could clear 1 of the assailants. Gildus is also a threat. I think that's If Uyang has a way to get balance active, that thing is going to be very scary. Just taking the middling option here. The lurking assailant only hits for half of that if Gildus does not have balance active. So
yeah, it is quite possible that Gildus would have been balanced the next turn.
Yep.
So definitely a heads-up play.
I think the only that's left is Crystal Empowerment. We know a Phalanx Captain and a Banner Knight in hand. Waking up the allies, and let's see what he draws here. It's just a Swift Recruit.
Oh, there's a replacement Gildus as well.
Yeah. He already had the other Gildus, but I don't think he's going to want to develop that this turn. I think we're going to see Banner Knight hit the field.
It's actually a good thing that Ivan cleared that Gildus last turn, because, man, it would have been pretty brutal if Banner Knight came out and balanced the Gildus. It would have been huge damage. But as it is, Ivan's being whittled down. He's on about half health at the moment.
Yeah, just whittling down. Got rid of the Frostborn Paladin, and there's no more Foil Many in the graveyard, so chances of that happening on Ivan's turn this time is not going to be available. But Windrider Vanguard also helps efficiently trade with some of those allies that Ivan may try to trade into it this turn. It definitely will take out some of the any weenies that Ivan chooses to play.
Yeah, it's looking to be a bit insurmountable at this point. Ivan can really only play 1 card a turn with his amount of cards in hand, and he's slowly dying.
Clock is ticking down. unsure if these players actually received an extension or not. But we're looking at you know,
You still get your 5 minute overtime.
yeah,
I'm not sure if that would, considering how long these two games have been going, I doubt that would be enough to finish the whole round. But as I say, Young fighting for that draw still, which is
Sword
still
Seeking coming out,
solid.
giving the extra damage. Yeah, we'll see what happens here. Uh, Favorable wins in hand, not really going to be doing much at this point in the game, but it is a little bit of a nice combat trick, at least. I think we're going to see a Banner Knight come down this turn. It's 2 cards
Can
in.
he Banner Knight and Phalanx Captain? I think he can.
I think he can because he does have the cost reduction of Phalanx Captain available to him. Yep, Phalanx Captain
Oh
hits
no,
the field.
I think he's
one
choosing
card
to
short.
hold up. He's choosing to hold up favorable wins instead,
Yeah.
which is pretty good because
Yeah.
it's probably going to be the nail in the coffin
Yeah.
at this point.
He still has 1 card short, but he could have got there with the Eye of Argus. Song of Frost negating the damage, negating the attack of the lurking assailant. But I mean, we're still looking at a sizable amount here.
Okay, yeah, he does have to pay
Yeah.
2 extra for that. He does have the resources though, which is fine.
Yeah. Yeah, so interesting enough, he did have enough. I can't remember. Eye of Argus does draw you a card when you banish it, right? Or is it when it enters the field? Can't quite recall right now.
No, it doesn't have an on enter.
So
Sure, so it's banish, isn't it?
yeah, the play could have been to definitely could have played both Phalanx Captain and the Banner Knight. If he just chose to pop the Eye of Argus and waste the True Sight effect, I don't think at this point it was a
Not super relevant.
yeah, and he could have had enough damage overall this turn. So yeah, Eye of Argus says target ally you control gains True Sight until end of turn. Then you draw a card after using the effect. It's a banish effect as well. Leveling up into Lorraine level 3, buying himself a little bit more time, but that Banner Knight is going to hit the field next turn, and all that is grabbing is we almost forgot the Windrider Vanguard effect here, but it is a turn-based action, so it has to go through.
Oh.
The favorable wins.
Favorable wins, keeping his ally alive. Ivan's pretty much dead anyway, despite even with that.
Yeah. I think one thing that I was maybe I didn't math it out completely, but he may have been short a couple points of damage, considering if Ivan had anything else, but maybe also forgot that
I think
his
he actually
protection.
was, yeah.
Yeah, could be wrong, but yeah. Well, this is going to be all she wrote. This is definitely enough damage coming in. No,
yeah, and that is time in the round as well. So
even if this goes to turn, Uyang will be able to do enough damage to end this game at the very least.
This is the final turn of the game.
Yeah, both
and
players,
it is a draw. It looks like
both players taking the draw. I think
I think you can't be too sad to take a draw at this stage. It is the second to last round of Swiss.
Yeah. Obviously, the player in the commanding seat with the first game win, losing game 2 is quite upsetting. But
yeah, I mean, survive another 5 turns and then you have a win instead of a draw. But Young's board was very insurmountable at that end there.
Hard fought match, tough matchup. This was was one of those things where both players had so many options available to them. This is really one of those grindy matchups that it really could have gone either way. Game 3.
Yeah, I have definitely been hearing a lot of Wind and Water allied players complaining about draws in these matchups. So it's something you need to keep in mind definitely when you're starting your match, that potentially you could have a very long game that goes all the way through.
Sometimes it's better to just lose the battle but win the war, go on to the next game and hope for the best, and not lose a draw if you can't risk it. But in this case, the draw isn't too bad for both these players. I think they still have a good chance to make it into the top
Yeah,
potential top.
I think with
top
one more round,
Yeah.
you could do some calculations, but I feel like what was that? 5 wins, 2 draws, so that's quick maths, 17
Yeah.
points. A win would definitely lock you in. A draw would be a third draw.
Still one more round of Swiss,
Could
so
be-
these guys are just
be
going to be
interesting.
feeling the pressure of the next match for sure.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to be it for round 8 match. I think they're gonna go ahead and start beginning to get the next round pairings up. But in the meanwhile, I think we can take a look at the
Yeah,
graphic
I
we were
was
talking
going to
about.
have a quick look. I was going to have a quick chat about some of the prizes that the players are in to win this weekend. We already had initially 118 players enter the competition, and we've cut down to top 32. So after 6 rounds in day 1, we're already halfway through our 3 rounds of Swiss, but then we'll see our top 8 cup.
Yep, the price structure actually differing a little bit from Houston here. So on our side, we're wanted to try something a little bit new with the um, Geek Culture team, and we've spread out the cash prize through the top 32, and you know everyone in the top 32 today will be receiving a little bit of something, and also receiving the other top 32 rewards. 5th through 8th place are really going to be fighting for the increased cash prizing and the Athme Spirit of Fire um, nationals, or sorry, this is the CPR for winning an Ascent. Um, and all of these players today will be receiving a foil tie diviner as well, and the nationals qualifier card. So hopefully all these players that we're seeing here today will be
Could have a
competing.
chance to compete in the Australian regionals or nationals.
Yep, the Australian nationals coming up. Um, not soon. I've still got quite a few months
Yeah,
away.
once the out comes out,
Yeah.
lots of testing for nationals coming up for a lot of players.
Yeah, Alk is going to be a really fun set. Obviously, as a dev, I can't reveal too much, but I really
me
do.
more.
Yeah, I
To be
really do
honest,
love the Alk set a lot.
I'm really sad that our commentary booth camera isn't working, because I was going to ask you about. We have a couple of little sneaky banners behind us that I don't know who these characters are.
Yeah. I think some of the banners around the convention today, some people have seen some of them, and then some of them people are like, "Who are these
Who
guys?"
are these guys?
Yeah, we have.
It's like this really fat guy that's
yeah.
like, oh, he looks like a chunky boy.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe more information on that soon. We'll see. We'll see. Um,
Too much of a tease.
yeah.
But
But
it's good.
all right. I think
Next
we're
round will be up very shortly, because round has ended. So we'll be right back very shortly with the next round. So don't go anywhere. All right, and welcome back, everyone, to the final round of Swiss. I am back, but I'm joined now by Liam Gill, a local player from Nelson, who's quite well accomplished in our local scene.
Well accomplished at getting 34th after Swiss, unfortunately,
that was
yesterday.
Some brutal tiebreakers there.
Yeah.
Did not quite make it to top 32.
But that's life. Started the day with 2 losses and then fought back hard and got 4 wins, 2-0. But sometimes you can't win them all. So
I was playing Fire Lorraine, obviously, like your favourite in Seoul. Is it in Seoul?
no, well, yeah, it is. But I've been on Spirit Ruler for a little while, so had some fun with that. But yeah, we've got a Rye mirror here, and I think Keelan is the only Wind Rye that.
The only Wind Rye that made it from top 32. I believe there are a couple of them. And an interesting matchup for sure. Wind Rye is a lot more aggressive.
Has more tricks up its sleeve as well.
Aggressive in terms of it's really just got one thing in mind, a lot more than Riley's deck does, which is just draw lots of cards.
Yeah.
Riley's deck definitely teched more for ally decks, so we'll have to see how he adapts to a deck that basically plays none.
Yeah. Although will Keelan have? I see a library witch on board now. Will he have a few more allies? But I suppose they apply no pressure, so killing them almost gives no value to Riley either.
Yeah, I think the library witch is just as a stopgap. Not a very good card in this matchup. He played it, I assume, just literally to get cards in memory to banish.
Yeah. And I think Riley will just ignore it.
Riley also playing Peaceful Reunion, which is a very useless card in this matchup as well, just to get memory.
Yeah. My guess would be he might have a very heavy arcane hand again as well. So
that is the risk you play when you have to play Rye. You draw sometimes. He's told me some bad beat stories about drawing way too many arcane spells.
Looks like 2 arcane sight possibly banished there.
Yep, looks like it. Was that an arcane? There's an arcane disposition in the banish as well. So well on his way to getting to level 3, but his hand is slowly emptying.
Both in similar positions, banish 3 arcanes each at level 2. We might have a very fair game on our hands. Although I don't know if Wind picks up.
Say fair, but there is a dungeon guide in hand for Keelan there. That is a very important one. Yeah. Just slam that dungeon guide down.
Probably hit 2 arcane cards here. Yeah. Okay. 1 arcane blast.
An arcane blast.
Couldn't see what was
power overwhelming.
Yeah.
Right.
There's the careful study as well.
Couldn't write it up any better than that.
Yeah.
Drawing 2 cards.
I think if Riley follows up strong as well, though, I think this is still anybody's game currently at this point.
Yeah, Keelan draws a Beseech, which is not great now that he's at level 3.
He is able to materialize like a Tithe or something with it, though, I suppose.
Yeah, could do.
Yeah, which is like actually pretty good now that if he does all of his stuff and then materializes that into Riley, then that might be really rough. That dungeon guide 1 damage is also probably going to come up as well.
Yeah, well, Riley's stalling a little bit here. He needs to find something.
I think he wants that dungeon guide. But
draws for turn, but he can't spend too long in this level 2 state because that's a very vulnerable position to be in.
Well, Keelan would almost. Okay.
Yeah, not finding what he wants.
Although he's effectively he will just put the card at number 2 that he wants to.
None of that.
Both
what he wants.
Yeah, and then just maybe draw him out.
Maybe draw with the Enlightened Counters and hope the top card is good. Pass the turn.
No dungeon guide. Yeah.
And only 2 cards in memory as well, so that's not going to be any.
So Keelan should be off to the races here now.
Sometimes Rye decks just don't want to do their things. They just have a tantrum, or they're just like, nah, don't feel like running smoothly today.
Yeah, Riley's had a few average starts in the sort of top 32 bracket, but Yep, there we go. First mage counter. Draw a card.
Right, displace is not.
That's irrelevant now. His hand actually doesn't look super loaded with a lot of draw stuff at the moment, though. So
No, is that an Advent of the Stormcaller? I think
so.
I saw.
Yeah.
That one's a spicy one.
So he's going to put 4 down. 4 Erratic Bolt. Do some damage.
So he's level 8. So that's going to be a bit of damage. Gets to banish some cards and draw.
Get it in here while you can as well, while Riley's not level 3, in case there's a spell shield. That makes sense. And that dungeon guy attack will be 11 damage, and then the Arcane Blast would be exactly 22.
If he finds it,
Yeah.
hopefully. He has banished one of them already.
There we go.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does
Yep,
Riley
there we
does
go.
not have an answer for that, especially not being at level 3. No spell shields.
It's a very convincing game there for Keelan.
Yeah, just a decent stumble there from Riley's deck.
Both of
Couldn't
their
do
decks
much
are actually
more.
not very catered for the mirror at all, actually. They're all... I mean, Keelan's...
I mean, in order to make it this far in the Swiss, you definitely need to be teched against ally decks.
Yeah. And there isn't as many Ryes rolling around, so they're probably... I don't think Riley, from memory, said he'd had a single Rye mirror at all. Or maybe he's had one, but...
It's very rare
Yeah.
to see, to be honest. It's, so it's good. It's cool to see and fun. Just catch it. I think Riley's probably going to want to board out a lot of cards.
Just looking at his side deck
He's playing
here.
a lot of defensive spells.
Anger the Skies, Resolute Stand's not coming in. He could side those out. Fire Resonance. I mean, a Bauble will obviously come in, I would say. And he can, yeah, he's got plenty. Like, he's got so many slots in his material deck for a free Bauble. But that's probably about it, isn't it? I can't see any.
You could bring in the
Maybe-
two erratic
yeah.
bolts just to get some peaceful reunions out of your deck.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's got a lot of blank spots. Maybe you would even side in the Anger the Skies because it's just another arcane card. And take.
Yeah,
It's
potentially.
it's hard though because you up that count and then you just run the risk of bricking on them as well.
Yeah, having an unplayable hand
Yeah.
is not what you want.
You almost might want to keep Peacefuls in just so you can put 4 down to banish actually.
Not the worst turn 1 play. in the
Oh, I've
world,
seen it.
to be
I've seen
honest.
it a lot.
It happens a lot.
Well, when you open, say, 6 arcanes in that, it's sometimes your only option. See Riley go first, so he's just hoping to start quicker here.
Yep, it really is just a race to the top. So going first, getting you that materialization advantage.
Just the level 2 done. Oh, increasing.
Oh, the danger's increasing.
So Riley would only play this here, knowing him if he doesn't have any other option, or he's 100% certain he can full utilize. So we won't know until maybe the next turn. Currently, where his mind is
just
thinking
passes
there.
the turn. Luckily for Riley, I guess Keelan doesn't get to utilize that
This
material card this turn. Yeah.
Although looking at Keelan's expression there, just a library which pass maybe.
Yeah.
Cool.
So if Riley's lucky enough and Keelan's unlucky enough,
He
that
might just
random
that might capitalize here now. Level 1.
hopefully not.
Interesting. They weren't
Okay.
shuffled there, but is that
That's
a
random enough.
disposition?
I did leave dice there for them to
Yeah.
use, but it's fine. Yeah, an arcane disposition gone. It's not the best card now that what's that arcane spell that got banned again?
Oh,
Yeah, that one.
we all know
The
the
one
one
where you
though.
pick up all the cards.
Reckless conversion.
Yeah.
Reckless conversion.
Now that that's banned,
We've all
arcane
forgotten
disposition's
about the
not as good.
PTSD
Honestly,
from that card.
I'm glad I don't have to remember what that card does anymore.
Nothing good. Oh,
More dispositions gone.
interesting.
Oh, so Keelan actually did have a Norm card in the material deck material face down there. So if he was unlucky, he could have been behind on that arcane banishing.
It looks like a very wind-heavy hand, though. I think I see a dungeon guide back there, though. So.
Library Witch there, face down, dungeon guiding into level 2. And that's
So my guess will
pretty
be he'll
solid.
try put 2 more down in his memory, so he might just be able to go to level 3 next turn.
Essentially stealing back the going first advantage here with the dungeon guide.
Swing for 1. Okay, interesting. So he won't be able to go to level 3. Oh, he could play a quick activation win card, possibly. Which may be his plan.
He may
Put 2
have
down.
2. Oh, found
Yeah.
the 2.
That's good.
I think Riley was hoping not to hit Norma there.
So I think if Riley has the dungeon guide here, he's where he wants to be. And if he doesn't,
It's going to be a much tighter game.
It's going to be a much tighter game. Although Keelan will go to
Down
level
5.
careful studies.
Careful study for 5.
Yeah.
Essentially gaining 6
Yeah.
counters and immediately
I
using
think
them.
Riley will hard level next turn though now, but if Keelan doesn't activate a fast, I don't know. He can't. He's got nothing there.
He does have a second dungeon guide. Okay,
just puts him at level 3 with.
he's going to be level 3.
But no, he's got no real good resources there by the look of it
Yeah.
though. So.
So he is going to play something
At the
disorienting.
end, yeah. So he's going to do this to be able to go to level 3, I would say. Draw a card. And then...
Didn't quite catch that one. Interesting.
So he did this at the end of Riley's turn.
Okay, so
GCR,
he
draw
is
a
going
card.
to dungeon
Yeah,
guide
high
up.
level.
He's going to dungeon
Oh.
guide his way to level 3,
Yeah, sure.
which is fair because it gives essentially a discount of 1 on
Yeah.
your leveling.
He must be up to about 7 cards in hand now as well. So this isn't... Not a lot of arcanes there, though.
Yeah, just the power to draw cards in this win deck is kind of crazy. Like you saw that he almost wondering whether we would have had enough resources to actually dungeon guide up to level 3, and now suddenly he's in the clear.
2 dungeon guides versus Riley's none is also incredibly hard to get over here as well.
Keelan, though, kind of struggling to put enough arcane cards in Banish at the moment. It's looking like he's only got 2 in hand total.
2 down for displace. Okay.
Ah, that's
that's
actually
cool.
very
Yeah.
cool interaction. So because he only paid 2 for the displace, he guarantees that he hits 2 arcane spells,
2 voltaic as well, which
which are cards you don't really want.
they've done their job now. Does the dungeon guide come back intact?
Yes, displace enters rested. So
Oh, it says it on the card specifically.
the card specifically, yeah.
I don't think it's over yet, though. Possibly
That's a very strong start to being at level 3, but
if he doesn't go to level 3, I think that may be game though.
I think Riley has a couple turns available to him. So if he finds some good stuff off the top and manages to level up and develop his resource pool strongly, he should be able to.
Oh, the scries
Okay,
as
the
well.
scry's going to
Yeah.
set up the next few draws for Keelan, which is going to be crucial.
1, 2, 3, 4. He's level 7.
Yeah, looks like it. Spell Shield Arcane, that could be handy
Nothing
for him.
massive off that though.
Yeah, a lot of
Oh,
defensive cards.
Is
Looks
there a
like.
pair into mana?
I think that's
Yeah,
an
there is.
Arcane site.
There is a pair into mana.
Oh, is
there.
it Parent to Mana? Okay, that one's going to be
Yeah.
very strong.
No, I wouldn't say like a really, really. Although he's filtered now all the junk out too, so
Yeah, the junk's gone. He's left like 4 or 5 cards on top. But they aren't like kill you cards.
Yeah.
They're more like
I'll dig and
dig some more,
Yeah.
stop you, have a spell shield so you don't die immediately. But that's the second careful study already.
Careful's a card that also feels very unfair when it does its things here.
Keelan with 3 cards in hand probably doesn't have too many more options for this turn. He can't really hold up Spell Shield Arcane.
Riley probably couldn't threaten lethal anyway, so yes, Riley's going to hard level, which is a fair enough play.
Well, you got to do it. You have to start doing those shenanigans like Keelan's been doing.
We'll be hoping for 3 arcanes, I would say.
Oh, he's
3
done it.
arcanes, although they were all 3 draw cards by the look of it.
They were all arcane
a
sites
disposition
really
and
good.
2 sites, I think.
Yep.
Which are also kind of the cards he wants at this point now, though. So
I think Riley's still not dead, but he's gonna have to get some momentum going.
He's got a creative shock, an erratic
He's
bolt.
got a lot of arcane in hand, actually.
And then is that an Anger the Skies as well?
Yep.
So I would say he's probably got the better hand. Oh, and a Arcane Blast move by the look of it. Okay.
Yeah.
Definitely
so he's got potential. He's got potential to do a lot of damage.
3 down.
Oh, he had a spare disposition. That's pretty strong.
That's very good here. And he's got the creative shock to be able to put more of his cards down as well. So the ideal for him here is to not have to discard anything at the end of his turn. It's great.
Great setup.
I think we might
Is
have
that an Arcane Blast on top, I believe.
We might have a very good game on our hands here. I could see Riley coming back from this.
Yeah, it really feels like Riley's now the aggressor. Keelan having to, not too much action in hand. He's going to have to play some defense for a while here.
I think the wind part of his deck becomes more irrelevant once he is arcane as well.
Yeah.
So
the fire cards definitely
do more
when you're at level 3, especially like the creative shocks. Fireballs obviously are really strong.
Yeah, we don't have Keelan's deck list in front of us, but is the kill for them just the Arcane Blast, or have they got a
yeah,
way?
It would be the Arcane Blasts and Erratic Bolts are really all
yeah,
they have.
Only what, yeah.
They really just rely on their speed and their
just
ability to draw a lot of cards to find those. Even if they have slightly less win conditions, they can find them quite easily.
That's the only other thing, though. The Arcane Blast become a lot more susceptible to a Spell Shield Arcane than having Fireballs to then back up or go over top of it.
Yeah, so Riley's going to need to have some contingencies for those Spell Shields. He can't just throw a...
Yeah. I don't think he's
Arcane
banished
Blast.
any, and I think he has 4 in his deck. Well, I think I know he has 4 in his deck, so holding one of them, if not 2, for Keelan's kill might be possible. It becomes a game of chicken, actually, at a certain point as well. No one wants to pull the trigger first. And I don't think from seeing Keelan's hand he had Spell Shield, so... There's the creative.
So, draw... Oh, yeah. Almost forgot to put the card in memory from Scry the Skies.
That's a good catch there, Riley. Fractal, he might just discard 1 here, probably.
Yeah, so it has to discard
Another
to
creative,
the
that's fine.
Arcane Disposition effect. But
Soaring, it basically is just filtered. Yeah.
Yeah, well set up. He's got lots of cards in hand now, and he's going to probably try and start pressuring Keelan now.
If he doesn't die this turn.
Yep, there's always that. He's fully tapped out here, so no way of stopping anything.
I think this is the turn where if Keelan doesn't win, I think on the return, Riley has a very good chance. There's Crystal, so that's either desperation or I know I can win.
Well, he does have the Peer into Mana in hand,
Yeah.
so that maybe just wants that extra Enlightened Encounters. Arcane Sight as well, so if he's firing that off, then potentially he he knows he's got some good stuff coming.
Popping the crystal. Oh no, swings one
Oh.
first.
Some
Doesn't usually matter in.
minor sequencing,
Yeah.
Who knows?
Okay,
Just drawing a card.
basically. Looks like another voltaic sphere. Oh, he's got 2 spell shields in his hand now. A dungeon guide, Parent Mana. Nothing.
Yeah,
Nothing
he's
insane.
He's not quite at the kill yet. He's
Yeah.
still got to dig, but that Parent Mana is going to give him a lot of digging. And he probably will feel pretty
That's
safe.
probably what he's going for now.
Yeah, 4 cost.
Yeah.
So you get 2 plus your level of Enlightenment counters. So he's currently level 8, I think. So you get 10.
Although that's only 3 draws. So 9?
Oh, no, he got 9.
He kind of has to hope to hit something here that furthers his. It's another spell shield and an erratic bolt. By the look of it,
Guess he's
he's
going
going
for it.
an erratic bolt. That's fine here for Riley so far. The only worrying part is if with those 2 draws he hits a.
Just 10 damage,
Although he is.
He's
Has he gone up a
alarmingly
level
close.
or not? He's. Oh.
He
No.
gained a lot of level from...
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If he hits an arcane blast,
He
here,
should be level 10 now because
Yeah.
of that arcane
yeah,
sight
so
and the crystal of empowerment.
Yeah.
So I think he's level 13.
he doesn't have the kill, I don't think,
Yeah,
because
it
he
looks
would
like
just
it.
play
He would
that
just
now.
slam it. 1 arcane blast, not quite enough to
Enough.
finish off Riley.
Those dungeon guide attacks.
Yeah.
You can. He's paused there, so. And he's all down now, so hopefully
Yeah.
he's 3 in hand. So if he's held us, although
Maybe.
there's 1 spell shield banished, possibly 2.
Yeah.
Although he had 3.
That does look like a spell shield
Yeah,
and banish.
he had 3
times 2.
Yeah.
So
I think he's holding
maybe.
3 in hand.
if maybe if he went a bit too deep trying with that digging.
Yeah, it's the 3 in hand to signify to Riley you've got to play through a spell shield. Crystal
Spell shield costs 2 or
2.
3. Costs 2.
Costs 2 mage bonus, or it costs 3, but I think it's class bonus. It costs 1 less.
True.
And if you have I think it's voltaic sphere, you can also banish to make it cost less, which you have to watch out for as well, because you think they've only got 2 cards in hand, and then suddenly they spell shield you. But I don't think there's one of them in the grave. So.
Yeah, but it seems like Keelan's is still just that little bit too far away from finishing off Riley. So Riley's got some time here to finish off.
I'd like to say now though, if Riley doesn't win this turn, but if he holds up some spell shields, it's still not automatically over either. And this scry here is massive as well.
He's going to have to find a way to play through that spell shield.
Well, popping the crystal, to me, again, either signifies he's going to try go for the kill or just be up enough levels where he can play cards free, and he's obviously wanted to scry a few more, so... Riley very adept at not committing to the lines just out of desperation as well. So that's a good card here.
Good follow-up.
Yeah. Must be all of them gone now though, because that's 2 used, 2 banished, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Draws off enlightened counters. This surely will just come down to a game of spell shield chicken. I feel like. Here we go. Riley's making the first move.
I'd say, that's just resolving.
That's
okay.
coming through. All right,
Wow.
I guess. Second one. Being
Okay.
let through. Oh, 1 more damage.
I think He's just going for it.
Arcane Blast
If
again.
he has, wow,
Oh,
okay, there
Keelan
we
didn't
go.
have it. Okay.
He could have been holding a fireball there as well with the cards remaining in his hand, which would have done it as well. So
Wow, so we're
Wow.
into a game 3.
that was the
such a tight-
that was the fire side of the deck coming in handy top ends there.
Yeah, just the sheer draw power of fire. Whereas with wind, it really gives you that acceleration into level 3, but once you're there, it's just a bit lackluster.
Well, we saw a lot of do nothing wind cards there. Although that displace on the dungeon guide was huge. It's a very cool interaction. Almost feels a little unfair.
And you get to play Beseech as well,
Yeah.
so you basically play 8 dungeon guides.
And like you said earlier, the Beseech, once he's at level 3, isn't that great? But you can go off and then tithe them, and then that's massive. Banish another arcane as your cost. Draw a card. Happy days.
Yeah. And we saw that with Keon being able to accelerate through, overtake Riley in the level up race. But at the end of the day, just didn't have the cards to.
Riley did have sort of the perfect comeback arcane hand though as well. So
Yeah, but it looks like Keelan's going first for this game 3, which
is
is
where you want to be.
Quite a strong advantage, to be honest.
He could just brick though. He could. I suppose if the only thing that might be better is his win cards do more, like you say, down low than fire cards might.
Just the classic turn 1 Library Witch play.
Library Witch has
3
been
games in a row.
doing a lot of, but it's getting him that almost. If he hasn't put down 2 arcanes, they'll be very surprised. So
Yeah, just a nice, easy turn 1 play.
Yeah.
You don't really care about the intercept part.
well, I see how that's been working all right for him because if any ally deck or aggro deck has to respect that Library Witch to attack in, and he's only going to get a draw value off it at that point, and it's done its job. So
Yeah,
increasing.
increasing.
So again, I think either Riley has only done this out of desperation or max capitalization.
Yeah, well, that's his whole turn done, so he clearly...
I don't think that was a great hand for him.
It's not a good start, but, you know, he's
That's why
accelerating the game.
That's how the game went last time, though. So, but that increasing danger going second is a lot worse than going first.
So double peer into mana, I think I saw in a scry, the skies.
2.
I think I saw 2 peer into mana.
Is that 2 angers? That's being put on top, so I'd say we're going to draw that in. Beseech, okay.
Beseech.
Interesting, on the bottom or not. What's he doing here? On the bottom,
He's
okay.
putting it on bottom.
Just
Doesn't
gonna
want a
draw
Beseech, okay.
Which signifies to me has he got a dungeon guarded hand already?
I didn't see one, but maybe he does.
Because I feel like if you didn't, you'd keep that Beseech there. Although these are the
He's
2
putting it
top
down.
right players in the tournament, so I have
Yeah,
to respect they know their deck
definitely
a
know
lot
what they're
better than I
doing.
do. Especially when Rye had very little experience with that. So
Take and banish now,
for both of them,
level 1.
these games have felt very mirrored.
Yeah.
We're seeing Riley thinking here, 3 down, might be a creative shock. Dungeon Guide,
Guiding
okay,
Tool too.
here we go. Off to the races. There'll be 3 arcanes. Keep that. Arcane Blast,
Oh,
Erratic
is that-
Bolt.
Yeah. It's fine.
It's fine.
You can draw back into more when
Riley's lucky again, he's got more kill cards. So it's not too bad. Well, he probably would have, like you say, he would have sided into Erratic Bolts anyway, so he's probably still got some left in the deck.
So that's his turn. Obviously doesn't want to attack into the Library Witch and give Keelan a free card.
Yeah.
Oh, I had to banish a wind card to the level up, so that's going to
Ooh, okay.
That's not
Okay. And
It's not
another win
ideal.
card for draw.
so.
There's
There are some arcane cards in hand. Is that a
that 2 do
disposition and
a
the
storm.
storm card? The one we
A lot of do
Advent
nothing.
of the Storm
Yeah,
Caller.
a lot of do nothing currently.
Yeah, pretty much. Maybe he's just gonna have to play a pair into mana just to get some cards out of hand.
Yeah.
Gain 4.
Although again, if he goes to hard level up 3 and say doesn't hit both those arcanes, that could be really bad as well.
Yeah, so goes to 7 enlightened counters and uses both of them to go down to 1 counter, draw 2. Hopefully
So,
finding some more action.
I think he would like to go to level 3 and then obviously banish both arcanes, but if Riley gets lucky and only banishes 1 arcane out of the 4,
Yeah, so Keelan
end of turn creative shock as well.
get that value off the enlightened
Yeah.
counter in the opponent's turn.
Huge, massive there.
Fractal, very useless in this matchup.
Well, you're not going to kill the dungeon guide there, are you?
Yeah, so Keelan probably going to struggle to have enough levels because you're not going to be able to control
Water
banishing
bauble
those.
here. So I think Riley is hoping to draw another dungeon guide, I'd say. With all the cards he's seen, there's a good chance.
Yeah. Another creative
Yep,
shock in the
there we
recollection
go.
phase.
He's just, he is hoping one of these 2 cards is dungeon guide. Resolute.
Resolute. I mean, yeah, that's a pretty useless card. Not enough space to take that out of the
Yeah.
deck.
Well, it's the perfect discard in that instance. Draw for turn.
All right. He's drawn like 6 or 7 cards since.
So whenever I'm in
last
that
turn.
position and need the card I need, I never draw it. So, but
Good thing
could be Riley.
Riley's the
Yeah.
best Rye, so he'll know.
3
No.
down, 3 down.
3 down.
There we
He's
go.
got it.
He's got it. All right. 2 arcane.
Oh,
the other
lost the
arcane
Arcane Blast
though.
as well. Okay, well, gotta do what you gotta do.
He's got that choice now. Hitting 2 with the dungeon guides is great, but I still think that library witch is going to just probably do its job here. I don't think he.
Yeah, imagine if he'd got like 5 damage in with that.
Yeah.
Those dungeon guides by now.
Yeah. They will both just have to passably respect each other there. He's got a fireball in hand and a couple more arcane cards. He's probably going to... I think
He might end up passing.
Yeah, he's probably just hold up a spell shield and...
Riley is definitely quite far ahead right now.
Keelan thinking possibly at the end of Riley's
I
turn.
think he has a dungeon guide in hand. So he might be materializing here. Materialize like a ring or a bauble.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, right, yeah. Okay, so
And then dungeon guide up to
that
3.
puts him back in.
Yeah.
Choose some more.
There's an
more
arcane blast. Okay, so he's got one of his win cons in there.
Draw another win card. Beseech. Which again is not terrible here if you want to bring in a tithe at some point. And put more arcane cards down, but I can't see it.
Yeah, I think he was planning on dungeon guiding this turn.
Yeah, so he'll have to banish probably both those arcane cards. He's only
he'll
got 2
have to.
banished. Yeah. And even then he's he
The
can
problem
put
is he
them
can
all
put
down.
3 down, but one of them's one of his win conditions, and arcane blast. That's going to be painful if he loses that.
You would assume he's probably only on the 4 erratics.
I wonder if he goes beseech, banishing all 3 arcane spells here, because
To control.
you want that level. Get up to that magic number 8 level.
He's just got not a lot of follow up after that though.
Yeah, he will.
That's the issue. Yeah.
Okay, he's going for the dungeon guide, and he's going to risk it for the biscuit. No,
This could be huge.
he needs that 2 arcane in the banish.
Keep that.
Yes, he's banished
Wow.
the beseech.
Oh.
Oh, that's huge.
It's massive.
Only level
You
6.
can see that little sort of smile on Keelan's face, but it's not a smile.
That's God damn it.
Yeah.
Yeah, really struggling to banish the arcane this game is Keelan.
I mean, he's banished 3 arcanes that are absolutely do nothing cards, which
For sure.
which is good. But like you say, Riley is way. Now this is the instance where the one dungeon guide can actually attack from Keelan's side as well. Oh, okay. Just to draw another
Right.
card.
Need to find some more gas.
There's still nothing in there.
He does have an Arcane Blast left. Oh, yes,
On
it's
its own,
missing.
though, that's just not threatening enough.
And he's nowhere near high enough level to play it anytime soon either.
I think he's just going to be too slow here, unfortunately.
Alright,
No,
Careful
Careful Study's
Study.
not.
That's a strong play. Gets to draw 2 cards probably.
Is he on 7? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he went up
Yep,
to 7, so he gets to draw 1 now.
One more. I think another Careful Study would be good.
Oh,
Card.
draw.
Okay.
Oh, freeing up Dungeon Guide attacks though. That Library Witch did.
Play the. He might just play the
play
Library
that.
Witch again. Yeah, because those from every other turn that. No, 3 down.
Another peer into mana. Okay,
Okay.
so he's digging. He's digging hard. He's only level 7 currently.
Another
Plays
2
using-
draws. Does he remove 3 for that? Yep, there we go. Cool. And draw another 3. Probably a good idea to remove the counters before you draw.
Yeah,
Just so
set
they're
players
not forgotten.
definitely need
Yeah.
to keep track
Yeah.
of all these counters. They're just everywhere. Doesn't look like he's drawn.
Spell Shield, Erratic Bolt, and Arcane Blast now, I
Okay.
think.
It's a solid hand, but a lot more digging and defense.
Still not enough a game, even on those 2 cards, and you've got to respect Spell Shield in the mirror as well. Looks like he might be going for one of them, though.
It's a tough choice here. I don't know if Kieran wants to try and dig more with the potential of Riley's hand just cracking back at him with no spell shields up. Then he found another Careful.
Okay.
I mean that's solid. Gets to draw 2 more cards.
Should have kept track of how many cards he's drawn this turn. Fair few. He's still not seen what he needs by that expression. It looks like another Careful in his hand, though.
Yeah. Third Careful, not quite as good. Just get to draw 1 card for now.
Might play that, though. Yep.
Yeah.
Draw a card.
He kind of has to because he's got some at least enough discount. At end of turn, he's going to go down a level because of the Arcane Sight going away.
Just shuffling up
That's
there.
it's a mighty large memory right there.
How many cards in hand? GC. Okay, Riley's going for the.
Riley's got to be going for something.
Yeah.
I feel like Keelan does have enough for a spell shield
Yeah,
in hand.
I'm pretty
so-
sure he would have held it up as well. In fact, I can't see an instance where he wouldn't have.
So Riley's going to have to play around that one. Don't want to give 10 or 11.
These 2 dungeon guides coming in here for 2 is huge, though.
Yeah, 4 life, meaning only 21 damage needing to be dealt is a lot easier to do.
Which just sort of means any two attack, any 2 mage spell do damage will probably get him there. Only 1 on the
Just
bottom.
needs to start finding fireballs because if he can bait out the spell shield with 1 spell and then just double
Yep.
fireball for game, then that's gonna. I think that's just what. The
So he's
game
got
plan gonna have to
so
go
Keelan
for.
has 4 in hand.
Yeah, wisely keeping the spell shield active. Arcane Disposition coming out.
This is interesting though, because this means Riley won't be able to hold up the spell shield now. So I think he might be going for the kill here.
Arcane Sight being played is a good indication of that.
Yep.
It's usually a card. Oh, double Arcane.
Yep.
Yep, he's going.
He will know he has to play round one.
Triple Arcane Sight. Oh my god. This is going to be a big turn.
So up 3, careful study on top. Yeah.
Draw 2 cards.
He had 3 counters.
Yeah, he would have had
5.
7. So now he's down to 1.
Oh, no.
Just getting careful.
This is exactly what
draws
Rye.
2
This
more.
is Rye 101.
Absolute masterclass. Riley with, I mean, presumably more than enough cards to fight through a spell shield here, and
His deck does, looks
Take
pretty
it
thin.
out.
And although he had banished 2 Arcane last from memory,
yeah, he did do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so you'd probably want one of those and 2
Maybe-
one of those and 2 fireballs. Does it though now? I'd
Yeah.
say he must be
It's 2
well
down.
above level 10. So
He's going for a fireball.
Okay. Interesting. So this is where
Keelan's like, I have responses here. Spell Shield Arcane.
So we might just see double fireball over top. No. Oh no, he's just
I don't
getting
know
the
if Riley
mage,
can afford it.
mage action. Okay,
He does get 1.
draw, but that doesn't.
Riley must have taken this Spell Shield into account.
There's 2 down for a fireball
Fireball
over top.
again.
Yep. Okay.
That one's going to hit.
Yep. And then
Just
does he
9
have?
damage.
He doesn't. How many cards has he got left in hand? Just
Oh,
one.
12 damage.
Well, he's got a fireball
He
in
doesn't
hand.
have enough.
What has he done? He's going to get all those
Oh,
counters.
he's just given he's given 12 counters to
How did he-
Keelan.
How did he miscalculate that?
Oh,
Oh no.
He didn't take into account the Spell Shield.
Yeah. I think he went for it.
He might have just gone for
Yeah.
it and hoped.
Yeah.
But now
that-
Keelan's drawing 5 cards. That is
He was
gross.
even with if he had one more card in hand that last.
He just needed an Arcane Blast to bait
Yeah.
out the Spell Shield, but he didn't find it, unfortunately.
He didn't. Did he have the ability to fireball in his before his recollection, or was he all down?
Nah, he
No,
would
it
have
was
lost all the value from the Arcane Sights.
Yeah.
And he played this disposition as well, so yeah, that just wasn't going to work out.
Wow,
Okay.
it's a big swing of this game. And there's the draw 3 card for Keelan on the draw there with a fat hand. I can't
Very
see. I can't see
unfortunate
this
for
game
Riley
not
here.
being over. So he's going to
Descending a Voltic.
Well, he'll put that in so one of his arcane cards is free, so which will banish and then give him a level as well.
Yep, that's true. He really needs those level counters. That's the only thing going for Riley at the moment is Keelan has not quite enough
The
level.
crystal though just pseudo helps that for the turn.
Yeah.
So yeah, there we
True.
go.
So level 8 now.
Which is kind of the number he sort of needs to be on to start. So he can play that disposition, draw some cards. Three down, 4 down. Parent to mana coming. Yep.
Riley's only real hope here is that Keelan
Just doesn't
kind of
hit.
whiffs on things.
Yeah.
I think a bit of calculation being done here.
Go up a counter for first mage action.
Wow. So 14 enlightened counters.
Wow.
This
I
mage
just
deck.
I can't see this not.
This wind deck just really piles on the counters here.
$21 damage. Yeah, it's very easy to achieve now as well.
Arcane
Sort of that-
Sight immediately popped off as soon as he drew it.
Some more cards. I just okay. Power overwhelming. Interesting. He's still not convincing me that he's got.
Oh,
Oh,
well,
there we
that's
go.
kind of convincing.
There we go.
Double
Yep.
Arcane Blast,
Wow.
that's going to be
Yep.
game. Oh, it's devastating.
Oh,
Riley was
wow.
so close. Felt like Riley drew so many cards there that
Yeah.
he surely would have found an Arcane Blast or something to get around.
Again, he banished 2, so I guess
Yeah.
sometimes the variance is you just don't draw it. But I almost wonder maybe if he would have been better just to hold his hand. But
Who knows?
yeah,
Yeah, so
it's a weird-
Keelan
probably
almost certainly in the top 8 now. So there we go. There's your first update for the top 8. We have a Wind Arcane Rye
beating out.
beating out
That would
Fire.
he might be the only Rye now in Top Cut.
Yeah, he would
Yep.
be. So.
Yeah, very interesting. Well fought battle from Riley there though.
Is that? There's 4 water decks in. Is that right? We're getting some updates from old mate Levi TCG. 4 water decks locked for top 8 as well. Allies
All variants. Most of them have a lot of
like aggro allies.
huge. Huge event for water. This event.
Yeah, 100% conversion rate to day 2, and
Yeah.
then 4 out of 6 making it to top 8.
Massive.
That's
yeah.
crazy.
I can't imagine how bad sort of Riley feels now.
So close to that top 8 and getting that spirit, but so far. It all came down to the final few turns and just not quite drawing the value.
Yeah, just such a bad feeling when you do draw a dozen to 10 cards and you just don't see the one thing you need. You have to also just respect that there's probably been 100 times that your opponent has been in that instance as well. So
Yeah, for sure. Wow, what a great game. We will be off to find out the results of the last couple win-ins, and then
See you
I'll
back at top
be
8.
back with you with the feature, say the top 8 bracket, and then we'll have a bit of discussion, I suppose, around those matchups and how that will go. We'll have a deck checks for the judges at some point, so it will be a bit of a break, but we will be back with some metagame discussion shortly, so don't go away.
See you then.
Red's on. Cool. All right, guys, we are back for the top 8 rounds. James is not joining us currently, so you've got Liam with you again from previous rounds, and you've got the young Levi TCG, who is another Nelson local. How was your day? You made top 32, and then
Oh yeah, it was all right. Unfortunately, after drawing my seventh round, it was pretty much over.
because you went in X11, didn't you?
Yeah.
So you had to win sort of all 3. Yeah.
But it was a great experience. It was a great event. Let's have a look at the top 8 decks.
So we have first after Swiss going 7 wins, 2 draws. We have Caben. I believe he's from True Champion Gaming. He's come from the USA. Then we have, well, in his bracket, then we have 8th place Terry E on Fire Merlin, going 6 wins, 1 loss, 2 draws. And then the bracket below, we have Keelan, who we've seen on stream, beating another Nelson local in a tight game 3 there. He is on Windrye, 4th place after Swiss. Yu Yong, 5th, going 6 wins, 1 draw, 2 loss on Wind Lorraine. I think that's just standard ally wind as well. Next bracket down, we have Isaac, also from True Champion Gaming, going 7-1-1. He's on Water Allies as well. And then in his bracket, we have Gaz from Australia on Fire Insole Lorraine. Probably one of the only Insoles I've seen flying around today, or sort of up on the top tables. So that's a good achievement there. And then below them, we have Michael Yap, who is also from Australia on Fire Merlin. And then 7th place is Ivan D on Water Allies as well. So Water very represented. Fire also. It's a pretty even split, 2-3-2. Yep. Cool. All right. Awesome. I believe on stream we're going to have Michael Yap versus Ivan D, but don't quote me on that just yet until we get the go ahead. So it's actually, I just realised as well, there's only one Rye and it's just Lorraine's and Merlin's, which is probably to be expected in this current format. And a good spread in elements as well. So, and honestly, it's a pretty stacked top 8. I can't really pick a favourite yet to win. It sort of seems pretty even. I think when the top 4 is decided, there may be a slightly more obvious answer. So, I mean, we know a wind is guaranteed to advance to the top 4 because that is a wind mirror. But everything else is a fire water match. So we'll be interested to see that conversion rate. We could see 3 fire in top 4 or 3 water in top 4 or a mixture, and guaranteed to have 1 wind in top 4. I think the Rye player here might have hoped for a different matchup in top 8. Wind Ellis might be a bit of a rough matchup for him. But he does have a lot of tech cards in there to deal with ally boards, so we'll see how he goes. Keelan proving a really skilled player that's only actually picked the game up a few months back as well, I believe, coming from Yu-Gi-Oh prior to this. Very different game. So, although it proves once you understand cards, you can sort of flow on. I think there were some 1 or 2 possible fab players in this as well. But obviously, Grand Archive, the more important game. Might just take a small break here while we wait for everything to kick off, and we'll come back to you soon. All right, guys, we are back, ready to go. So yeah, we do have Michael Yap on Fire Merlin Hybrid versus Water Lorraine Ivan D. Looks like the game's already kicked off. We could assume Michael's gone first here.
He would have been able to choose because
He was the highest seed. Yeah, so he probably has gone first in this matchup. See, Gilda's coming down already. Obviously, you're going to balance that, I would say.
Oh, the squirrel.
Yeah, he's got 4 cards in hand, so they're 4 in hand.
But then also trying to get over the stalwart would be interesting.
There we go, there's the scroll. Giving him that floating memory and heading there for 1 is it's not a great start, but it's what you have to do.
Assuming Michael's going to level up here.
Yeah, I'd say so. Just looks like there's a little bit of confusion around something, some interaction here, but we'll find out. Yep, go to level 1, right. Sort of seeking, deal with any stealth units, obviously.
See a fireball in hand?
No. We have
Yes.
Honorable Vanguard. Yep.
Yeah, we see
There's
another stalwart.
Looks like a dungeon guide as well, possibly. Oh yeah, there's a dungeon guide there.
Oh, yeah.
Hasty Messenger, good start. I don't know if he has the floating. He might just banish these 2 and
Doesn't look like it, no.
Yeah, so Hasty Messenger, a great card for cycling resources here.
Yeah.
He's going to attack one of the
just being able to
squirrels.
kill the
Discard on
squirrel.
revolt's massive. Yep. Thinking about following it up or just passing turn 2 down. Oh, that's great.
This
Yep.
is a really
Yep.
good start. Oh, he's going to frostbind it.
Interesting.
And he doesn't get that floating because it gets banished as well.
Yep, still will probably level 2 here though. Yep. I don't think the Water Ally deck plays any or very much floating memory as well, so it does make the Merlin portion of the deck slightly less valuable.
Yeah, Fracturize, Savage Slave.
Yeah, that's probably all there is to it, but I would imagine the water player will
See
be
a Korhazi Trap, another Gildas in hand.
far out.
Oh. What?
What have we missed?
Gildas is unique.
Ah,
So
Yep.
he's going to have to destroy one of the Gildases.
Yep. Wonder if that will be caught by a judge or not. Yep. Yeah, it is. Yep. Massive. Yep. So Michael will probably not let him take that back here because it is.
He'll still be balanced and he'll still be able to swing for 4.
But it's just not quite as good as he would have liked it to be. That's probably a
top 8 pressure and being on string. He just completely forgot.
It's fair
Or
enough. Maybe that is the mind tricks.
Maybe
That's
play.
the mind tricks. We'll see. It didn't look like that was what he intended to do. Will he? He might go for a drawn blade here rather than level 2. Now the pressure's turned off. Ring. Yeah. It will take a turn off. Hopefully drawn to some. If he draws into 1 more floating memory to discard off that hasty, he's golden ticket. Yep, there we go. What's going to be the discard? Oh, there we go. Right, cool.
Yeah.
And he's got. We already know he's got a creative on draw. I can see a crack sight. This is pretty textbook here. So we'll probably see a level 2 Merlin, and then if not 3 into a dungeon guide in the same turn.
And then we've got the Fireball for the future, and a Resolute in hand.
Yeah, it's a very good start.
Oh,
Fireball on the Gildas.
That's fair enough.
Oh, that's 2 Gildas down now. So Water Allies not as aggressive as Wind Allies. Don't have as many of the big beaters to follow up with. So yeah, hitting the 2 Gildas there is quite big. Fireball. Still on a spirit as well is quite rough. there'll be no time to get Scepter out or anything this game.
Oh, the third Gildas. And
Gil-
that will
Gilda's
be
stock
balanced.
prices just rising through the roof.
Yeah.
Get them now while they're cheap.
Be interesting if he.
He's able to balance here.
Oh no, he will.
He will be
It's just,
balanced.
is he going to go for it face again or try and kill him? Yeah,
I think
no,
he just
he's
wants to
going
put as
forward,
much.
yeah.
He wants to. The only issue here is that 28 health is going to come up again.
That Hasty's just providing so much value. Oh, is he going to?
You might kill the hasty with the lurking here.
Yeah.
Yeah, every turn that hasty stays on board after this.
Gaining
is
value
yeah.
upon value.
I'm not quite sure where we're at now.
He's just thinking whether he wants to
Attack or not.
Yeah, and he will.
Here we go. Yeah.
I think that was the right decision, to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll see a level 2 play here from Michael. Looking at his 4 cards down, 2 in hand.
If he is running the hybrid, that would mean he also is running the Lorraine, correct?
Lorraine for the
Yeah.
sweeps, yeah.
It'd be interesting to see if he decides to go that route.
I just can't. I'd see him prioritizing maybe the Merlin line just to get to Merlin 3.
And he has the 5 in hand.
Put up horse, and then or majestic spirit, as someone would like to officially call it, and then seal the game out from there. I think we're thinking at end of turn. Both players really thinking about what they want to do. Like a level 2, if he runs level 2 sweep, yeah, that's huge, but he's just probably thinking if he wants to go into Merlin. Right, there we go, wake up. He's managing 2.
Yeah. There we go. Which one is he going into? He
Oh,
will go for the Lorraine.
okay. All right. Interesting.
Ivan has no cards in hand, and he does have the sweep.
Wow.
So that's going to be
Yep.
far out,
Yep.
killing Gildas and lurking.
That's huge. Yeah. For 5.
Opting not to go with the sword. That's
For 4.
Yeah,
That. Yep.
that
Fair
kills
enough.
everything still and deals him 4.
Huge turn. Draw 2 cards.
Yeah.
He can now dungeon guide to level 3. Or just pass turn.
Yeah. I believe he
Hold-
still has the creative in hand, which he can then
In
use
phase,
next
yeah.
turn, yeah.
Might be holding up a resolute as
Yeah.
well, maybe. But at this point, you can tank some damage. Scepter.
He opts not to level up. That
Feels a bit late.
yeah.
It feels a bit late for the Scepter to get any value because he's
Yeah.
going to go down a card.
Inspiring.
Unless he was wanting to lose a card to possibly balance, but looking at the hand, looks like there's a Frostbind, a
Banner Knight,
Lurking.
another lurking.
Seeking Shot, possibly at the far end of his hand there. Gazi
Ooh.
Trapper. Okay.
Very good card.
Although it's not as good now that the sweep is
we're still-
resolved, so
yeah.
it's a turn too late, unfortunately. Very good card prior to, though.
Yeah.
It makes that sweep turn a lot less potent. And you'll notice those cards are coming up on the bottom side of the screen there for your viewing.
Or else he might be going into Drawn Blade, get withdraw.
Yeah.
Fortunately,
Definitely.
banishing the creative.
I think that's fine here. He's still got
He's
the card
definitely
advantage. Drawn
controlling
Blade
the
just
game.
such a good card,
Yeah.
especially in any Merlin or Lorraine deck where you can get extra value off it.
100%.
Send it back with a Pendragon or not unfair or ban worthy, but just a very good card at being utilised well. Cremation Ritual, Fireballs, Resolute Stand, Dungeon
Two
Guide.
dungeon- Yeah.
It's absolutely stacked hand.
Let's
Yeah.
go.
So I think he's gonna he probably
Oh, go level
he'll
3.
suit
Get back
Spirit
to
Ruler.
Draw
This
Blade.
this is a play I have basically been doing for months or all day at the tournament. It's just insane value. It's got a Crux side in hand as well. Yeah, so the DG. I'll be surprised if it's not Spirit Ruler.
Oh, it wouldn't make much sense for him to
Run the other one.
see a
Fast
fast cure
cure.
get banished and
There we go, Spirit Ruler. Yeah, bring back that sword, get extra counters, durability. Crux sight. I haven't seen an Ascension in hand yet though, so the Crux sight doesn't quite do anything, unfortunately. But if he top decks a Pendragon or a
will also be interesting to see if he's running Dispersion, because I've actually seen a couple people at Ascent being running.
long forgotten card, but
yeah.
Cremation, massive. Yeah. Again, on 28 health, he doesn't even have to hold a Resolute here. There's no way he's. I mean, he might take 4 off the Scepter. Crux sight? What's this?
Just a draw.
Oh, draw. Yep, fair enough. You can always Crux back. Crux sight, back Crux sight. So another 2 down.
Spinning your wheels. Oh,
Crux sight.
yeah.
Yep, there you go. That's the play. It looks like he's digging
3
for
cards in hand.
something a little bit more potent though. But there we go.
Wow.
Pendragon.
That's
It's
a very
huge.
good draw.
2 more cards. Another 3 damage.
Michael now has 10 cards in total, 8 in memory and 2 in hand. It's going to be very hard for Ivan to come back from this.
I can't see that happening, but you just never know.
We do see a level 1 though now.
Yeah, so we're going to see 4 damage dealt here. So the card that sort of brought water to the spotlight is Scepter. This adds a lot of damage pressure that water wouldn't necessarily be able to do, and then provides a lot of value via its draw effect as well. So definitely a card you have to respect. Obviously, we've got a rolling around the Pendragon there. Just asking to read it. Oh, it might be a seeking shot question. Yep, there you go.
Yeah, because it is a human.
Saw that coming. Yeah, there you go. It's massive.
Doesn't even have to use the sword either. It's just 4 straight damage. Seeking shot is a very underrated card in this meta as well.
Yeah, dealing with a Pendragon there perfectly is quite good, but it's still not a massive turn. He's going to wake up. There's a good chance Michael could see this game at Crystal. Yeah, so he'll be going for
fireball in hand.
Yeah. So he will have to cast them for 4. But
Ivan still does have 3 cards in hand, so there could be a Frostbind in there.
Yeah, you will have to respect that.
Another Michael's.
Okay, interesting. But just brought the crystal out for it because it was free, possibly.
Kill the trapper.
Yep. Just picking that board apart. Just going to hit 1 with the sword. That's fine. Might hold up like a Resolute now, maybe.
Just in case.
Another Pendragon.
Far out. 3 Pendragons.
Putting in the absolute work. A card of the format, hence the price.
It's going to be very hard.
And the 4 health on these water allies against water allies is massive as well. Maybe even Pendragon on a potential ban list in the near future. Just raw damage,
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Putting the pressure on.
Pretty much on a 1-turn clock now. I mean, we know
Ivan to 10.
he can't afford to level up here. Probably just go for a draw, maybe. Terrafring won't save him with 2 fireballs.
With the fireballs. Good point. But then if he holds the Frostbind, just give him another turn.
Maybe. Although there is only...
Yeah, he will go for the Terrafring.
Yeah.
I think that was the best.
He
play.
might know those fireballs are going to cost extra, and if you hold up the frost blinds, you might live another turn.
An inspiring call in hand, and he's just going to scoop, which
Yep.
is fair enough. Yeah.
It's a rough game.
Unfortunately, Michael just had control.
Yeah, we didn't even see any real value off the Merlin itself. No floating memory,
it
no.
was literally just the sweep, and then
Yep.
also the hasty staying around for 2 turns, I believe, just discarding
Well,
2 floating.
We almost saw a Merlin. That sort of dungeon guide into
Yeah.
Spirit Ruler turn gives you that extra draw anyway,
Yeah,
and then you just see Pendragons turn after turn looping
yeah,
that back.
3 Pendragons, that was pretty rough.
That's huge. Now, side deck here.
Could see a trinket come out into Michael's main.
I'd say so. If he's not already maining it,
Yeah.
and that would be coming in. Unfortunately, we're not privy to their list just at this stage, but looks like Sudden Steel coming out.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
No, that's definitely...
Not overly needed in this matchup. There's no big allies you need to clear. Yeah, definitely. There's 3 Southern Steels and a Raccoon out. Maybe 2 Raccoons.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. That's 5 cards. They don't do a lot. Which means he's siding in 5. So that's a lot to bring in here. Yeah, okay. Let's see.
So going into game 2 here.
Just give these players a little bit of time to shuffle up their cards and just going to try get the chat up here as well so we can see what the player perspective is as things are going on. Just having a current look through to see if there's anything relevant that we've missed. Someone has asked, how does Rending Flames work? I could explain that, but that would take up the rest of the stream, so we'll skip that one for today. Send me a private message and I'll explain it. Yeah, someone caught the 2 Gildus. That was great. And then we've had a few people ask sort of what games. That was game 1, concluding with Michael Yap. The pretty convincing win there. Do you think the water player is going to opt to go first or second?
Not actually sure.
So as a wind allies player, what would you do?
Well, going first. Oh yes, Michael is because
Yep.
he gets the
balance.
obviously the Lunette balance,
Yep.
the Gildus balance.
Yep.
He also can put up cards like Korhazi Trapper
Yep.
to stop, anything that kind of Michael puts up to do damage.
Which is what we've seen. So
we see. Is that a Lunette? I believe that is a Lunette in Michael's
yeah,
hand,
which is
going to opt to play.
one of the first. Basically, oh no, Frostborn.
Oh,
okay, interesting.
Not bad. Intercept 2/3. It's a very good card. Unfortunately, he won't have the floating grave to give it the buff counter, but still going to be
Still very good here. Can just tank hasty hits and stuff early
retaliate.
on. Yep, and kill them. So I think Michael at this point is probably hoping for just more of a creative discard of floating memory.
Yeah.
Turn, maybe put up a stall is probably the best. That way he can tank a little bit of damage and guarantee some floating memory in. Looks like 2 fireballs, a Pendragon, Incarnate, Flame Sweep, possibly. He does probably get the choice now to sort of dictate what line he's going to go down as well with the hybrid.
Maybe Flamer and Swordsman Cremation draw 2.
Yep. It's not a terrible play. Honourable pass. Okay. A little bit underwhelming.
Did he have a creative in hand? I didn't actually catch.
No, I think he would have held it otherwise. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe he's just passing.
I can't see Ivan giving him the satisfaction of killing that honourable vanguard here as well. It offers very little threat and only value.
Oh, with Frostbind off the top draw, there's very good.
Oh, and a Gildas.
And he
Okay,
will
this
be
looks
able to
like
balance it.
this looks like it's Water's game off to the races.
I presume he'll keep the Frostborn up. Yep, so 4 at base.
Yep.
No response from Michael.
4 damage this early on is massive. Oh,
Also
okay.
for the Frostborn.
Yep.
So, see a deflecting in hand as well from Ivan.
Oh, okay. He didn't take his hand off it, so that's not a
Judge.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he's going for that draw. Just to pass turn. Yeah. Interesting.
So I believe he would have obviously kept the Frostbind in hand, and he also has the deflecting.
Yeah.
So
He'll just be wanting to either negate or keep that Gildas alive, I'd say. Even that Frostsworn Paladin is just a really huge card in this matchup. And that's without any floating memory buff either. Yep.
assuming Michael's going to level up here just based on the cards he has down, yeah.
Pendragon, that's fine. He's obviously running 4, I think. So losing 1 is not the end of the world. Maybe even losing 2. Once you've resolved 2 Pendragons, you feel pretty furry at that point. 3 to 4 just seems unneeded.
A 2 cost with 3 attack and 4 health.
That draws 2 is pretty good. Oh, interesting. Okay. Unpreventable. So he might be firing that at the Gildas. Okay. But there's that deflecting in hand.
I'm assuming,
So the way you could have done that is attack 1 first, and then they might not deflecting that, and then So had Michael have attacked first, just with 1, he might have tanked that and held, and then you could kill it with the Sparklight there. So I don't know if that was a slight oversight or not, but
I'm assuming he's going to go Flame Rune for 2 and then Lorraine for 1.
It did seem like an interesting line.
But
plays it anyway.
Michael having 2 floating now might force Ivan to destroy 1.
Well, 2 floating on board. Yeah. None in graveyard.
No.
I think we'll see a GCR next turn from Michael.
Yeah.
The ball this turn, just some more draws.
Yeah. So this is going to take Ivan to 7 cards. If he pops the ball, that'll be 8. So unable to bounce a Gildas or the net, but he will opt to. Still having that Frostbind in hand as well is going to be very important.
Might want to do like a double lurking assailant.
Banner,
double lurking assailant turn.
Stalwart.
Double assailants. Not a bad turn. Again, you're probably not going to kill those allies at all. At this point in the game, they're still not pressuring too much while that Frostborn is alive. So. There's 1 lurking.
I don't think he'll play any more cards just to hold that Frostbind because it just has so much power, being able to negate any card activation.
Thinking about what he's attacking here. Wonder if those. My guess would be those Sparklights were sideboarded.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah.
See an Inspiring Call also in Ivan's hand. If those 2 allies stay for another turn, Michael level up, and that would be a
big turn. Big turn.
Just thinking whether he wants to hold up the lurking. It won't be able to retaliate.
Probably at a point where
he isn't level 1.
He should be prompted to possibly make a play and continue. I believe these are untimed, so but you still have to maintain a reasonable pace. This has gone for a little bit.
He's gonna go
Interesting.
2 into
Okay.
it.
Okay.
We'll give him the 1 floating. And he's gonna go 2 into Lorraine.
Will Michael choose to go to level 2 here?
And he will put out a sword as well, so the Frostbind, he's gonna choose not to hold in hand.
Just could be
I
1,
guess
2, 3, 4, 5, draw 6.
Oh,
So
yeah,
he
we
can
could
banish
see
one.
another sweep.
He could sweep again. He's going to lose one of those cards, but he will have he will have 5 cards left, exactly enough for a sweep, which again will be game changing. He's going to go to level 2. One of those. Fireball.
It's
Yep,
Fireball,
that's fine.
but,
If he's going into
got
level
the
2.
Sweep, it's just...
Yep. 4 cards. Oh,
Oh,
Merlin.
he's choosing on a Merlin.
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay. With 2
I
pins.
guess kill the stalwart and eat it. Yep. Because then Michael will have to pay to go to level 1 rather than just using a free floating.
Not a bad way to do things as well.
He does have the sweep in hand as well.
I know,
Michael,
yep.
So, interesting. 1 and 2. Oh no, because, taps itself in.
Yeah. 2 Pendragons left in hand, so the rest of the squad is there.
And a cremation ritual, I believe, which he might...
What is... We've
Cremation
declared attack
honourable.
twice now and taken it back, so I'm just trying to... weighing up his... Really trying to hype himself up. Oh, okay.
Interesting.
Really?
Opting to sparkle like the lurking.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yep, alright. So really valuing those sparklights there. Let's see where this goes. Apologise if there's any background noise as well. So
Still side events going on.
So what have we missed there while that's all just concluded?
He's opted to materialise a Terraforming, not go to level 1. Still has the Frostbind, Banner Knights,
He's on 0, so
yeah.
yeah. That felt like a underwhelming turn there, actually. Really going to start applying some pressure here. No bonus from Banner Knight though, so. Just trying to guess what the materialization will be from Michael here on his return. Maybe a GCR? Yep, there we go.
Probably one of the best material deck cards in the game.
Why is that, Levi?
Free draw.
Ah, would have never guessed. Right. So he's still got some fireballs in hand. Oh, there's a creative shock. Flame sweep that does nothing now. Flame rune.
Yeah, he is going to
Great creative shock.
And he's holding the flame
Yeah.
rune, so he's going to get a free floating.
He's not a warrior anymore, so you actually can't use that as class bonus floating memory. You can only use it from the transition from level 1 to Merlin.
Damn, I
Yep.
don't run
Yep.
fire.
Yeah, you can see the seasoned fire player there picking that up. So
Yeah.
we'll see if that's what he intends to do. Yeah.
Or win their own player at heart.
He's thinking if he frostbinds this, I think he might.
Michael does have 2 cards in hand
Yep.
to respond,
but then he's not able
because
to.
he has discard something.
Yep. He's letting him resolve. Okay. Draw 2, fast cure,
Oh, that was a good.
fast cure. Interesting. Okay.
So he does discard the flame rune.
Yeah. Oh, he can eat it though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he can eat it with Merlin, and he might have to do that in this matchup.
Yeah. He's going for the scepter, still not leveling up. I mean, that's fair enough. Banishing a squirrel.
Nice card to have though.
Yeah. Especially with a Banner Knight out of 2 attack squirrels. Quite scary.
Especially when it's balancing.
Yeah.
The only 0-drop ally in the game
Yep.
currently. Yep. Might see that on the ban list sometime
Who
soon.
knows? Apparently we've got cards like Creative Shop and
No,
Ooh.
cards never getting banned. I hope not.
you can tell who's the fire player. Alright, and we're just gonna
So he's banished that floating
go to
memory.
level 3.
What? So he's banished that floating memory, not off the Merlin.
So he is going to level 3.
Yeah, but it's not. So
Interesting.
that is.
Banishing a sweep and a cremation.
He's not able to do that though with that floating memory, unfortunately.
Checking
But
up to 2,
it's been
so
missed.
He will draw.
So.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's been missed. I had a feeling that would be missed. Very likely unintentional from Yat there as well. Easy to overlook.
Yeah.
But technically it is the way that works.
Gains it off the class bonus.
I still think this game is looking good for water.
Yeah.
Although if
Ivan
it goes for a couple more turns somehow, then that's where Merlin starts to really capitalize.
Yeah.
And with 14 health left, Fracturize. Okay.
Oh, gonna be trying to get rid of
The sword. Sword doesn't offer a whole lot of value here currently at this stage. Actually, it turns off those Pendragons which are coming up.
Frostbind. He's frostbinding himself to put on. So he's frostbinding the fast cure and fracturizing the sword.
Wow.
If I've understood that correctly. So Michael not gain 4.
Huge. Okay.
Oh no, I think Ivan frostbinded himself to put 2 into memory, and then now Michael would have more influence.
Yeah.
It's actually a very smart play from
That's
Ivan there.
very, very, very good. Incredibly impressive. Well done, Ivan. Pendragon with nothing to return. Wow.
Still with 3-4.
Yep.
Gonna...
2.
Oh my goodness.
Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Did we miss a materialization that turn?
Yeah, he went to level 3.
Yes. Yep.
It's just because Ivan interacted so much. He's going to go to level 1, burn Michael for 4, or just deal him for 4, sorry. Ivan, no cards in hand.
Suddenly, this is feeling very good for Michael. That might have been the only time I've seen a Pendragon hit the floor without any, and then 2 of them as well.
Yeah, 3-4 is just so punishing.
Like he might be able to clear 1 this turn, maybe. Scepter can hit allies as well. I think so. Or no, just champions.
Target champion, deal 4.
Lurking. So we can kill 1.
Maybe kill the honourable, but then it gives them floating to go for a drawn blade. So I don't think it's worth it.
No, 100%. You might just
leave it away.
You can also hit him for 4, which puts him on 22. Which is getting closer, but he's just going to clear your board every turn now. So
he is going to opt to hit him for 3. Yeah.
1 with the sword as well. That should be 4.
No, 1 sword and 2 lurking.
Oh, right. I see.
Be interesting to see if Michael puts pressure on Ivan, like attacking his champion or killing the lurking here.
He'll probably just kill the lurking and then do he can just pick the board apart. and he's not really in a position to level up to get the sort of kill off the scepter either.
Yeah. Going
Crystal.
for a crystal. He
I
might
think
be
we're
going
going to
for the
see some
fireball
fireballs.
play.
We're going to see some fireballs.
Currently level 6. Crystal would take him to level 8.
8, 11,
Or
14.
Kill the lurking.
Not quite game.
Still.
See another
Oh
Pendragon.
my goodness.
Put back the crystal. Draw 2 cards.
2 games in a row. Michael bringing out 3 Pendragons.
And putting back a crystal.
Yeah. He's actually seen all 4 Pendragons this game
As
because
well.
he banished one.
Yeah. The squad.
And
Disintegrate
my
the scepters.
goodness.
It's a really good play. Yeah.
I think it might be over for Ivan here.
Yeah.
It's going to be very hard for him.
Scepter was the only thing even possibly.
He has to deal 7 damage this turn, which is
Won't
incredibly hard. Yeah, especially with only 4 cards in hand, I believe. 3 cards in memory, 1 card in hand.
Really thinking here, but sometimes the writing is on the wall.
He is going to go for the level 2.
Might be able to kill a thing, draw 1.
It probably is the if he didn't disintegrate it, he would have burned him for 4 and then attacked the game. So, no.
Yep.
Michael made the right
call there. Yep.
It's rough for Ivan.
That's sort of why Sept is such a good card, because you have to respect that 4 damage that kind of comes out of nowhere.
Having to banish, I believe it's a Frostbinder Fracture Eyes.
So, Dungeon Guide I saw in hand. Pop, surely not.
He can only kill the Honourable here with the rain.
Currently, yeah. 3 in hand.
Yeah.
Really rough.
Yeah, no, so it obviously turned out to be the right play for Michael to go to level 3 there. It's going to just hit Michael for 3, yep.
It's just that.
Maybe
again,
Ivan has a Frostbind in hand, I can't actually see.
Although, if he went to level 3 and hadn't have banished the Flame Rune, he'd be down a card now too as well, which would have changed the results of everything as well.
Far out, yeah.
So that 1 card you get to keep can be so influential as well.
Because that 1 card was enough to disintegrate.
Yeah, exactly. So here's the Water Trinket now, which just says
that means he can't Frostbind even. And I think
can't Song of Frost to negate that. This should be
10 damage already on board, and I'm assuming
there'll be a fireball there for lethal. And Merlin has a buff this turn as well.
And Merlin's
don't know if he has an attack.
Currently level 7.
There's an Incarnate in hand as well. Oh, there's the Fractal.
Putting down. So you can Incarnate.
He might be.
I mean, it would close out the game.
Yep.
That would basically mean there's no way for Ivan to.
Yeah, you're not getting through an Incarnate on the swing back.
Here we go.
It also protects those ghosts as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, Ivan is looking like he's going to.
Does the Water Fairy, I forget the name, does that rest something on enter?
Yeah, but it's just not enough against 3
Yeah.
Pendragons, is it?
No.
1 card in hand from Michael. Could it be the Resolute?
I think you're just treading water at that
Good
point in
game.
time, though, aren't you?
Yeah,
yep. There we
that's
go.
the game. Ivan did have the Frostbind in hand, so it was very correct for Michael to bring out the trinket there. But we'll see Michael advance through to top 4.
Well played from Ivan.
Yeah,
actually.
no, he played very well. Just unfortunately, 3 Pendragons for 2 games in a row, and missing the Flame Red Swordsman class bonus for the floating.
It's big.
Yeah.
Probably having a discussion here about certain cards and what happened in the matchup. Cards haven't been taken off the board yet, though, so I can't safely
But they
assume.
shook hands, so I believe that means it's
Well,
concession.
Usually, but until you see cards off the board and a match slip signed, anything could currently happen. We see judges coming over.
Oh, whole squad of judges.
So the top 8 might require a. I'm not sure if we're. No, there we go. We're seeing it pack up. Yeah. So it might require a head judge or a senior judge to sign off on top 8 matches,
Oh, yeah,
just to be
fair enough. Yeah.
triple sure. I mean, hey, look, both players still receiving a fire spirit.
Yeah.
And a lot of product.
And
so
yeah,
they've both done
so
well.
they'll be receiving a first seed booster box and a Fractured Crown booster box, but and 650 New Zealand dollars. So
it's a good amount of money.
Yeah. Mike will be going through the top 4, where he'll be getting $1,500.
And in the position, even if he loses, to still play off
Yeah.
for the
third,
third and fourth fire
Yep.
spirit.
And you also get an extra first seed and Fractured Crown booster box for coming third.
Which we all know the value in those, don't
Yeah.
we?
Okay, players in the constructed. I have your playoff. Joshua, you're against Isaac. Over here. And Dexter, you're against Marnie.
I think for now we might possibly take a short break, obviously, until
Yeah.
the next round. I'll quickly read the chat and see if there's anything anyone would like to talk
Ivan
about.
did have it a bit tough.
Yeah, certainly.
But both players played very, very well. Obviously, making it to top 8 is no easy feat, especially in Ascent, where literally the best players from all around the world came. And
that's something we haven't actually talked about. Is the we've talked about the deck breakdowns, but we haven't talked about the regional breakdowns. So out of the 8 players that have made top 8, we have 3 people from the USA, 2 from Australia, and 3 from New Zealand. So pretty even split.
It'll be interesting to see how many got through after.
Well, we've
this
guaranteed
round.
1 New Zealander out, 1 Australia into top 4, and I can't remember if Keelan's match was New Zealand versus New Zealander as well. I believe it might have been. So probably 1 New Zealander guaranteed into top 4, and from memory there was the 2 Americans playing as well. So we might see 2 Australians, 1 American, and 1 Kiwi in the top 4.
Yeah,
but a pretty even split. Yeah, everyone proving they brought their A game and what it takes to top one of these events. So yeah, well done to the locals here, showing that little old New Zealand does have some skilled players.
Yeah, and well done to Michael Yap, the winner from that game.
Good victory.
Advancing to top 4.
Awesome. All right, we'll see you guys soon. Thank you.
All right, guys, we are back. Top 8 has concluded, so we have four victors, well fought. We've got Cabin progressing there, beating Fire Merlin against his teammate there. It sounds like that was a very intense game that went to game 3.
Yeah.
Probably one of the longest running matches there.
Yeah, 100%.
And Yu Yong, I believe that was the Wind Allies player from New Zealand,
Yep.
beating Keelan.
Another New Zealand player.
Yep, so that's, one American, one New Zealander, and 2 Australians in top 4. So we have Gaz from Creative Shock on Fire in Solar Rain versus Michael on Fire Merlin Hybrid.
4 completely different decks in
Yeah.
the top 4.
Yep.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who takes it out and
Two-
progresses to the final.
2 low-end Lorraines and sort of 2 higher-end
Yeah.
Lorraines,
going
actually.
to level 3 and going to level 1.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see.
I mean, it guarantees a Fire deck in the final.
Yes.
And it also guarantees a Lorraine deck in the final via
Yeah.
that spread there. So I'd like to say Lorraine's sort of been the hero of the day, but Merlin has fought it for contention the whole way.
Are definitely the better heroes.
Yeah.
Champions, sorry.
Yeah, with
So,
Rye sort of, that sort of feels like that's the meta. It's sort of like, it's like 40% Rye. 40% Merlin, 40% Lorraine, and then sort of 20% Rye, and everything else just really feels like it doesn't have a great chance.
Unfortunately, Wind Rye going up against
Wind Allies was probably
is
his worst matchup there.
Out of the 8 people, it would have been, because if he doesn't draw the peaceful, or I don't know, if
He doesn't
running
run them.
Resolutes, if he's running, it's just a super rough day at the office.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't see that game, but I imagine that's probably how it went. He was probably attacked by a bunch of large dudes over and over again.
Yeah, and just not being able to get rid of them. I mean, he could disorientating wins him back to hand to draw, but it sometimes might not be enough if he's killing him before he gets to level 3.
I need to make an apology as well. I realised in that game there, Flame Rune Swordsman is a Mage Warrior class bonus. Haven't been a mage before or all that often, so I missed that one. So apologies there to everyone. We'll try not oversight that, but part of being human being is making the odd mistake from time to time and owning them.
Yeah.
And I've apologised to the
You're
player.
a pro fire player.
Yeah, sometimes. No, I think I said seasoned, not pro.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh well. Same thing.
Cool.
Yeah, we'll be back when the top 4 game between Gaz and Michael Yap.
Yeah, I think we're going to have those guys on stream now. So 2 Australian friends, teammates are going to become rivals.
Very good players.
Yeah, should actually be a good game, because both of them are not that aggressive down low and have massive range and aggression up top.
Yeah.
So we could see some huge swing turns there that kind of just come out of nowhere.
Yeah.
As always, sort of put some comments in the chat and engage with us. Yes, Yap is also Creative Shock. I think I mentioned their teammates anyway.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Have you got a pick for that matchup?
I mean, I was talking to Gaz beforehand, and he said
He-
Michael's favourite. He reckons Michael's favourite into the match, so it'll be interesting to kind of see what happens there. But
I'm rooting for Gaz low key. I
Yeah.
think. Yeah. Well, yeah. It was sort of his YouTube channel that inspired me when I started off on my journey as well. And
okay.
that's what he had an insole list early on, which kind of
And that's what you
helped with
started running.
and then we've never looked back since then. So it's cool to see someone return to it's probably worth talking about insole in a format with Resolute.
Yeah, Gaz going all the way currently with
And
in Solus. So yeah.
There's a bit of tech. It's not just bog standard insole too. I think he's got dispersion
Oh yes. Yeah.
in there,
Yeah.
which kind of bypasses that. You still get to hit them for some damage, and then a dispersion for free essentially to burn them for a lot. Helps close out games.
Yeah,
I'm
of
not sure if
course.
there's rending flames or other standard fire cards in there either to hit big damage. Once all your swords are in the bin, that amplifies that damage massively. And I
guess we'll see.
think he's running 7 swords.
Really.
Yeah, that's very high number. 6 is, I wouldn't say standard, but like 6 is a hefty number. 7 is
very committed. That doesn't leave much space. I imagine there'll be a Grand Crusaders ring
Yeah.
and his champion, and then one other flex card, which I can't think what that is off the
Could
top of
be
my head.
like just basic cards like Tariff Ring, Tithe Proclamation.
Yeah, I think I've seen a side deck, and there's a lot of that stuff in
Yeah.
the side
Oh,
deck.
they're just really good generic side deck cards against most decks. Yep.
And then for the top, what are we? I know Caven is probably going to be well seasoned into that Wind Ally
I'm
matchup.
obviously winning it with at Ascent Houston. Yep.
Yep.
He'll know the
Deck
the
insider.
interactions inside out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Still think the matchup's not too bad either way.
No.
Both decks have their little advantages there.
Yeah.
Hard to say actually. Both got good records.
And here we go. Starting off the top 4 match between Gaz and Michael.
Yep. All right, guys, we are back. This match is kicking off. Looks like, it's probably the higher seed gets to choose still
Yeah.
here again. So
And Michael just opting to
Comfortably.
pass right away.
it's either a brick or no creative shock in hand. So pretty standard play. It looks like 2 sudden steals though, so not
So
great
Savage
right here.
Slash, Insoul, Spirit's Blessing in Gaz's hand.
Anything to start him off though. That's the issue here. Is he will need to. It's a race basically.
Oh, and he just passed.
Pass. Yep. Poor Gaz. The creative shock, discard honorable vanguard. That's the dream start.
Yeah. Going straight to level 1.
Gaz looking a little bit diminished, but game isn't over yet. But yeah, very
It's just started.
very strong start. There's a Resolute in his hand as well.
And Michael,
Yeah. Which you'll be holding.
Fast cure. So
Looks
2
like
sudden
another
steals, another creative
Creative
shock.
Yep. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
At the end of
good.
Gaz's turn. Right, good.
The creative shock teammate using
Creative
Creative
Shock.
Shock. Would you look at that?
Maybe that's the key to drawing it, which
Yeah.
I can't always do. Is
Oh.
we need to change our team
Yeah.
name.
My team name could be the Woodland Squirrels.
Woodland Squirrels. What do we discard there?
Fast Cure.
Fast
to
Cure,
go to level
perfect.
1.
Yep. Okay, so solid start from both players. I think we'll see a Savage Slash from Gaz to put some more floating memory in the graveyard.
Does sound like a pretty good play. Oh, he's just going to opt to pass.
Okay.
Another creative,
creative
shot coming
shot.
from Michael.
Fast Cures. Yeah. So a card really sort of proving why it's on the watch list there. Incredibly effective at doing a lot of things, especially once you are a mage, and then get that class bonus to do 2 damage as well.
Oh,
the
3 creative shocks coming from Michael. This is just like when he had 3 Pendragons in the last 2 games.
Yeah. Someone's just asked a question if we'll be streaming any announcements at the end of the event. I know there are some spoilers and announcements from Weebs themselves, but I'm not sure if that will be streamed. So back to the game now. See Merlin level 2 straight away. So I know Gaz
Hasty.
said earlier that
Sweet.
he won't put any floating memory in the graveyard now.
Yeah.
At all?
I mean, he has.
Yep.
He can't.
Yeah. So he knows what he needs to do. It's just whether or not he can work his way out, avoiding that Merlin.
Sweet. Some sudden steals. Hasty in hand. Oh,
Probably
he passed.
the
Oh my
creative
goodness.
shock again.
They're proving why they're the creative shock team.
Card of the day.
Discarding a
Really?
resolute stand.
Not that needed in this matchup.
Oh, especially if Michael's opting to go for Merlin. Yeah, there's not much point.
Michael will have to kind of go to level 3 sooner than later too, because if he doesn't, he's at risk of just dying to a really powerful Ensoul as well.
Michael going to level... Gaz going to level 2. Unfortunately, won't be able to get the bonus draw of killing an ally, but
That's not everything.
No.
That's not everything here.
opting to just swing for the 3.
Yep. It's a decent amount of
Yeah.
damage. I know Gaz has flame sweeps, I think, possibly in the main or access to them, but
We
yeah,
do see an Ensoul in Gaz's hand.
just needs to get to that magic number of 7.
Yeah.
Once he's
We
level
might
3.
see a dungeon guide here.
Here we
He
go.
is going to
Oh,
go for it.
This is the start that he needs.
Yeah. No, this is a good start from both
He's just got to
players.
draw the cards back to get that 7 in hand though. So
Finishing it honourable.
I know he runs Pendragons, which help him
Yeah.
get there. So you can put back the swords and then bring them back later.
Can you put back the swords that you've just insold?
I don't see why you would not be
Yeah.
able to. Yep, you would have to have a lot of cards in
Yeah,
hand to be able
yeah.
to. But no, in theory, you could do that. Yep. So
Yeah.
it's exactly what I mentioned. Draw 2 cards.
Nice.
He's going to be able to GCR next turn and get himself to that number.
3 more damage.
Yeah. This is suddenly looking really good for Gaz, actually. Really, really good for
He
Gaz.
will have enough cards to insole next turn as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Obviously, if he opts to go for the GCR like you said.
He will.
Yeah.
He will.
Is this the fourth
fourth
creative
creative
shot
shot.
from Michael?
And discarding a floating.
Yeah, he's got all the floating he needs.
That really must be the secret. 3 down. Merlin. Eat the floating memory. And go to level 3. There we go.
Here we go.
Yeah.
So
Oh, the crux side as well. That's so good.
Michael
6.
will draw off the level counter being even.
Is that 2 sudden steals gone? So there's not a large attack probably coming through this turn. Fireball possibly, but it just Nothing's threatening quite yet.
Goes for
Pendragon.
his own Pendragon.
Also, one of the other cards of the day, to be
Yeah.
fair. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
such a good card. Obviously, we saw Michael using it last in the top 8 game. 3 Pendragons in both games, proving how effective it is.
It's almost like the returning the regalia is supposed to sort of be the downside, but that's
Yeah,
also an
no.
upside.
Oh.
And I don't think there's any floating there, so
No.
that doesn't feel huge.
Oh.
Banishing the Crux site has some interaction there because he can't Crux site that Crux site. Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Not probably a game determining factor, I would think, but
Yeah, so he does go
GCR.
for the GCR, as you said.
So I'm pretty sure, not seeing how many cards are in Michael's hand, but I imagine he's held up the Resolute here because he will know Gaz has an insult coming his way.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
So we see a Hasty, Savage,
And
Slash, but
he
I don't
might
think
have enough cards left over to add extra damage on top. There we go.
Yeah.
Card of the day. So
Gaz does keep a
bring it
Crux
insole up
site.
on screen. Yeah. So a very insane card with a high cost, but essentially for 6 you are able to materialize. Not even materialize. You just get to play as many swords as possible with a cost of 1 or less. And like I say, Gaz has got 7 in his material deck there, and they all get there on enter effects. So Drawn Blade will draw you a card.
If he chooses to attack with Seer's Sword, he'll glimpse
Glimpse,
too.
which I've seen him doing all day as well,
Yeah.
which just tidies up his next few cards. I think you can use Fire Tongue if you want to add extra durability for dispersion. Warrior's Longsword, obviously, good damage and 2 durability.
So Michael may not have the Resolute here, meaning this will be dealing a lot of damage.
I don't know if that's currently lethal on its own from where he is.
No, I don't believe. Glimpsing 2, we see a
Glimpsing 2,
Cremation and a Savage. He's
Savage
going to put
Slash.
those right
Yeah.
to the bottom.
So it's probably not lethal, but it will be a lot of damage. There's one more. We're just declaring which swords are entering banishment, and then a swing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, possibly.
Yeah.
Which he must know he doesn't run Chalice as well, I'd say.
Oh
Yeah.
no, 6.
Yeah, 6.
Michael left on 6 HP.
Oh, there's dispersion for game.
Oh.
Oh no. How many durability have we got? 1, 2. Fast cure.
Oh.
Wow. Oh, that's Spirit's Blessing. Spirit's Blessing.
Yeah, so that'll wake his
Yep.
champion up, draw him a card.
Insane. That was such a good turn.
Yeah. Michael left on 3 health.
And he's to do even with this board to do 28 health here on a non-boosted turn.
And obviously we saw the Crux site in Gaz's hands. He
So
can
he's
just get
currently
that.
level 6. Fireball represents 7. 2 of those.
It's not enough.
It just doesn't feel like enough.
Michael does have a large hand though. So.
Yeah. Just going to go for some damage here. He might...
Oh, killing the dungeon guide.
Yeah. He might hold up Resolute to try tank some... I think even with Resolute, the insult hits over.
Yeah, no, Michael does not currently have a Resolute in hand, so we might see him attempt to dig for it.
Cruxite, draw
which he
1.
does. Draws a
Sparkalite. It's not useful here. I think he's got another Raccoon in hand. Not offering a lot of value. There's a Southern Steel. 6. Oh, 6.
Swords banished.
Yep. Southern Steel. Hidden here.
Just trying to get any damage on board, which is fair enough. Obviously, Sudden Steel having efficiency, so Michael just gets to swing for 5 for free, basically. And he brings out
Incarnate.
Horse. I did not see that in his hand.
Definitely something that might keep him in here, but
yes,
the dispersion, it's not spell damage, so I don't know.
yeah. I don't know the rule anymore. See a creative shock in his hand. Obviously, being a very popular card in this game so far.
So the insole itself can probably take the horse out and clear it. It's just whether or not he can do the 3 damage past that
Maybe.
majestic
Oh,
spirit.
he does have. Is that the Pendragon in hand, which would be the last 3 damage?
Well, you can put that sword back now and then draw some extra cards. Because you're only going to bring it out again anyway. So. What we got going
Gaz
here?
opting to swing 7
It's the
at the
horse.
sword. At the horse, sorry, yep. Or the majestic spirit.
Interesting. No retaliation there. He must
I
be
guess wanting
intending
to
kill
keep
it.
the
Yep.
intercept up.
I think his theory is he can
And I believe here comes the ghost.
finish it. Yep. There we go.
Yep, so they'll kill.
Does he have enough cards for the insole? Interesting. Did he put anything back with the ghost?
No, he didn't.
Yeah.
No, he didn't. Oh, and he's going to wake himself up and attack the game. Does Michael have... Oh, no, he doesn't have a sword out. Because he has to return it with Spirit's Blessing. Oh, no, because Gaz has a Savage Slash in hand. So this would come in for game if...
8.
Or
Rending.
just a rending, why not?
So,
Game 1 going
if
to
none of you are
Gaz.
familiar with rending flames, that
Liam's favourite card.
you banish 3 fires from your graveyard, and it will double the initial number of damage. So right there, that would have
you can see
been
it on screen.
It would have been 1, 2, 3, 6 swords. That's 9. I think that's 18.
18
damage, which was more than enough for game there, but just a
Only
subtle,
needed 3.
just a subtle flex.
Yeah. Yeah, very interesting. Seeing Michael use 4 creative shocks.
All right, side deck here. There's Blanche. That is not bad because Dispersion is non-attack damage. So we may see them come in. That's been a card that's popped up all day.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Blanche's popularity. I don't know if you guys seen the price
In the
here,
last
but it's
week?
just spiked. Yeah.
And certainly in the lead up to this event anyway.
Of course.
Largely kind of overlooked until people just realised Merlin is still really, really popular.
And Rye. Yeah.
Does next to nothing versus allied decks. It can protect you from Scepter on the sort of the water turns. But
Definitely be a side out card.
yeah, looking like he either didn't side in anything or very many cards there. He kind of just shuffling up, going straight into.
Oh yeah, Gaz said he does have. Michael would have the favoured matchup supposedly.
Yeah.
But I guess we'll see in game 2.
Just that dungeon guide
Yeah.
accelerated that. So
Oh.
another card that changes game states a lot out of nowhere.
Yeah. Gaz being able to use 2 creative shocks, which obviously isn't 4 that Michael used, but
Two's
still,
enough.
Yeah.
Two's normally enough. Any more and you almost sometimes they're not even needed.
Yeah.
One's like nice, 2's ideal. Any more than that, and it's usually just fruit on the tree.
Interesting to see if Michael opts to go first or second in this matchup.
He probably wants to go first.
Yeah.
Yeah. You just can't let Gaz get there before you. Interesting there. Just realised they're playing on the official card merchant Nelson sleeves there. Sorry, not sleeves, mats. So both players just having a little bit of casual chat there between the
Obviously,
games.
yeah, being mates.
It's a hard position to be in when you're, playing a teammate and a friend in such a high level event. But there's silver lining to it.
it means one of them progresses to the final.
And one of them will still get 1,500 New Zealand dollars. Multiple first aid booster boxes, multiple fractured crown booster boxes, and of course the Spirit of Fire.
Yeah.
Michael opting to just pass. Obviously similar to last game. Interesting hand for Gaz. He also opts to pass. Interesting to see who makes the first move.
GCR.
Oh, this is the first time we've seen Michael not Creative Shock.
That usually signifies not a great start.
Yeah.
Which you're always pretty happy, actually.
Fireball with Dungeon
Although
Guide.
it quite quickly could draw you into exactly
Here
what
we
you
go.
need.
Hasty
Messenger.
being one of the best fire cards.
Here we go. Okay. That is Flame Rune Swordsman.
Which
there.
is a class bonus.
Mage Warrior. We won't forget that this time.
Cremation to draw 2, drawing a fast cure and another cremation.
It's not bad. Not bad. Fast cure at the end of the turn there. It's a card that's been popping up a lot in popularity too, actually.
Also with it being the prize card for today. So obviously top 32 receiving the Nationals invite card to the Oceania Nationals.
I think we'll see a few
bowlers
running around with four prize card fast cures in the deck shortly.
Gaz going to level 1, obviously using fast cure.
Yep, it's a pretty good start. We'll just see if he's got anything to follow it up with, though, because Michael has drawn a few cards now, so looks like a stalwart. A stalwart.
Yeah.
Not great cards here, but as soon as you have a creative shock, they become pretty good. So 2 down. Honourable swing. Might be a cremation to follow this up. Pass. Okay.
Pass. We're going to see a fast cure from Michael.
Yeah.
Obviously running very similar cards.
So that can be an issue for fire, as you have all these ways to get floating memory in the graveyard. When you don't draw them, your deck then doesn't tend to do a lot. So, and now just sort of being either forced to go up to level 2, banishing those 2 cards.
Yeah.
Which is maybe what he intends to do. What have we got? Incarnate Majesty. Is that 3 Pendragons in his hand? It is.
Oh, we might see a...
I've never seen a man draw Pendragons so many times. 2 fireballs as well.
Opting not to go for the Dungeon Guide? See Michael just...
Yeah, okay. Didn't commit to the play.
No,
so.
he is.
Yep. Interesting.
Assuming he'll go for Merlin again.
Yep. Oh, with that hand, I would imagine so. Yeah. Yeah. He's not really in a...
Oh, there goes 1.
That's
Pendragon,
fine.
But
With
he's still got 2.
Yeah.
And a sweep.
Yep.
Obviously a sweep not doing
I'd say that was
Gaz.
pretty good banishes there. It puts Gaz in that awkward moment now of not being able to put any more floating memory in the graveyard too. So there's the cremation.
Yeah.
Really, really solid. Looking like Michael in a very good spot.
Yeah. Interesting to see if Gaz
He's going to level 2.
Level 2 this game. Yep.
Yep.
Very similar to
Michael.
last game.
Michael playing around the sweep as well by pulling everything off board. Waking up that
sweep, a Savage Slash, a Resolute, another sweep.
It's just there's nothing there to advance that game state a lot. You'll probably Savage Slash, put 1 at... Oh, yeah, I mean, you could Savage Slash, put 2 down, and there's your level 3 next turn. But you're very far behind on guard advantage there.
He's just opting to swing for 3.
Interesting.
Which is fair enough.
Interesting. Just that sort of... Oh, he's got the Dungeon Guide by the look of it, though.
Interesting to see if he uses it this turn or not. No, he will go for it.
Yeah.
Which is fair enough.
I think his theory here is if he's got enough health, he might be able to buy just enough turns.
Well, yeah, we saw
if he
what
has,
happened last time when Michael didn't have the Resolute.
and if he gets a Pendragon again and just draws some cards, you quickly get up to that magic number of 7. But with
It's
all
actually
the
looking reasonably even. I
this,
think Gaz has a slight upper hand being at level 3, but we might see Michael advance to level 3 Merlin.
just 3
soon.
cards though, so it's like he can only
He can't
he-
incel for a wee while.
he can he's got he can
Oh.
draw. Oh,
Sparklighting
that's
the
that can get him into a drawn blade.
levels him up.
Yeah.
Like,
Huge.
just consuming it, yeah.
Yep.
And then he'll go to level 3, get the draw. Michael obviously knowing his deck inside and out.
Merlin just feels so unfair when it
Yeah.
steals your floating memory for
Yeah.
its own advantage there.
If Flame Rune and a Fireball get banished.
You lose a fireball. It's not the end of the world. Level 3, here we go. Tick up, draw a card. And then draw for turn. 3 Pendragons in a hand. Yeah, we'll see some of them come down, I'd say. 2 Incarnates,
and
maybe?
Incarnate, he
Yeah.
might whip out the horse again.
Yeah.
Or the Majestic
He
Spirit.
might not do it this
Here we go.
early. He might wait maybe one more turn.
Yeah.
He
Drawing
knows.
a creative and 2 creatives off.
Yeah, that's very good.
Far out.
Yeah, he knows Gaz won't be able to insole him next turn. So, and even if he could, I don't know if the insole on its own would be game
Michael
anyway.
just the king of drawing creative shocks.
It does.
And Pendragons apparently.
Does help you win games.
Yeah.
Yeah. GCR, pretty respectable. Putting him up to 5 cards. 6 next turn. Interesting. Even next turn, if you play 6 cards in hand. Yeah. Is there a 2 down Pendragon maybe?
It's going for the. Oh no.
Yep, Pendragon. There we
yeah,
go. Yep.
There we go.
Draw some extra cards, which means next turn, instead of having 6 for turn, he'll now have 7. Yeah, which is the number he needs to start playing. And Michael probably won't push lethal next turn. Interesting. Cremation. Yep, there we go. Yep, guaranteeing that he has enough cards. Yep. Pass turn. So we have 5 down, 2 in hand, that's 7, draw 8. So
Got 2 creatives, here we go.
Yeah, the ideal though is to have a dispersion left over, which could seal the game on that turn. Here we see some damage coming down. 6 versus 9. Both heroes having 28 health makes it kind of fair in this scenario.
Yeah.
You always feel like a bit of a bully when you're playing someone with 25 health. So.
Rip Sylvie.
She'll have her day to shine one day.
Don't worry, Aiden. Interesting to see. Michael will probably go for a sword. Oh yeah, because he does have another Pendragon in hand, doesn't he? Yep. So
yeah.
So the Melon should tick up to level 3.
3 this turn.
Level 3 cat level counters this turn. Yeah.
Pendragon's just offering so much value. Yep. Pretty much all the crux stuff has, apart from Insol, has a really low investment value for high reward.
Yeah.
And even Insol, when you think about it, 6 for the amount of damage it represents is, I wouldn't say unfair, but it's huge. Yeah. In fact, into a Resolute format, it feels very fair.
Yeah.
Although I don't think there's one of those.
Could see an Incarnate Majesty.
Yeah, that would soak up a lot of damage.
I believe we're going to see the second Pendragon here. Putting down sweep, I believe. Yeah.
There we go. 1, 2. Ooh. Both players playing at a pretty reasonable pace too. Actually, they both
Oh,
know
it's
their
been good.
decks.
Yep.
Fast Cure. There's the Resolute that we've drawn. Resolute
Oh,
Fast Cure. Good
that's-
cards here to have.
yeah.
Yep. They solid
Interesting. He might just swing and pass.
pass. Yep. You would probably assume with that Resolute and Fast Cure that you're safe.
Yeah. At least for
One turn.
yeah.
And with two. Although I think even the Insole here is going to clear both Pendragons.
It will. Yep.
Yep.
And that's still huge value. Then we might see like a horse come out next turn.
Although Michael could Crux Sight them back
That is true.
because I believe he has one of those in his hand.
He does.
Yep. Not an interaction people are too familiar with doing, but it definitely will come up. Then you get to draw a card and materialize a sword, draw two more.
Draws is kind of rough.
Yeah,
It's a
not a
creative shot.
not a hand that's offering him.
He does have the Resolute.
Does he not have the Insole?
No, he doesn't.
Wow,
He doesn't have any
Wow,
Crux cards
that
in hand,
is-
I don't believe.
incredibly unfortunate when your deck sort of relies on that main win con.
Gonna
He's
see
going to
a
go
great
for it
shot.
here, but won't be able to play it.
He
I-
did draw the Insole.
Yeah, I don't know if he has
No,
enough
I don't
cards.
think he does.
I think he has
But
to
he
take.
still has the Resolute in hand to survive another turn. But he
So
doesn't
we
have
are at
Michael.
4 in hand, 5 in hand,
5.
8. Yeah. So he can play the Resolute to not take lethal, assuming Michael can't come over the top with some big fireballs. And on 13 to do 15 when he's going to tick up to a Merlin turn where you're going to draw more cards,
Yeah.
have more attack
Have
points
more
on board.
attack.
I think this could be it. Yeah. Just reeling out. If he had have drawn the Insole rather than having to,
Yeah.
it would have been a very different game.
Yeah.
4 level counters on Merlin.
Could see a Fireball play come down.
Or
there.
we just see another crystal into
I think a Fireball
No, there we go.
plus the
Yep.
2 Pendragons might be enough game.
well, he is at level 9
He's
currently.
level 9 currently, which would be
10 on a fireball. There we
and
go.
and then 6 with the
Yep.
the Pendragons would be game. But
We might
Gaz
see it.
does have the
Do we have a Blanche? Oh, 2 down.
he does have the Resolute in hand.
Yeah, so he might Resolute Blanche? Or just Resolute? Interesting how he's sort of laying out his cards. He's put 2 down as in signifying he's got a 2 cost, but trying to... Oh, okay, he's going to eat the
Oh wow.
10 there.
Yeah, and then he's obviously still got the Resolute in hand.
Yep. Which
Save
does...
him.
So that blanks the Pendragons. Crux Sight, draw 1.
Now that he's a high level, we could see Horse come out. Oh no.
Creative shot.
Opting to go for
He
creative
might be
shot.
digging for that Sudden Steel. That would do it.
Oh yes, Sudden Steel would be enough. Oh no, not with
No,
the Resolute.
Not with
sorry,
the Resolute,
my
yeah.
apologies.
Oh, now would be.
Oh yes.
Yeah, it would be now.
Obviously gaining the
Yeah. The 2 damage there. So this is forces the Resolute.
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go.
But even then, Michael's still got the other Resolute in hand.
he
Or is that his
he
memory?
can just play Incarnate now though, and still hit 1, and
Oh. Drawing 2 more, discarding, dealing 2 more damage. 1 more damage to close it out.
the
Which would be
Incarnate
the
does
horse.
it. Yeah, the
Yep, 'cause
Incarnate does
horse
it.
is 4 health.
Yeah.
Mm,
He's got enough cards to do it, I think.
he
too.
does.
Yep. Crux Sight.
Interesting.
Add back Crux Sight. Draw 1. He's just digging. Crux Sight
What's
again.
he digging for?
Sudden
the
Steel,
Sudden
there we
Steel.
go.
There, yeah.
Boom.
That's game. Going to game 3.
Wow, that was a good game.
Yes,
Yep.
100%.
Very high level gameplay. A little bit unfortunate for Gaz,
Yeah, just
but
the draws, I think, really let him down. Seeing a lot of sweeps and honourable vanguards and just
Yeah.
stuff that he didn't need.
just the sort of fire hand that can be insane if you have Creative Shock or Cremation Ritual.
Yeah. Also having to Cremation Ritual, his Pendragon
Yeah.
did hurt, yeah.
Although it's probably going to die anyway, so I think actually getting value from that earlier on might be the way to go. He was behind anyway. He did well actually. Like I think if Gaz drew the insole, that game was still really, really close. So
He did hit the insole just,
after the creative,
after the
yeah.
creative. It was quite rough for him.
He could have even hit like a crux site to then possibly draw into it as well. You don't just have to hit insole there, but it seems to be the main sort of win con for his deck, unfortunately.
Yeah, 100%.
It actually sounds like Gaz doesn't have the dispersion in his list.
Just running the Spirit's
Blessing.
But still that
Well, that's a massive hit
insanely
back
good
to
card.
back. Yep. Wonder why he's not on the dispersion.
Oh,
He must have done a lot of testing with
yeah,
it,
of
I'd say.
course.
So he's
Yeah,
come
no,
to this conclusion that
he's a very good player.
Yeah.
There must be a reason behind it.
I guess it goes over the top of a resolute anyway. You're swinging with that much.
Blanche?
Yes, it's non-attack
So
damage.
maybe
It's to play around
also,
Blanche.
Yeah, because Blanche is very popular, obviously now with all the rides. But yeah, I guess we'll see what happens in game 3. Very, very good 2 games though.
Just going to take a quick little pause here before this next game concludes. Right, Dick's Cut presented, ready for game 3.
Guys, obviously opting
To go first.
Yeah.
That's the you have to go first to get there, but you have to see.
Dungeon Guy to
He's got the cremation honourable play though,
nice,
so that's fine.
Nice.
Yep.
That's a very good
Yep.
start for you guys there.
Yep. Yep. That's kind of exactly what you. If he didn't see that, that turn felt very, very lackluster. So I'm glad he was able. I just kind of hope both players get out to the races at a even speed. What have we got there? Sudden Steel, Dungeon Guide, Crux Sight,
Creative Shock.
Pass,
Michael, the king of drawing
Pass.
the Creative Shock.
and Pendragon.
Is that I think I saw a Resolute.
Yep, there is. Yep. Here we go. So we go to level 1. Will we see Sword of Seeking or Sword of Adverse? Oh, he's not running it, so we won't see.
Gaz could
We
bring
won't
out
see that.
multiple Pendragons and bait one of the Resolutes. I don't know if Michael would actually. Yeah.
But
it's
I'd say
interesting.
both players won't fall for
Yeah.
tricks like that. They'll be very good at reading when the opponent is able to put
Gaz
pressure on.
having a Creative Shock in hand. Opposite just pass.
The creative shot.
Obviously,
Yeah, so the
fine.
passing is interesting there. I think he'll. It's probably. I don't. From the. We don't know what he drew, but I'd say we'll see a GCR next turn, hoping to
He
draw
does
into.
have the Creative Shock in hand, so he might just go for a Creative Shock, discard a floating, go to level 2, and just use one of the cards he puts down.
Level 1, Lorraine.
Yeah, we see it.
Both players, something I've noticed, are opting to play no foils in their deck either.
Oh,
And I think that. I wonder if there's a reason for that. If they think they might be distinguishable or just don't place any value on the nicer looking cards. But
Fair enough.
that is something that I've sort of overlooked, is the fact
I haven't actually noticed that. In terms of for for a hasty.
3
not.
down. Touch and cut. There we go. Level
Interesting.
2. Will he shock us and go into level 2 Lorraine?
Doubt it. No.
Sudden Steel?
I
Maybe?
think it was 2
Yep.
sudden steals, yeah.
Excellent.
Taking for 1
Yep.
and passing.
Good spot to be in. Surely we'll see Gaz fire off that creative shock. Part of the team, part of the motto.
Hell yeah. Yeah, here we go.
Come on, discard that floating. He's thinking. Honourable. There you go.
Fair enough. Yep. And he's going to obviously choose to
Just lose one of those.
inhale it.
Feels a bit rough there, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Actually, yeah. Yep. The fast skewer though. Yep. Will that heal him?
This is before recollection
Yep.
as well, so
Yep.
he'll, I'm assuming, level 2 after
Yep.
this.
Yep.
Yeah, he is.
Should he heal back? I don't know if he had less influence or not. No, he didn't have less influence. Yeah.
You're playing 6-0. Player 49, you're playing player 64. Player 59, you're playing player 594.
What's happening now? Level
No,
2. There we go.
He has to get to
Yep.
level 3 and just apply as much pressure as possible to Michael.
He can kill the Dungeon Guide to draw a card here too.
That is also.
Yep. Any draw you can get in an insult deck counts. Any time I ever played insult, you value a draw so high.
Just thinking a target over there.
He's got another creative shock in hand. So still a very even game at this point. You won't put any more floating
Michael
memory in the
choosing
bin.
to Resolute.
Interesting. On the
On
was he attacking the Dungeon Guide though? We don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're unable to hear game audio, unfortunately.
Here we go.
Okay.
This is a little bit better
Definitely.
of a game from Gaz than last game.
I'll see. Essentially, just seeing Dungeon Guide. Because
Michael only having 4 cards.
Yeah,
now as well.
I don't think he's going to level 3 next turn.
No.
Yeah. And he's probably only got one.
Finishing an honourable and a Varuk. Interesting little tech.
Yeah.
In Gaz's
I
deck.
know that's a card Gaz has talked about for a long time, actually.
Yeah.
Many people think it should be on the ban list or not. It's never really it's a crazy card, but it's never really been a problem in the format.
Yeah.
What it does is a problem, but it doesn't plague the format. So I don't think it's a card that needs to be addressed. Just heavily watched though.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
I was just seeing if he has any floating.
Yeah.
Just see Gaz pass the turn.
Yeah. So he has 4 cards himself. Is able to draw 2. He got a 6. Yeah. 1 turn off the magic number. Yep. And I don't even know if he has the insole though.
I don't believe he does.
Yeah.
No.
So he's got to kind of hope he draws into it. Otherwise, every turn he doesn't have it once he's able to do it with cards in hand.
Does Michael have a second Resolute? Oh, he is going for level 3.
Wow. 1 card. I mean, he will get to draw back a little bit
and
here,
then
but
2 or
still,
3, enough for a Pendragon.
which knowing Michael, he'll have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we saw Incarnate in his hand.
Yeah, well, that's not doing anything now.
All right.
Although he knows Gaz is not going to be able to insolve at least until his next turn.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you can take 1 turn off, but he will only get. He's not going to be able to get an additional draw from Merlin next turn.
Ooh.
The creative's good there. If he discards a floating, he'll probably Drawn Blade now, I think.
No, he went for the GCR.
Oh, he did. Yeah. Oh, he did GCR before. Sure. Wow. Suddenly, I feel like this.
Stalwart, another creative. I believe that's a Pendragon. Yep, here we go.
He's just kind of
Drawing Gaz
really
into
just
two
wants to draw
cards.
into that insole
Yep.
at this point. 3 damage. Still, I don't think, even if he doesn't do the damage this turn, I just can't see Michael pulling out too much pressure next turn.
No. See a Flame Rune in hand from Michael. I think that's an Incarnate Majesty, which he won't be able to use for a while.
I suppose that's the issue of such a high cost card when you have so little resources.
Yep.
GCR.
Recoup his losses. Drawing a Flame
Sweep.
Sweep.
Not terrible, but not. Oh, actually, that could be really good on the swing back turn because you can clear a board.
Opting to just swing for 1.
2.
Oh yeah.
That.
And then
Spark. Oh, the
he's
creative.
gonna
Creative.
seal
Yep.
it for 2,
Yep. It's a good play.
Drawing a Stalwart and another creative. Oh no, was that Flame Rune? Sorry.
Yeah, but he did draw a creative stalwart. Oh, and he's really digging for that insole.
He is. Having to just start a hasty messenger.
Surely he's seen it. Surely. Banish.
Going for the Drawn Blade. He's digging.
Yeah.
He's really
that value.
trying to find it. And obviously...
I'd feel so bad for him if he hasn't.
Yeah.
Although I think he still has one more. Although Michael will draw a bunch of cards. Cruxite. Yep.
Cruxiting back the
Cruxite. Yep.
So
Draw a card.
Add back the Pendragon.
Yep.
Oh, he's going to do it again.
Yep.
Alright.
If he has it. Although he's got enough cards where he could Pendragon and still insole.
Yeah.
I think.
He doesn't have it.
That's.
Oh no, is that?
I don't think
no,
it is.
he doesn't have it.
That is insanely unlucky.
Really unlucky.
He'll probably Pendragon here. Try draw 2. Yeah. If he hits it now, though, I think he's fine.
Yeah. He didn't. He drew a Rending. That would still be. Oh.
I feel really bad for Gaz at this point. But in saying that,
he's digging.
So he won't be able to pull it off this turn.
No.
But
he does have the Resolute in hand.
Yeah, and I don't think Michael, even without any, I don't see him doing 26. Yeah, with a Stalwart's fine here because it blanks some amount of damage.
Could we see the Majestic Spirit come out from Michael this turn? Or, because he does have a Fireball in hand. Oh no, it's not really
I think he'll want to draw extra cards here. I mean, he effectively gets to draw 3 cards. Yeah.
With the
level up
mage.
and yes, that mage, all important
And
mage
getting
class
the draw.
bonus.
He'll gain.
Important to note that Merlin is both of those. Yep.
No floating in the graveyard from Gaz.
Yep. So he can't materialize the Drawn Blade again without losing one of his cards down, but I think he will because none of them are insole, so he can't lose that. Yeah. You see what I mean? If he, like you can lose probably any one of those cards if it means you draw 2 and one of them turn out to be an insole.
Michael now having a decent amount of cards, still no Resolute in hand. We do see a Cremation. He might.
He's getting closer to being able to play that Incarnate now as well.
We might see a Cremation on the Dungeon Guide.
Yep, I think that's all. You might. There's no point swinging with it because it's going to go into that. So this is huge here for Gaz because he's now got that floating memory 4 of 3 Drawn Blade.
Yeah. Because he put it back with the Pendragon. Yeah. And you're right.
But if you don't draw Insole, I think if he doesn't draw Insole on his next turn,
might be too late.
Yeah, it might be too late. Yeah, and I'll feel real bad if that's the case. But
think we're seeing an Incarnate Majesty come out.
Yep.
Here we go.
Yeah. So even if he gets the insult at this point, that Incarnate is going to soak up all that damage, and I think Michael has 2 of them, so he is just going to keep playing that
That's rough.
the Majestic Spirit down. Just an insane card.
Yeah. But
I don't know if the 12 cost feels enough, to be honest, for how much work this card
'cause
does.
it has efficiency and cost less for each sword in your banishment.
Yeah,
So
and Intercept, True Sight, Vigor, Spell Shroud, half damage.
Yeah,
It just feels like a literal custom card.
yeah.
Not a card I think that needs to be banned, but again, possibly
Just
being
a
on
good card.
a watch list,
Yeah.
depending on how problematic it is. Although Merlin without it might be too fair as well, possibly.
It still has the advantage of playing Fireball.
Yeah. Only in the fire deck though, the Majestic Spirit definitely aids to like a Wind Merlin or a Water Merlin. Yeah. It's just cream on top for a fire deck here.
And he's going to go for the taunt as well.
That's fine here. The insole kind of deals with the board convincingly. Surely after the creative here,
How many
seeing all
cards is
those
that for Gaz? That is, he'll have
and-
10 cards
and draw
then
2 more. You can just tell he doesn't have it though.
He's really
Yeah.
digging.
We'll see Drawn Blade again. Draw 2 cards.
Going to go to 12 cards in total after this draw for turn.
I think he still lives another turn, possibly
Yeah.
though.
He didn't draw the.
That is insane. Wow.
Oh,
Oh no,
he
he's got
did.
it. He's
He
got it.
did.
He's got it. He's got it.
He
Okay.
did end up drawing the insole.
He has enough cards to be able to insole and
Only-
still
Only
do other
took
stuff
him
on top.
12 cards.
Well, that's in his hand. That's
Yeah.
everything else he's run through
Yeah.
already. So from here, though, he's got a high likelihood of drawing into more after every consecutive turn. So what he's probably trying to do now is figure out how to insole, clear the board, and then possibly hit. He could hit with that big rending for game.
True.
Yeah.
True. Yes, he did have the rending in
If-
hand. He's doing
he
the
might-
math now, I think.
I don't know if it was just.
Because Michael obviously has no cards in hand.
I don't think he can deal with the taunt and
He
the
is
Majestic
insolent.
Spirit to then hit with the rending. I think if there was only one of the 2 up there, I think he'd be fine.
Unfortunately, he won't get the extra draw off the drawing blade.
Yeah. Yeah, which always feels a little bit rough there.
But he'd rather keep his champion awake.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. He needs that attack this turn to apply some pressure. So just he's putting the counters on to represent durability, and then everything else is he does run this sort of adversity. He's probably just has to go for the taunt at first. That deals with that. That's cool, and then do those swords add up to the magic number?
Yeah, it'll definitely be able to get rid of it this turn.
That's 4 damage, 5.
Also being able to glimpse.
Yeah, which is
Good.
so yeah.
Store and a hasty
They'll
going
straight to the bottom. Yeah. That has put in so much work for him today. Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. Yeah. So with sort of not running dispersion.
So he's got rid of the horse.
Here we go. Can he follow it up? Has he got enough cards left? Has he got 4 in hand? I think the rending is lethal here.
Good point. Could we see at least?
I think he had the rending too, from memory.
Does he have 4 in hand?
Yep, there's 3 down. There we go.
Oh,
That's the.
how much is that coming in for?
He's actually still got the. It's
4.
less. It's less this turn.
So 7,
14.
8. It'll be 16, I believe. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh no, 18. He
One
puts
off.
him on 1.
One off.
That's crazy.
What a.
Surely that's not a squirrel in hand.
Yeah. This surprise. Tick right at the end. Wow, that's insane. Nullifying Lantern. Too late. Yeah. And they're just packing up the game? Or no, he's
No.
resetting. Yep. To do 25 damage in this current board state
Gonna
just
nullify.
just feels
Yeah.
too late for that. Probably just doesn't have anything.
Did he have the? He does have the other incarnate, so that would be another 10 damage for him to deal with.
Yep.
Thing,
It's not over. Just being on 1 damage. Something as simple as a.
the sweep.
Yep.
That would be enough.
Yep. Yeah. You're right. Actually.
And he does have the sweep in hand.
Yeah,
I believe.
you can tank the damage on the horse, retaliate back, and just sweep him for 1. Just hope he doesn't hold up a resolute though, or something.
He doesn't have one in hand at the moment. His best bet would be to cremation the. Yeah.
There we go.
And then bring out a
Dig
horn.
for 1.
Hopefully, draw a resolute off this.
I don't know if he's going to have enough cards.
Pendragon.
Pendragon's good. Pendragon, put back the nullifying
No,
lantern.
he's not going for it. He's going for the horse.
Again. Really hoping that's going to carry him, literally ride his way, carry him to victory.
Yeah. A little bit of confusion here.
Swing for 4. He's going to wake up. Two cards in hand. Oh, which could, in theory.
It's a fireball.
Yeah,
And
I mean, we know it's not a we know it's not a resolute. If you're Gaz right now.
I still think it.
Oh no, it is. It is. It is. Yep, it is. You're right. I think this game's. I think it's over. Be such a cool way to win on a sweep that theoretically
means nothing.
It means nothing. Yeah. Very versatile card, actually, when you think about it in an interaction like that.
Yeah, 100%.
That the interceptor that doesn't die doesn't get to tank the rest of the damage. Yeah, he's just going to concede. Yeah.
Obviously, well done to
both players played really well there.
No, I didn't catch on any misplays or plays that I thought were wrong.
I don't even think there was much confusion between the players.
Just
as to
Michael
what was happening.
Needed the resolute. Unfortunately, using it on that turn before when he was level 2. Yeah.
Head judge coming over just to double check and sign off, I would say here.
Yeah.
Yep. Right, what have we got? Are they packing up? Yep, there we go. Okay, game concluded. Match done. Gaz from Creative Shock beats teammate Michael Yap in the semi-finals, progressing to the final of Ascent Auckland.
What a title, man. He's guaranteed 4,000 New Zealand dollars
at minimum.
Potentially
3 boxes.
10,000. Yep.
3 boxes. A prize card. Yeah. Just insane value. I think now is probably a good time just for a quick shout out to Weebs for running this event. Well, and partner with Geek Culture to running this event. Yeah. So I've got no complaints or feedback. Everything's been.
It's been an awesome event, man.
Venue's been great. Food, VIP room's been good.
Yeah.
Yep.
I've been eating all the grain waves.
Lots of refreshments provided.
Yeah. Especially for a game this, only a year in development, seeing it do this well, it's hats off to the developers of from Weebs to the Shore.
They're just so engaging with the community. I mean, I was talking to one of them before on a personal level.
Yeah.
And they're people who get us, which is so good. So yeah, big shout out to them. Shout out to Geek Culture as well. They've run a very smooth event. There's been plenty of staff. A judging team have also done a great job.
Was good, yeah.
Yep. There's obviously always going to be the odd little thing that's never perfect or might not be happy with, but overall I've found it a very fair and lenient judge team actually.
Yep.
So yeah, we'll probably take a short break for, I don't know, maybe. Well, it depends how long the other match takes and
we still don't know Caben and Yuwong's who won between that, but
we could see you back in 5 minutes or 15. We'll see you back at some undetermined point in time for the finals.
But yeah, we'll be back for the final.
See you soon. Thanks, guys. All right, guys, we are live for the final. That is me back, Liam. We have the young Levi TCG back again as well, and we are joined by a special guest. Introduce yourself.
Yeah, this is Sean from Geek Culture. I've been one of the judges and one of the organizers for the event. Been going fantastic. Really, really looking forward to seeing how this particular matchup ends up.
Are they able to look at each other's lists here?
Yes.
Is that what's Wow.
Really, right before the match.
Yeah, usually they're given a few minutes in top 8 to peruse each other's list. In top 32, you just get given published lists.
Yeah,
But
and
Crazy.
the rips for the rips in the
Yeah,
in the
Mike-
deck list there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
we've
Wow.
used the deck list a lot for deck checks and all of that, so
Yeah.
not a surprise.
He wasn't playing the level 2 Lorraine either.
So,
He opted
yeah.
not to.
Uyon is his strategy is he has it in the sideboard, and so he brings it out on particular matchups. So when he
I
doesn't
see.
play level 2 Lorraine, he's gonna have his Crystal Empowerment
Yeah.
to give his Banner Knight active, a way to become active basically whenever he needs to. So for example, in his previous match against Kaven, he did not opt to have level 2 Lorraine in his board.
Yeah.
So yeah, as we
Wow.
were talking earlier, a massive grind, which is why we
Yeah.
took so long to have the finals.
Yeah, an hour and a half, I think.
If not
No,
longer,
it was
it
like
was
2
2
hours and a
hours,
bit. It
yeah.
was like 2 hours and 10 minutes. Yeah.
It was an intense game. I
Yeah.
mean, we weren't privy to watch the whole thing like you were, but you could just tell it was
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just a very stalematey game, and in the end, Uyon was able to put enough pressure where Kevin just basically had to try go for lethal. Uyon had the deflecting, and it was basically game over from there.
Deflecting on the ban list, maybe.
Nah,
That good. That good.
No, please. I like
It's
my
funny how
deflecting.
a card sort of so not subpar, but like it doesn't on its own do a whole lot,
Yep.
but can change an entire game.
It's better than, well, in my opinion, better than Resolute in that.
Yep.
In the Windell
Yep.
light mat. Yeah,
Yep, of
obviously,
course.
'cause
Absolutely.
You never go level 2, so you never get the
Yep.
free value off it.
Yeah. You just need to either protect yourself or one of your allies.
Well, yeah. You know, you just have one card in hand, and that can save your Phalanx Captain or Aizen or.
They are really analysing these lists too,
Yeah.
just to see if there's anything to look out for.
Both these players must be absolutely exhausted. Uyon had a
100%.
grind, and Michael's been on stream like 10 times now.
Yes, we just commentated.
I'm just trying to think.
before.
At least 3 or 4.
He's been.
Yeah.
I think both his top cut games were featured. Is that true?
Really?
No, we only had him on
Last
for last round.
Okay.
The round before.
The round before was it not Michael versus what's his name?
Michael Viscans.
That was top 4. No, that was top 8.
In top 8.
Yeah.
Wasn't it Michael
Oh, and
versus
then
the Water Lorraine player?
Yes, actually it was.
Yeah, so Michael's been on for 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
With also a very unique list as well. Something you don't see too much. A hybrid list. All the way in the finals.
Yeah, we've had lots of comments on that actually.
Who gets to decide to go first?
Higher
Higher
seed.
seed is the
So
one who gets to
it's
choose.
Michael.
In this case,
Yep.
Michael will choose.
Yeah, alright.
Likely to go first.
Yeah. Most matches you want to be first off to the races, but
Yeah.
I've seen that he's the guy at drawing creative shot.
will he
First
draw?
turn.
This
Yeah.
might
Say it again.
That's the one.
might be his downfall today though if
Whoa.
he doesn't. It is. It's a very important card to draw in this matchup. You need to
Yeah.
go every single turn to level up, so Wind Allies just doesn't kill you before you get there.
Yes, absolutely. And Michael runs a lot of cycle, so he really wants to just level up, cycle, and try to be at level 3 before Uyon has too much pressure on board.
And then that 28 health in the Majestic Spirit can kind of carry you through
Yes,
easier. Because
certainly.
yeah,
Yeah. Michael does also have access to flame sweeps and stuff. That's kind of the whole idea of this hybrid package, right?
Yeah.
do you
Um,
think Yu Yong will go into level 2 Lorraine for the later games as well to have more health, or
Yeah, that's a tough one. I'm not fully sure how Uyon's going to approach this particular
That's a good
matchup.
point, yeah.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards him not. He probably just needs to win early. It's one of these matchups where if you don't get early presence and just completely dominate, you're just going to lose because Merlin gets too much value long run.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. But
yeah.
we'll see what.
And
Uyon
a
chooses.
single Resolute can blank a turn
Yes.
so easily
Yeah.
for Wind.
Yeah.
They can only ever hit you for a couple at absolute best.
Exactly enjoy that.
Resolute is so strong, right?
Yeah.
In the matchups that you need it in.
Yeah, you play a Rye and it's like, oh, this may as well just be an empty card.
Yeah.
And then you play against allies and you're like, this may as well be Peaceful Reunion
Yeah.
at the same time. So
Yeah.
I think Michael's not on peaceful reunions or anything at any point. I don't
I
think.
haven't seen.
Yeah.
It was just Resolute. I don't know how many he was running though.
I don't think he's on max copies, but
No.
don't quote me on that. His list is, other than the kind of like flame sweeps and stuff, it's not too out of the ordinary for a Fire Merlin. But again, just having that flame sweep access, Lorraine access, this might be the decider. We'll see.
And you never know if he's going to go into it or not too, because we've seen him do it game 1, and then didn't do it game 2 when he could have done it game 2 as well. So
Yes, exactly.
He's very good at
running one of the trinkets in the main, but it's not the water one. I think it was the Azure.
Oh yes, Uyong. Yes. I heard from Caben as well. Actually, True Champion Gaming, when they were testing with Wind Lorraine, they actually believed also in having the fire trinket in main board. So what Uyong told me there was this entire event, he hasn't materialized it once.
Yeah.
But we might see it this round, maybe. We'll see.
Does it? I just don't know if it does too much.
Not too much into this matchup, probably.
You could banish maybe his fire floating when he gets them in there, but
There's Stalwart, a dungeon guide. He
There's
does
a-
have the Resolute.
is there a
obviously.
creative?
I believe
It looks
so.
like the
It
second
looks
card
like
in might be one.
Yeah.
I mean, he hasn't not drawn one all day, so it'd be surprising if he didn't.
a decent opening hand actually for Uyong.
He's got plenty of options.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that is a great hand. There's like one of every good option there.
Probably gonna play the Wind Rider.
Yeah.
No,
Oh, he's thinking. Uyong's an incredibly technical player, so we can imagine this match might take some time, but he really values figuring out exactly which unit to bring on
it's like
board.
the optimal play as you go through each one.
He's gonna go for the Wind Rider.
Coming in straight for two.
Two. Any damage you get in early at this point is massive as well.
We all got two really good units on board.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Weaponsmith being able to keep your
Are we going to
stuff alive.
see a creative shock?
Sure
Yes,
we
he's
will.
got it. He's got it. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
King of Creative Shot.
Does he have a generic floating
Fireball
memory?
and
There's
an
the
Horrible
Vanguard off the
Vanguard.
top.
Just
yeah.
what he needed.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think he did have a Flame Rune in hand though.
Yeah, but that's,
Flame Rune doesn't see the spirit though. That's the only issue.
sorry, yep.
that
Class
class
got-
bonus
wow.
comes up there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But now the Flame Rune's gonna be better.
Yeah. If he has a way to get it in, it didn't look like he had anything else though to pitch it in from there.
Yeah, maybe
I'm
not.
pretty sure he just store in hand. I think.
Yeah, you'll put that out, blank some damage, and then
Yeah.
maybe that's a lot of that's the past turn because you put your 2 down, so you're going to banish 1, and they have to clear it, and then you'll just use that.
Yeah.
Is there any raccoons in Uyong's list?
In his most recent list, I'm not completely sure. He used to raccoon me to death every game, so I'm gonna assume yes.
Yeah,
But possibly just in the sideboard.
because
I
that's
can't
not
remember.
a bad card here to keep him off those floating memory.
Oh, it's fantastic. Slowing down Merlin any amount is critical to
Me-
trying to survive. Or
me-
trying to like push
yeah.
for lethal
It's like-
mid game.
Merlin
Yeah.
level 2 on fairy legs.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say Wind Rider definitely be the time to kill it now, just because that vigor is just so frustrating to deal with, especially because you can just retaliate.
Yeah.
Especially
Well,
the turn before you cleave, because you
Yeah.
hit them and then you've got to accept that you're going to take
Take a
damage
bunch of
back.
damage.
Back,
Yeah.
yeah.
But that does mean the weaponsmith's also still alive.
You have a stalwart.
Assuming he's gonna go for a draw.
Bauble.
not too surprising. I think in this matchup, you just want to try and get as much influence as possible.
Yeah.
No,
Spam the
Ace of
board.
Protector.
Yep. That might be one too many.
And a Swift Recruit off the bubble.
Swift recruit, yeah.
It's
interesting.
He has so many options. Yeah.
He does. I think it's pretty paramount for Yuyon to try to clear off the hasty at least. And
I think something that's so cool is you've got two decks at the opposite end of the scale. You've got this high-end, powerful Crux deck that has massive health and has all these power bomb cards and needs to sort of be level 3 before it does anything really impressive. And then you've got the most low-to-the-ground, basic Monster Mash, obviously with tech and skill to pilot it, but 20 health, and they're just very different.
they're very
Yeah.
different.
Yeah.
I will say though, I think Michael's off to a fantastic start. Just being able to dump 2 floating, have another one on board, and just actually having a better board than the Wind player at this stage
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
scary.
Yeah.
Scary for Uyon. It's going to be
Although
Yeah.
something as random as like a raccoon right here
a raccoon.
could just be huge though as well.
It
Like
doesn't
it,
look like
he
he's
doesn't
considering
have
the
it.
Yeah.
Dream Fairy option.
Yeah.
You could bounce back up the Flame Rune, kill the Hasty.
Yeah.
But maybe he's saving it for something like Majestic Spirit. I
Yeah.
don't know.
It's really good for the Majestic Spirit, but I don't know if Uyon will have enough time to, save that Dream Fairy.
Yeah,
He might need to
yeah,
play it early,
Yeah.
but we'll have to see, really.
do you think he's not making a play here because he's just not like he kind of knows he's a little bit off the pace, and that's why he's overthinking all of his lines?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uyon is an overthinker,
Yeah.
for sure. He in these situations in particular, he's really careful, really, really careful. I can't blame him. This is again a lot on the line here. Ascent Auckland champion is a big accolade to
Big
add
title.
to anyone's list. Yeah.
Even the finals at the end of the day is an achievement in itself.
Oh, absolutely.
You've gone through 9
Yeah.
grueling rounds of Swiss, and then top 8 to get here.
Yeah, I mean Michael as well. He's done fabulous to get as far as he has, and flew over from Melbourne. In the semis, we actually saw him play against one of his teammates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So unlucky for them, but them being able to secure Australia a final slot
Yep.
is
Huge.
massive,
He
massive
does
props.
Give him the extra floating.
Yeah, he does. He's now opting for the ease in.
I think Uyong doesn't really run any floating though, so the Merlin doesn't offer any advantage at all, really, unless he's going to soak up his own floating memory.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
think he'll probably just want to go straight from Merlin level 2 to Merlin level 3 as quickly as possible.
Yeah. Usually in this matchup, Merlin does want to try to use
Yeah.
floating as much as possible, as fast as possible.
See if he had a sweep.
Not in hand, I don't recall seeing one at least.
Yeah.
I suppose, we're forgetting the fact that he may
He could
not actually just go
level
into
2 Lorraine
Merlin.
and
Yep.
just sweep.
He is
Oh.
going
He
for
is
the Merlin
opting
route
for
this
the
time
Merlin,
round.
yeah.
Yeah, this added flexibility is so powerful. If he had a sweep in hand, he'd just go into Lorraine 2 and just get so much value.
Yeah.
100%.
Although, I suppose, there's no interaction there with one card in hand, no swords,
No
so there's
swords,
no random
no.
deflecting or anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you draw 2 cards, and that's always a turn that feels like it swings a lot of
We
those
see a
games.
Dungeon guide coming out here, maybe.
A dungeon guide now would be quite good.
Oh
And
my
there it
God.
is.
That's really rough for.
Yeah, Uyon must not be happy here.
No.
Michael gains to level 3 on basically turn 2 or 3 is it now? I don't know.
He has to do 25 more damage.
Yeah.
He's managed to fireball at a resolute.
Yeah, those are both great tools for Merlin level 3, so
Yeah.
it's not
Sort of, I think it's
horrible.
more. That was more of a I need to get to level 3, and
Yeah.
I'll just accept. I'll banish what I banish.
Yeah.
He still has 25 life to play around with. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of Merlin triggers to regain that value.
Oh,
And
Pendra-
Ghost
Fire.
immediately. Yeah.
Yeah, we have seen Michael.
Yeah. Michael had 3 Pendragons in both games. in
Wow.
the-
I
in the
saw a
top
board
8.
state this weekend with 4.
Seriously.
Yeah, Riley.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never seen more than say 2 or 3.
He's
To
just
see
the
4
man.
on the board is insane.
Yeah. And I think Uyon's feeling not good at all right now, having to face down Pendragon and a Dungeon Guide. Dungeon Guide is an annoyingly sticky character as
Yeah.
well.
Well, you've got to commit
yeah.
3 to it, which
You
is like
do.
one whole attack from something.
And right now we only
It's like
see it
an
one
Acer
free.
attack.
And if you leave it on board, they can just cremation it off.
Yeah.
And then draw extra cards.
Precisely.
And Crux side of that.
Michael must be feeling very good right now. We'll see what Uyon tries to do to combat this sort of a scenario that he's found himself in.
Still
though.
not even thinking about level 1 probably either.
Yeah,
He does have the Inspiring Call.
he
If
does.
he wanted to go for it.
Yeah,
That
there's.
is down in memory, so he's risking if he goes to level 1. You're not having like floating, so.
You could, I suppose
Yeah.
you're right. You could push a bunch of damage here, but that's the issue. You even if you push 10, he's
Just
still
go for
got
a
15
tithe.
left. Yeah.
Yeah, this is something that Uyon has been favoring a lot. I saw him do it both times in game 2 and 3 against Caben. He would just bring out a Tithe once the opponent goes into Crux to play around Pendragons, Ascensions, Crux sites.
Yeah.
I think it actually worked quite well against Caben. I saw
Swift
hands for
Recruit's
so
not-
many.
It's an
One of
important
his only
card.
floating memory
Yeah.
too, but that's irrelevant now.
Yeah.
You draw off a Tithe. The top bringing out Tithe feels so good because you draw off it anyway.
Especially
Correct,
bring it
yeah.
out off of like a floating, like a Swift Recruit or something.
I've brought it out plenty of times
nice.
when I need a draw and I've got nothing left and it just gets gets you one extra card that you
He
need.
does have a squirrel and an Azen, so
That's the combo.
could see another.
Good value line
Yeah.
for sure.
There's just head judge making sure we've kept those.
Those type counters,
Yeah.
making sure people don't overdraw.
We see maybe a Dream Fairy on the Ghost of Pendragon.
It's an option.
It'd be a pretty good target, to be
Yeah.
honest.
At this stage, we all might be saving it for the Incarnate because
Yep.
they're already in level 3.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
I think
If you drew another one, you probably might do it on the Pendragon.
Yeah.
The risk is he'll just have more of them too at some point.
I mean, with the Squirrel Asian Protector, he has an easy way to clear
Yeah.
the Pendragon. I suspect that's the route he's going to go, but again, Dream Fairy, maybe he just feels like he needs to tower out this game and try to go face. So it could go both ways.
Yeah, he's got a good hand of options though.
Yeah.
Like that is a hand with
Yeah,
like
he is
one of
going to
every
go for the Azen.
one of every card you need. He's just gonna pump one into that Pendragon. Cool.
Yep.
Put 4 down, take it for 3 with Azen.
Yeah.
Counts the squirrels.
Ooh, are we missing a line? He's putting 2 down. Or you might just be thinking, yeah, he's just choosing.
And he'll still have the deflecting in hand to
Yep.
save.
Will he have enough cards?
He will.
Oh,
yeah.
he bounces
Yeah,
back.
yeah.
Yep, sure.
Yeah.
He would anyway.
Yeah, that's the one.
Bounce scroll. Yep, there we go. Return to hand. Kill Pendragon. Wetton Smith. Get him for 1.
Yeah.
I mean,
Gotta
still
start
got a long way to
somewhere.
go. 24 more damage to go.
Azen Protector, just an absolute beast of a card.
Yes. Yeah. We see a sword materialization from Michael, which suggests maybe more cards that play around the sword, play with the sword rather. So maybe
Or another
a Pendragon.
ghost.
Yeah.
He's
Another
been-
Ghost of Pendragon would be
He's
very
got a
nice.
crux sight,
Or
so he can
an
get that
Ascension.
Pendragon back.
Ah,
in
yeah.
his
Yeah,
hand.
he attacks. Yeah, he's
Such a high value play. Yeah.
a 2 cost 3
That's
4 that draws you
That's
2
exactly
cards.
what he's
It's
going for now. I think.
Ghost of Pendragon.
Oh no,
So
3 down
wrong.
first.
So the only issue with that play now is he's going to play into Typh,
Yeah.
so he can't
Yeah.
get the Cruxite draw and get 2 draw off the Pendragon. He's going to draw 1.
3 down for.
Oh,
So
he
he's
has
just
it in
gonna-
hand.
Yeah,
Never
that's
mind.
incredible. Hand and mind, yeah.
He is
Now,
the god at drawing the Pendragon.
He can threaten to kill the Azen,
Yeah.
but there is that deflecting in hand, which
We have to hope that he would play it here, right?
Yeah,
Because
there'd be no point.
Yeah.
not to.
yeah, exactly. Azen's too beefy not to try and save.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with like an Inspiring Call just smacking before, and then if it's like a second wind or something.
Yeah. Leon isn't on second wind, I believe.
Really?
Yeah. Quote from him: "This card is the S word." I don't think I can swear on stream, but
we can leave that to
Wow.
imagination as to what that could be.
That's really interesting. Then.
upon his first evaluation, we were chatting about he was looking at top 42 lists and he heard about second wind. He's like, I don't like this, never liked this card. I think a second wind indicates a more aggressive playstyle of wind allies where you try to win in the game really fast.
Yeah, I agree.
Leon's more like a board control freak, so he
That's
wants
fair
to
enough.
Yep.
just focus on getting value allies, all sorts of things like that.
I actually
we see a
don't
level up
disagree
here?
with that statement at all.
Yeah.
Isn't
Might go
it? This
for
is
Jinx,
another end of the spectrum where one player's on level 3 and the other is still
Still
on a
level
spirit,
0.
and you
yeah.
are still probably nowhere near dying.
Yeah.
It's funny, yeah. And you might see that damage rack up to say 20 before there's any change.
Yeah. Certainly possible. So we
Deciding what to materialize. I think you might go for the GCR. I'd assume maybe. I don't know.
definitely a valid option. Probably that or level 1.
Oh, did we
maybe?
miss a fireball on the A's in
Yeah,
there?
I was just thinking that because
Oh.
Fireball's engrave. I'm pretty sure he did.
Yeah, that's tough.
Man,
That's
it's a lot of
Does
commitment
go for-
though, just to
yeah.
kill the A's in
And
though.
he's already got one banished as well, so
Yep.
there's 2 down.
Doing that heavy damage is suddenly a lot harder now.
Again, Michael, I think, happy to trade a fireball for an Azen just because he knows he's
Yeah.
going to get that value back slowly with
Yeah,
Merlin.
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
Just every turn that kind of goes on, he's just gaining level counters and drawing. It's just, yeah. Yes. It'll just get harder and harder for Young to come back.
Leon does still have a pretty big grip, so
Oh yeah, no, 100%.
let's see what he can bring to the table. Some way to clear the Pendragon, I think, is probably a priority for him.
Like, once they get the Majestic Spirit out, those Pendragons become so much harder to kill as well.
Yeah. So I think that's the Dream Fairy insurance for Leon now.
Yep.
Holding it, fully expecting it to come out within the next 2 or 3 turns, I think.
Yeah, possibly not. Oh, even next turn, it is starting to get closer to being a possibility.
Yeah, he could bring out. I don't know if Michael runs Crystal, but things like that.
He does.
He does.
We've seen it.
Yeah,
We've seen it come out, not actually being activated, and then put back about 3 times with Pendragons.
Yeah, it's fodder as well.
I think he is going to opt for the Dream Fairy here. Thinking that's the only thing he can pay for 3 with. Oh no, he's changed his mind.
He loves to like throw his entire hand in memory just to figure out what cards he can play.
Yeah.
You know, we won't know until he puts something on the board. But
we've got 2 squirrels, Banner Knight, Dream Fairy,
Inspiring Call, Phalanx Captain,
and a Zephyr. Looks
yeah,
like a Zephyr.
Yeah. Tune the winds? No, did you say that?
I don't know if there's a very easy way to clear the ghosts of Pendragon. It's probably going to be a little bit awkward for Leon, regardless.
It's at the point. It's been a long time between a play here. Wonder if we'll see a prompt from the judges. I don't think so, but
yeah, they've been pretty lenient so
I
far.
was going to say with the last game going like 2 hours.
Admittedly, 2 hours not because they were playing super slow, but because there were like 30 turns in that game.
Yeah.
But here we go. We do have the attune.
Oh wow.
It's not the best attune, but he really needs to find some way to clear that Pendragon there. This is the way that Leon has opted for.
Still got that Crux side in hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, which you won't know about, but I reckon we might see that again.
Yeah. So, well,
we're
going to see
the
3 draw triggers.
I was going to say.
Yeah.
So
All
maybe
those
not.
draws for the turn.
Yeah, Typh slows down Fire Merlin, but again, they can just, kind of just space out how often they play their Crux cards.
Yeah.
And they're not too upset.
If you draw 3 a turn, you're still drawing 3 a turn.
You're still drawing 3 a turn.
Yeah.
You cannot complain.
Yeah, exactly. Where Uyong just doesn't have any way to draw 3 cards a turn.
Precisely.
So there just gets to it. Yeah, that's when it will snowball into
We're going to see a sweep
on
the. Yeah, that's everything. That's 4.
Yep. Yeah, it's huge.
Wow,
that's pretty devastating for Leon. That was an attune
Weaponsmith
board.
with Banner.
Yeah.
Banner Knight.
And yeah, I mean that's the power of Flame Sweep in this deck and being able to use it even on Merlin, even if you don't expect it, because Merlin's +2 gives her so much range.
Yeah.
It's a card I haven't seen too much. The Attune the Winds. We brought it up on screen there for you, but yeah, I suppose a buff counter on a board is pretty good when there's more than a few things on it as well.
Yeah. Again, that two minions on board, 2 allies on board, not ideal. But what could you all do in that situation?
3 or 4 with the Banner Knight, though. I guess that adds up really quickly.
Will we see a level up here? Do you reckon?
I don't know.
It's getting close. I mean, you are at absolute danger zone now with 8 health.
Yeah, at this point, I'm not even convinced Eon plays level 1A. I don't know. Well, there it is.
There we go.
Yeah,
just
wrong.
Even still, though, you've got 13, like a chunky fireball and something else. Yep, can come in here. Has he got any protection against a fireball?
I do not
he
believe.
Innervate or not? Or like
Innervate.
Blanches?
He was asking me for blanches.
So
So
could we see the Blanche taking
Wow.
aside?
I didn't give him any blanches.
We're
so-
still on game 1.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're not in the main.
No, they're not in the main. I have seen some Wind Lorraines run it in the main,
Two
interestingly.
Zephyrs.
I've seen a lot of Blanche this weekend. It's sort of been another one of those standout cards.
I think it's come out particularly because of the water staff.
Yep.
That just means that it's going to see so many targets now. The water staff, all the fire rise out there, Merlin throwing fireballs at your face.
Even comes
Very
up
versatile.
against like a Fire Lorraine with the Blazing Throw.
Yeah, totally.
Yep.
Yeah.
Prismatic Edge.
That honestly was his not only play, but he is holding the.
That was an
how many
interesting
cards is
play.
it? 2. Oh, so you can't even
Zephyr it.
Zephyr it to like target another ally.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just think if he's gonna like hold it, so like if a horse comes down or something, it comes out, he could like retarget it.
Yeah, Eon Dreamfaring, the dungeon guide is.
That's all he could do, I guess.
Yeah,
He- 2 Zephyrs, a Dream Fairy, an Inspiring Call, Phalanx Captain. Like, what
yeah.
else are you gonna do with that hand? It's
Dream
really
Fairy
rough.
off the board immediately with the Sparklight.
Just
as
look,
well.
Wow.
just look at the card advantage difference now as well. It's starting to really.
It's really hurting
Yeah.
for Uyong. Yeah,
And
and
he doesn't have a deflector or anything in hand, so this could be.
Normally, these games go the other way around, where the damage is way higher for the Merlin player to have
Yeah.
taken,
Yeah.
and it's the opposite way around, and he's had more board presence for most of the game as well. So.
yeah, Michael's just gone too fast. And we saw as well, like he cleverly playing around the Tithe by using Cruxite on his opponent's turn. There are plenty of ways
Yeah,
for these
he's
guys.
just gonna
Okay,
scoot, yeah.
Uyong is
He had no deflecting.
bless his soul.
no
He
thing.
knows that we don't have that much
Bless
time in the
his
venue,
soul.
so he took the valiant route of just going straight into game 2. I appreciate that.
Assuming he'd go first, so interesting to see how that would go then.
Yeah.
Then he would have the advantage being able to just kind of pump allies onto the board and just kind of see how
Yes.
Michael would respond.
You want that
Yeah.
perfect ally curve, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Something like a stalwart and a what's it called, a lurking assailant would be like, or a Windrider Vanguard.
yeah,
Those
that's some good
those
work.
are very good start.
Well, we see the blanches and the disintegrates there.
Oh, from Michael, is
Yeah.
it? Yeah.
I'd say that all of those will be coming in.
Yeah. What do you think Disintegrate is for in against Wind Lorraine?
Probably just the Tithe there.
Yeah, the Tithe. Yeah. Absolutely. It could kill a big unit potentially.
He's revealed the recurrent there.
I think he's taking it out.
Yeah.
I have to imagine, because again, as you mentioned, Egon doesn't play
It doesn't
all that
do
much floating.
No, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
I've also looked at both of their decks inside and out, so they just know.
Yeah, they
You
know
could-
exactly.
You could
what
probably
do.
assume what they will side in at this point.
Going first, I think, is pretty big in this matchup for Wind Lorraine, because unlike other ally matchups, going first can be bad if your opponent just clears your allies going second.
Yeah.
But Fire Merlin has less access to some of these really strong allies, so we'll see if Michael draws any answers to Uyon's initial board, I suppose.
Well, you could see the game being over so quickly if Uyon gets the perfect ally curve and then Michael doesn't have the put floating
sweet.
memory in straight away.
Yeah.
That just also is game there because
Yeah.
you.
We saw how well Michael drew and played that last few last game, the first few turns.
Yeah.
Getting to level 3 so quickly.
Having creative shock again just helps
Yeah.
with all facilitate all of that.
Yeah, there's a reason it's so high up on the ban list for maybe
list.
potential watch list. Sorry,
Not
for the
after I just
future.
redeemed mine. No,
Oh,
please.
yeah, that'd be pretty rough.
Yeah, no, those cards look amazing.
Yeah. I have faith that Weebs won't completely sack the value of the cards I worked so hard to get, but we'll see. It is, as you guys mentioned, a fantastic card in Fire. So
100%.
I'm a bit worried though if Fire doesn't have it, it may punish them a little bit too much.
it loses
as well.
its identity a little
Yeah,
bit. I
yeah.
think Cyclers.
It'd be
feels
like
it
if they
so
took
much.
away Scepter now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is almost. Fire revolves around creative. There is not a Fire deck around that does not play Creative Shock.
Yeah.
And there's not really a Water deck around that doesn't play Scepter currently.
Yeah, it's just part of your identity.
Yeah,
really.
Yeah. So you take away one of those now, and it doesn't kill the deck, but it could pull it out of relevance in a format.
Maybe like a potential semi-limit or something.
I'm not a big fan of that though,
Yeah,
because then
yeah.
it just decreases the chances of drawing it, and then when you do draw it, it's too hard to. Yeah, I think
It's weird a little bit.
It's either 4 or none.
Yeah.
I do think the meta is honestly we've seen the top 4 are 4 completely different decks, very diverse, across 3
that was
elements.
actually really cool to see. Actually.
Yeah.
High end, low end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Advanced element,
Yeah.
non-advanced element.
Yeah, definitely credit to the developers because clearly they've created a meta where a lot of things can thrive, and
Yeah.
and so obviously Wind Lorraine has been a long time favorite, but we only saw one in the top cut, and
Yeah.
despite that, Uyon clearly showing that he's a master of the deck, getting himself to the finals.
I think you do need to be an expert on these lower end decks and play perfectly because you have less things to carry you. where
Certainly.
in a Merlin deck, you can just ride on the back of that horse
All right,
the
let's-
whole way.
Let's see his hand.
Okay, this is going to be an important one.
Yeah, 100%. Bit inspiring.
Gildas.
We see Gildas.
First thing
Ooh.
Gildas could be. Oh no. Oh,
I
actually,
think-
no, he's just going back to.
Yeah. I think Uyon doesn't like playing Gildas on turn 0.
Yeah.
it's susceptible to just dying.
Yeah, of course.
You want to play it and then just instantly do 4 damage with it.
Yeah.
So I
He goes
imagine
with
he
Swift
opts.
Recruit.
Yep, Swift Recruit's not a bad
Swift
opener.
Recruit's, yeah, just a good option.
Can he put
Being
the 2 allies on board?
Yeah, I think he's going to opt for the Swift Recruit. Yeah.
Just a
And
Swift Recruit out
probably
the
just
gate just
pass.
doesn't feel.
It doesn't.
It's not bad. It's just not the.
You need one of those 2-3.
Well, you know
allies.
you probably won't take any damage back this turn, and if they give you the floating memory, you've got a free turn to level 1 at some point, which you want to get out of the bin as quickly as possible because it will just get eaten with a Merlin,
Yeah.
and
Yes,
you can't give them that advantage. So, and there would
Two
probably be no
Pendragon.
reason not to go to level 1 early.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Is that a Raccoon?
It looks like it
It
is.
yeah,
Actually.
Oh,
he
never mind.
sided in the
Wow.
Raccoons, didn't side them out.
So that was
What?
a bit of a mind game showing a
Yeah.
Raccoon on stream between matches.
Really interesting to keep that in though against a deck that isn't going to have. What other targets are relevant to be banished apart from?
So you've got Swift Recruit, you've got Stalwart, Shield Mate. I don't know if he's on favourable wins.
Leon is on favorable wins. He is not
Oh,
on
so-
Shieldmate actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So just Swift Recruit and favourable then. are the
Maybe
only
he's
two
thinking-
floats.
Maybe he's thinking if I can banish the 1 or 2 critical floating memories he could
Well,
use,
yeah.
that's huge.
Because the math of keeping your cards in memory for Gildas is so important.
And yeah, you probably would not expect to be raccooned.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So that could be an insanely heads up play by Michael there.
Yeah, there's been plenty of discussion actually around this whole floating side in and side out and Raccoon side in and side out
Yep.
mind game between games.
Yeah.
It's definitely a thing, you know, and we might be seeing Michael actually employing that right here. It's a fantastic discard off the hasty as well for Michael.
Fasker, yeah.
Yeah, indiscriminate floating memory is exactly what he wants.
We've seen that card popping up a lot all day.
Oh, here we go. The inspiring.
Wow.
Yeah,
So it would kill the hasty.
On the retaliation.
That's great. Yeah.
yeah.
That's a very odd, it's a very odd play, but it
Draws
is
him a card
it's
in memory.
insane at the same time.
It kills his hasty.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah.
And now we'll see him get the floating.
Were they asking if the hasty dies, does it still
Maybe
get to
just-
discard possibly?
Oh
But
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
right, makes sense.
Oh,
But I think
yeah.
it's on attack, so
It's on attack. I think Leon was probably unclear maybe if
Yeah.
the window for like getting the +1. Again, he's actually a very new player.
Interesting to see. Will he
yeah, there'll be
go-
little interactions like that he possibly has.
Just wants to double check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Will he go for the Tithe like last time, or will he go just straight to level 1?
I suppose you're right. You
Because he'll have.
actually could value that extra draw here quite highly and use
Yeah,
that
But then it
floating memory.
unbalances his Gildas.
Yeah, it does. So
If he were to go to level 1 now, he'd had 7 in hand, and he can
Yeah.
go 3 down to the Gildas, which would, you know.
Leon it will play pretty. Yeah, he's very good with Gilda's math.
He
So
is-
I
he
can't
is
imagine him
thinking.
going Tithe now unless he has a different line in consideration here. We have a smoke bomb materialization actually. So yeah, again,
That's very interesting. So,
this is keeping the balance up though, as you mentioned.
yeah.
So that's the good part, and he can on-demand draw.
Just turn the microphone up there if someone could just let us know if that's.
I believe he did draw 1 into memory, by the way.
That is correct. Yeah.
He is going for the Gildas,
Yep.
swinging 4 at face as well, instead of killing that hasty.
I think Uon's identified that Michael already has 2 floating in graveyard. If he doesn't go face now, he's not going to get a chance later.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. And
And he can, if needed, pop the smoke bombs onto his Gildas. and
yeah,
save it.
yeah. So we see the level 1 now. The downside to Uon's play though is he still has a hasty Michael, and that's one of the best units again. There's a reason why they gave us promos this time around at the
Yeah.
Ascent.
Yeah.
This card
Creative
is
shock
super
and
good.
hasty. It's
Yeah.
like pretty gentle.
You can also pop that smoke bomb at any point for just a draw.
Yeah.
At a point where you now suddenly want to
Yeah.
balance a Gildas. So
Yeah.
And he does have a Zephyr in hand as well, so it doesn't look like that Gildas is going to die anytime soon.
Yeah. So yeah, we see another. Is there a second fast cure in graveyard now?
yeah,
That's ridiculous. Again, 3 materializations at this stage. If Uon doesn't see a raccoon next turn, he will probably be quite behind,
Yeah.
to say the least. Second hasty.
Oh my
Wow.
goodness.
How do you
Well,
recover from that?
That's the third.
Oh
and
my
another
gosh.
floating.
Yeah,
That's the third.
That's the third haste he's drawn, and
he killed the other one.
absolutely.
That's mental.
He's about to discard. Looks like Uyon might be responding on the trigger before the discard occurs.
Yeah, so it yeah.
So he has a Dream Fairy Zephyr and a Deflecting in hand.
The discard does go off. We have 3 floating engrave for Michael here.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Uyon's gonna have to really figure something out here. It's and with Gildas on 1 life currently, it looks like Michael might be trying to clear it. This is going to be a deflecting here.
Oh, okay. That's been the card of the day for Uyon.
Yeah, it won him his final match.
Deflecting's such a good card.
Yeah. We still have 2 points of prevention on deflecting, so
Bit overshadowed by its sort of newer brother, Resolute Stand.
yeah.
I've only really seen Deflecting in the Wind Allies deck, sorry.
Yeah, you're right.
I
Well,
think-
you're only
Because you're just never going level 2 to get that extra value.
Yeah, the Resolute, class 2, like level 2 bonus A, yeah.
It's just
you're
not
more
relevant.
often than not trying to keep your allies alive than actually stop the
Yeah,
3 damage
as well.
usually as well.
Yeah.
And I think it's just cute against Rending Flames randomly to stop a bunch of that extra damage.
Okay, Uyon has to find some way to get out of this, and he's just going to go for a bobble, crack it. Cracking it keeps his math, doesn't it? Maybe?
Well, he can add 2 cards to his hand at any point now, which,
Yeah, he does draw first, just in case, right?
He has 6
Evaluate these
cards in
options.
hand now, so no, he'll go to 7.
Yeah, he plays a 3. He does have a squirrel, so he easily balances this turn.
another June. Yep.
Yeah, two attunes, that'd be
2
pretty
attunes, wow.
naughty.
Oh, there is 2. Yep.
It's a bit awkward with this
Do
hand,
they
though.
just
Oh,
stack?
he has a squirrel and an Azen.
Wow.
He does have squirrel Azen. Double attune is bricky, though, because you never want to see more than one, and his board's not wide enough where he really wants to play it. And it also means he's going to unbalance if he's going to ever play
He kind
it.
of wants to go for the Gilders.
It's a little anti-synergy,
Do you
sadly.
think he has to kill these 2 hasties now?
I don't know.
It just provides so much in-game
I mean,
value.
they've already-
yeah.
They've already done half the value now, though.
But then they would just keep
Cycling more.
Yeah. Hasty's just such a good card.
Yeah. Yeah, Michael's seen everything he wants.
He's
Oh,
gonna attune, yeah.
yeah. I
That
think
balances his Gildas.
it does.
Yeah.
So that's
that'll be
swinging for
5 damage.
5 at face.
Yeah.
He is
Yeah.
just ignoring those hasties and just going, I have to just put the damage in and
Yeah.
hopefully. Although
And
if we
Gildas
see
probably
if we
can
see
get
a
in there.
level 2 turn to Dungeon Guide level 3,
Yeah.
which is all but possible now.
Yeah. I think Uyon might be out of range with what he's going for, but it's again he has very few options on the board.
Yeah.
Hasties, like you don't want to swing a Gildas into a hasty. You know, it's 4 damage into a 2 damage minion. Yeah, it doesn't feel great.
So we see Merlin here.
We could fully see.
He could eat up his own
Exactly.
floating memory.
Yeah.
So when he ticks up to Merlin next turn,
Oh, you
Instant
see 3
value.
engraved. That's
And that's
so
what's
mental.
Creative
I
shot.
nearly called it. I thought it was going to be the dungeon guide, and
Yeah.
but no.
it could happen.
Yeah.
No,
I
creative.
wouldn't be surprised.
Wow, this is incredible stuff from Michael. He's just drawing all the floating he needs.
Not often I don't see a Merlin player drawing like this.
You clearly haven't watched my games.
Yeah.
And he'll be able to get 2 discards and 2
Yep.
more draws. So he might even just be able to go to level 3 just off the floating.
Yep.
And
That's
that
good.
is
Oh my
an
God.
insane dream that is
Yeah.
not easily accomplished.
Oh
Oh
my
my-
gosh. He has 3 floating. Oh, okay. Hang on. There's a.
Oh.
No. It's going through.
Yeah.
3 floatings in grave. He can natty go into level 3 without without
a
dungeon
single
guide.
That's
card.
so
Yeah.
crazy.
That is not normally heard of. Yeah.
Yeah.
Another hasty discard. Will he send something else?
There's got to be no more floating.
Assuming he
Surely.
No, there's no. Oh no, the
I'm
recurring.
assuming he'd opt for the smoke bombs on the Gildus rather than the Zephyr, because the Zephyr will make it lose its buff counter. Maybe.
Well,
Oh, no.
the thing is now he can't smoke bombs because if he swings the sword into
Oh,
Gildas, there's
correct.
true sight.
Yep.
Ah, he's going straight into level 3 here.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, I wonder what he's saving that free.
Alright.
Did he have a prismatic edge randomly hiding away in his?
I mean, possibly.
Well, that's pretty good because you can. He will almost certainly have a win card in the back row, and you get to shoot something for 3 and rip a card, which then just
Ooh,
pulls
he
that
is
map.
deciding
Yeah.
to...
This makes more sense, right? He wants to.
This just means if he swings
Get a
for
level.
1, he can smoke bombs and then he won't have the...
Yeah, he could
It's interesting, yeah.
So Judge has ruled that Michael's missed the window to actually use his Merlin level 2.
Yep.
So as
Oh
it
my
stands,
god, and a Pendragon as well.
oh yeah,
This is looking really rough for Uyong.
Michael draws insane.
yeah. And Uyon this game just hasn't had the chance to bring out a Tithe.
We could see a Zephyr on the sword.
Absolutely,
So no draws.
it misses the target if that happens, but
But
even
it's
then,
still
you're
a 3/4.
you're grasping at straws at this
Yeah.
point. Yeah,
Still a level 1 spirit. I think he's just putting
So-
those cards back on the bottom because he's seen them.
yeah. This is a private deck error. I mean,
Yeah.
private card error because Michael should not have seen the cards. He should have waited a little for Uyon to respond
Got a
before.
little too excited with all the Pendragons.
Oh yeah, he played a lot of cards there in quick succession, which are all incredibly impactful.
Yeah, yeah. Sadly for Uyon, I think he understands that there's not a huge amount he can do, but
Playing it out like a champ.
absolutely, man, absolutely. You know, he's worked his way
Yeah,
here.
he is going to Zephyr it. Yep. That's the correct play.
Yep, so that's going to be gone. No legal target for the Pendragon.
Yeah, and he is going to smoke bombs it.
Okay, yeah.
Because the sword gets Zephyred.
The sword's gone. He has no way to clear it. Correct, yeah. So we have a Gilders, but
It's a very cool play interaction,
Yeah.
isn't it? Yeah.
yeah.
So we see Uyong has 6 cards currently. If he
And when the sword
he
comes
can't
back,
level up because that would unbalance him.
Yeah, it's against his interests, I think, but at this stage,
It's really interesting to see what he does here. Actually,
yeah.
there's so many options. He does have another tune, so he could. I don't know if it's even worth. I'm
you
not
can
sure.
see him sort of shaking his head as he sort of looks
Yeah.
through as to it's almost like there's definitely turns where I'm like, I could win this game if I could materialize 2 cards
Yeah.
instead of 1.
Yeah,
So when Lorraine used to run Beseech,
Yeah.
it was quite nice.
yeah.
Well, there is so many instances where you want to bring out the terraforming, but then also do something else, and you can only do 1.
Yeah.
And where if you could do 2, they would be huge. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's really there. You go.
Yeah.
I sort of feel for him. He's
Yeah, it's not even doesn't even really matter. I mean, Michael's just drawn. It's basically out of Uyon's control. These 2 games, Michael has drawn fantastically, and that's how he's built his deck. You know,
Yeah, it's consistent.
it's
got
meant to be
the-
consistent.
He's
got
the,
so much floating
hayseeds,
memory as
yeah.
well.
Yeah, what's he gonna do with that 3 floating?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's at this stage, even if Uyon runs Raccoon, which apparently he doesn't, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
It's quite remarkable. Now, I can only hope, you know, maybe Uyon just somehow like finds something and then Michael
He's
bricks him
going to
one
go for
way.
a terraforming, I guess.
It is terrifying. Yeah.
It gives him an extra turn.
Someone's saying, is the draw off the smoke bomb missed?
Thought I saw one, but wasn't not completely sure.
That's interesting because it is a hard card. Oh, Smoke Bombs is
It's a mandatory draw as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if 2 judges missed that, but it's been such a long day. Anything could have happened.
Yeah.
I'm gonna assume that there was a draw, but yeah.
It's too
Inspiring call.
too hard for us to even keep track
Yeah.
of sometimes what happens in these games, as we saw before when Michael played about 3 massive cards and
He's still got. I saw 2 honorable vanguards engraved there, so he's got infinite.
he has.
floating.
I think it's 3 floating as well.
Yeah,
He has like an
that's
extra
he can
faster
start-
or
he can
something.
just start bringing out drawn blades for free now.
He could just do whatever he wants.
So Uyon has double squirrel, so he could try for a couple squirrels and then use a tune or inspiring
He
call to
does
get
also
some
still-
value.
He does still have the Dream Fairy in hand, so he
Yeah.
can use that to balance the Gildas. He could like bounce back, say, the Pendragon,
Yep.
balance the Gildas. And then just pop the Terrafring and just kind of hope that, I don't know.
Oh yeah, as you
Yeah,
said,
and he
Dream
is,
Dream
yeah.
Fairy has come out.
Yeah, I think that's the correct play.
I don't
'cause
think he has another Pendragon hand, but Michael surprised us every time when we don't think he has a Pendragon.
another
He has
5,
another
another
Pendragon.
5 at face.
Cashed in, yeah. I think Uyon thinks his only out is to just go face and try
And any
to freeze his
opportunity,
opponents,
yep.
like Pendragons and stuff. This might be the only way. It depends on how Michael draws here. I think Michael will probably try and bring out something like a Drawn Blade, dig more.
Ghost of Pendragon.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, it's just to,
Remind.
Yep.
Is he able? to play another Pendragon that's not the same Pendragon now.
No,
No.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
just cards with that name.
Yeah,
Which is again insane now. Yeah.
yeah. As I thought, he does bring out the Drawn Blade. He's just digging for more options now.
Yeah.
With all
Although he has the
floating he
True
has.
Sight Sword.
This is where
So does Uyong pop the Terraf Ring? Question actually. I feel like he has to.
I think
Maybe.
he might.
Nice drawn, but yeah,
Because you might want him
he
to.
has to give himself a
Yeah.
turn.
Yeah. Again, he has double Raccoon, so he has access to maybe 4 allies and then a giant Inspiring Call or a Tune turn. There is a world, I think.
Where this possibly happens.
Yes. He is 13 life away from taking this game.
Yeah. Is he almost out of draw cards left? Has he got a Grand Crusaders ring left?
GCRI? Oh,
We've seen Bauble.
we've seen
No,
Bauble.
we've
we've only
seen-
seen a bauble with
we've
smoke
seen
bombs
smoke
and
bombs.
a tariff ring.
So we have a
I believe, there's still a GCR in there.
Yeah.
So he could draw a tune, which would buff them again, balance the Gildas,
Yep.
and then
The only thing is, I
Yeah.
think he would want to use it on the raccoons as well that he has. So
Yeah.
it's
on the squirrels.
no, I
Oh,
keep
no,
saying
sorry.
raccoons. Sorry, yeah, you're right, squirrels. It's tricky.
Oh yeah, because if he draws off the GCR, that'll be 8.
Yeah.
Put 1 down for the squirrel, put 3 in the tune.
Yeah,
That
that's
would be-
that's solid. Yeah.
spoken like a true win player.
Oh
there.
mate,
We
Levi.
see a spark of light though. Oh, that's gonna be
That
tough.
kills the Dream Fury, and
Yeah.
then he can just play
Oh,
that
and he
Pendragon
doesn't.
back down.
This is devastating, I think, for
Yes.
Uyong. Yeah.
that's really rough. But we saw Sparklight come down in top 8 when Michael was versing.
Yeah, he's
Yeah, sorry.
yeah
Lost my train of
he's
thought.
put a lot of thought
He's
into
built
that
it,
card.
Yeah, he's
Yep.
built his deck like perfectly. I'd say.
Yes.
Just trying to get to level 3 as quick as possible, and then just exploiting all the draw cards like Creative Shock, Hasties.
Oh, we have a
Oh,
fireball come
no.
down. I'm assuming this is going to the Gilders, but I might be wrong. Could be face.
No, that would be 5 at the Gildas,
Yep.
which would kill it. And Young has no response. He can't do anything, and this would probably be.
That deflecting edge doesn't do anything.
Yeah,
to a
that's
massive
the
ball of
issue.
fire.
That's really
yeah.
rough.
Yeah. I think it's testament to Michael's deck building, having these options against things like Dream Fury or the Sparklight. And it also helps with your Rye matchup as well, which is traditionally one of Fire Merlin's worst matchups.
Yeah.
Playing around that Spell Shield Arcane. So things like this, incredibly selective and just good choices.
Goes for a Tithe.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
I think he's just thinking though. There's a world where Michael can't do 14 damage, maybe.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, a
Well, I mean,
Pendragon
he's
send
only-
back a sword, draw
He'll
2.
only be at the level 2 counter.
Yeah, so there is a world where maybe you get hit for
And he does have the deflecting still in hand.
yeah.
We see squirrels get banished
So
for
not
that
not
tithe.
a
So he can't go for the Ace and protector play.
No.
Try to kill off one of the Hasties. I don't know.
He's thinking about putting something in memory right now at fast speed.
Oh, to
Um,
get another card into memory.
Yeah, he just wants to cycle. This is like the poor man's what do you call that card? Creative Shock. But
This will then be his third
Well,
draw
and-
for turn.
at this point of the day, it's the rich man's creative shock because they're both in the running for a lot of prize.
Oh, yeah,
Prize
no.
money at the moment.
Two favourable.
neither would be too unhappy with the result either way.
Yeah,
$4,000 cash for second, I believe.
I
so
believe.
Also, I
three
think
boxes as well for second.
three boxes for second,
Hey.
6 boxes for first.
Yep.
Of
Yep.
each Fracture Crown.
You get a
and
fourth
Dawn.
place Fire Spirit or second place Fire Spirit.
Second
sorry.
place, yeah. We have a squirrel come down. Very powerful.
And then we're going to see an Azen. I guess that's his only play. And then hold the deflecting, try protect it.
Yeah,
That's, yeah.
I think that's got to be it.
That's his, yeah.
Yep, again, just ignoring those hasties.
Yeah, I mean, Tithe kind of deals with Hasties a little bit because, again,
That is.
you can't discard that often. With Merlin Trigger coming next turn, he can maybe get... And he has a Ghost of Pendragon in hand as well.
Oh,
The crystal.
he's
What?
going
That
for-
says to me. Oh, actually, don't count that out because we
Could
have
go for
seen
the
him just
Majestic
summon a
Oh, yeah,
Pendragon
Pendragon.
and just keep
Still
that sword up.
Tithe.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's going to draw 2 cards already.
Yep.
And now... So he probably is not going to Pendragon this turn, I don't imagine. But...
I assume he's going
Let's-
to attempt to kill the.
Ooh.
I think
That
we've got
means
some
fireballs.
fireballs.
No, he's...
Oh,
Sudden Steel.
for free.
Sun Steel for free, yeah.
Assuming targeting himself.
that
I think that's on the.
8?
Okay, this might be fireball range now.
Yeah, and he only has a deflecting.
Well,
so-
he's a high enough level that the fireball is lethal. So
And this might be the final
Here we go.
play,
It's lethal.
and this looks like it's it.
he's got nothing left in hand that deals with
Yeah.
this.
I think Uyon knows it.
I think we see the Ascent Auckland champion. Here we go.
And
Wow.
Michael,
I've been running
yeah,
up and
is the
downstairs.
winner.
Of Ascent Auckland 2023.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
I don't think Uyon could have done anything differently there. He played
Yep.
that game absolutely perfectly. But Michael just having the advantage, just being able to go to level 3 with all that floating.
There wasn't much pressure either.
There
Yeah.
wasn't.
Like
Oh,
not
that sweep.
no pressure, but just not
That
not the
sweep was
pressure
also rough.
when needed there.
Again, Michael's deck is so well tuned for this matchup. Having
Yeah.
Flame Sweep access, Sparkle Lights, all the stuff. Again, like people used to think that maybe Windler Rain just beats Fire Merlin, but Fire Merlin has so much access to so many different tools, and Michael utilized these tools to perfection. Full credit to him. Uyong as well. Look at him, all the way up to
Both
second place.
incredible players.
A lot of them feel like a lot of the things Merlin does feel unfair.
Yeah.
In a vacuum.
Yeah.
You know, on their own, Fireball is not a broken card, but in instances like that, it just doing
Being
all
able
that
to
damage
run
for
the
2.
rain,
Yeah.
Yeah, being a mage
like
warrior.
hybrid, being able to run Lorraine and Merlin, just however you choose.
I'm honestly of the opinion that possibly Merlin might need to be on the watch list. It
Who
feels very strong.
Maybe in the Rata, something like that.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see. But
I
no.
think even just having 25 health would put it back down
Yeah.
to a level of more
Yeah.
fairness.
100%. Yeah, 28 health just makes it like just so much levels above the rest.
All right, guys. Well, we're going to wrap up the stream today. Thanks for being with us for the last couple of rounds.
Yeah.
I don't have any closing messages other than thanks to Weebs, and it's been a great event. It's been good to meet you all.
So yes.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been great running this event as well. No hitches. Very happy. Congratulations again to Michael.
Yeah.
Deserved champion for Australia.
Australasia final.
Yeah.
Dream.
How good.
Awesome. All right. Thanks, guys. See ya.
See ya.